Chapter 963. At the central hub, all members of the Han family had gathered together to deal with Regis and Isaiah's pursuit. The 5 elite zombies unleashed their energies and gathered the yuan qi of heaven and earth surrounding the Sky Annihilation Formation to form the strongest defense possible, turning the secret chamber into an impenetrable fortress, leaving not the slightest opening. Everyone knew that Regis and Isaiah would find this place sooner or later. Even though they knew that hiding here wasn't the way to go, they had no choice but to do so. At the very least, even if Regis and Isaiah were to arrive, they wouldn't be able to break through the layers of barriers that Han Shuo had painstakingly set up. Before Han Shuo left, he had told them that he would return as soon as he was done with his business. That was why they thought that all they had to do was wait for Han Shuo to come out before the secret chamber was destroyed. Han Shuo had told them that in the Pandemonium Tanai, his power would be greatly enhanced. No overgod who cultivated in any kind of esoteric energy would be a match for him, as long as they didn't possess a true quintessence. Brian will definitely return before they break through the wall, Emily said confidently. Don't worry. Even if Father can't come back in time, the 5 of us will be able to hold on for a while if we try our best to operate the penta-elemental undead formation. Han Jin smiled and comforted the nervous Han family members. If I use my treasure, I can stop at least one overgod. I can guarantee that he won't have the time to deal with you all, Andrina said with a giggle as she held onto Han Jin's hand. She didn't seem too concerned about the crisis. After hearing these words, the originally gloomy faces of the crowd relaxed a bit. Their words were no longer as solemn as before, and they began to discuss when Han Shuo would return, as well as the dangerous situation just now. Although Han Hao didn't say anything, everyone naturally treated him as their pillar of support. His accurate judgment had played a crucial role in informing Han Tu of the rescue operation as soon as possible. That was why they were able to bring the key figures to this place. Don't be too optimistic. Prepare for the worst, Han Hao said calmly. He glanced at Han Jin and Andrina and said, there are currently 7 overgod experts in Pandemonium. Daka, Dagmar, and Acer are temporarily trapped, but once Miller and the others figure out the situation in Pandemonium and get the 3 of them out, I believe that the 7 overgods, including Asura, will be able to break this secret chamber defenses for long. Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. It was as if they had just realized just how many terrifying enemies the Pandemonium had. However, other than Miller, Isaiah, and Regis, there was also Daka, Dagmar, Acer, and even Asura, who had yet to be seen. Every single one of them was an overgod. If they did not work together, the secret room might have been able to hold on for a while longer. However, once the 7 of them struck out together, the terrifying power would be unimaginable. No matter how much confidence they had in Han Shuo, they didn't think that the secret chamber would be able to withstand the combined attacks of all 7 overgods. Brother, what do we do? Han Jin cried out. I'm thinking. Han Hao slowly sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes in silence, his brows furrowed. Regis and Isaiah led their men to clear out any Han family guards that hadn't escaped. They then headed straight for the secret chamber where Han Hao and the others were. Only the core members of the Han family were allowed to stay in the underground palace. Apart from them, there were only a small number of guards in charge of communications. As such, apart from the core members of the Han family who had come from the profound continent, there weren't many guards in the underground palace. Regis and Isaiah had only killed a few dozen guards after searching the place. They were very curious as to why the Han family only had so many guards at their disposal. What he didn't know was that most of the House of Han's guards were in the mountains outside the Pandemonium. As soon as the underground palace was in danger, Han Hao and the others hid in the secret chamber and sent word to their guards. The Han family guards in the mountains immediately followed the path metal elite zombie had opened up and hid in the mountains further away. Even Regis and Isaiah couldn't penetrate the boundaries on the mountains with their souls, so they didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. After Regis and Isaiah roamed the underground palace for a while, Miller quietly appeared. When the 3 gathered, Regis smiled and asked, did he bring you in? Miller smiled and nodded. Yes. How's the situation? The important figures should be gathered together. Haha, that's good. We don't have to search one by one anymore, Isaiah said as he pointed in a direction above his head. Isaiah pointed in a direction above his head. They're all over there. The stronger the defenses, the easier it is to see. Daka, Dagmar, and Aser are all in Tonai. When Asura brought me here, he said he got the news from them, Miller said with admiration. Miller's face was full of admiration. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that this place had so many tricks up its sleeves. It was actually able to trap Daka, Dagmar, and Aser at the same time. Unbelievable. Yeah, it's a good thing we pretended to be Asura's men and snuck in. Otherwise, we might have been trapped like Daka and the others. That Brian really is an amazing person. Regis also sighed with deep emotion. What about Daka, Dagmar, and Aser? Miller thought for a moment before asking Isaiah, a cultivator of the arcane of earth. This operation was mainly planned by Isaiah and Asura, so he would listen to Isaiah's opinion on important matters. What does that have to do with us? Isaiah laughed. They walked into the trap themselves. We didn't set them up, so why should we save them? Isaiah clearly had no intention of getting the three out. Miller and Regis exchanged glances and nodded with a smile. It seemed like they agreed with Isaiah's decision. Let's go take a look at where they're hiding. Remember, before Brian shows up, we can't kill anyone. This pandemonium is too interesting. The three of us will be in charge of it in the future. We have to force Brian to tell us all the secrets of this place before we get rid of them. Isaiah laughed. Of course. Miller and Regis burst into laughter. One of the main reasons why they wanted to deal with the pandemonium was because of its miraculous defenses. A fortress that could trap three overgods, Daka, Dagmar, and Aser, was far more valuable to them than the Omphalos itself. As far as they were concerned, the God Hunter Alliance was destined to win the war against the Fringe from the very beginning. Before the battle even started, they had already thought about how they would divide the land after taking over the Fringe. It was foreseeable that in the future, the Fringe would be filled with factions led by the 12 God Hunter Alliances. The God Hunter Alliance wasn't a tightly knit group. Their main goal was to increase their strength and convenience as much as possible. With that, Pandemonium, with its incredible defenses and treacherous movements, would become a treasure trove for them. With Pandemonium, even if they were to fall out with other factions in the future, they would be invincible. As such, they had to take over Pandemonium first. Soon, the three of them arrived at the secret room Han Hao and the others were in. Colorful light shone from the walls. At a glance, the walls looked like they were made of glass. They looked gorgeous and didn't look like earthen walls at all. Strands of strange energy flowed through the patterns on the walls like flowing water, giving off an aura of rejection. Just as the three approached the secret room, they felt a gentle energy pushing them out. Even Regis, Miller, and Miller, who were overgods, couldn't help but take a few steps back. Suddenly, their faces lit up with excitement. It's amazing. Asura didn't lie to me. Isaiah laughed heartily and said, no wonder Asura would betray Brian to work with us. I think he's been coveting this place for a long time. Humans are greedy. Anyone who comes here will want to take everything for themselves. This trip was well worth it. Regis looked ahead in surprise and carefully sensed the various powers contained in the wall. He had an eager expression on his face as he said, I can't wait. Let me try first. Isaiah and Miller looked at each other and smiled, taking a few steps back so that Regis could do as he pleased. Bolts of lightning converged together, gradually forming an incomparably thick bolt of lightning. Under Regis's control, it crashed into the shining earthen wall in front of him. A deafening sound came from within. The power of thunder and lightning was suddenly released, and then disappeared without a trace in an instant. Amazing! Regis cried out in surprise. He could feel that the earthen wall, which contained a strange power, had only caved in a little under the lightning attack of 80% of his power. Then it returned to its original state in an instant. How surprising, Miller nodded. Millet nodded. His eyes flashed, and an incomparably large wind blade streaked across the sky. There was a crisp crack, as the wind element and divine power condensed into a giant wind blade shattered inch by inch. There's a strange power in the wall that can destroy elemental structures. That Brian fellow really is a genius. I wonder where he learned such a strange power. Isaiah explained after a moment of testing, closing his eyes in thought. Haha. According to the information we received, he'll be back soon. Yes, with Asura as our chess piece and the House of Han, we can take our time to play him. When we get all the secrets of Pandemonium out of him, not even Daka and the others will be able to break free. Isaiah was overjoyed. The more mysterious and unexpected the Pandemonium was, the happier he was. In his heart, the Pandemonium was already his. Come, let's give it a try. No matter what kind of defense it is, it needs the support of energy. I don't think there's any defense that can last forever under our repeated attacks. Miller thought for a moment before saying with a serious expression. This was an unchanging truth since time immemorial. All defensive barriers and seals required the support of energy. This energy could be provided by the energy crystals in the energy towers, or by the divine energy or elemental energy left behind by the caster. But no matter how strong the defense was, every attack would deplete the energy source. Once the energy source was depleted, the defense would be broken no matter how strong it was. Miller, Regis, and Isaiah clearly knew that. After some preparation, they attacked one after another, combining lightning, earth, and wind elemental attacks on the wall that Han Hao and the others were hiding in. Under the power of the trio, Phoebe, Emily, Stratholme, and the others in the secret chamber all felt the intense tremors. Deafening booms landed on the walls, causing them to tremble along with it. However, the secret chamber was powered by the natural energy that had been gathered in Pandemonium over the years. Thanks to Han Shua's meticulous setup, its defenses were shockingly strong. Miller, Isaiah, and Regis attacked the wall no less than 30 times, but they still weren't able to break through. The three of them stared at the wall in disbelief. They didn't expect that even with their overgod strength, they wouldn't be able to break through the layers of barriers on the wall, even after 10 attacks each. Stop attacking! Just as the three of them were about to persevere and continue, they heard a voice at the same time. After a while, Asura walked over with a solemn expression and explained, "The more you attack, the more strange energy surges from where Daka is imprisoned. At this rate, Daka will be able to escape very soon. Once the three of them escape, we won't be able to control Pandemonium anymore." There's such a thing? Isaiah stared in shock. I can clearly feel the flow of gaseous energy from above. It's coming from where Daka is imprisoned. As you continue attacking, Daka's restraints seem to be weakening. I'm sure of it, Asura said. Isaiah, Regis, and Regis immediately stopped attacking. They were even more surprised by the layout of Pandemonium. We can put on a show now. Brian should be able to return to the Pandemonium soon, said Asura with a confident smile when he saw that Isaiah and the other two had stopped fighting. Chapter 964. After flying for a few days, Han Shua and Wasis finally arrived at a mountain peak, a few dozen miles away from the Pandemonium. Han Shua's expression changed when he looked in the direction of the Pandemonium. He immediately knew that something must have happened to the Pandemonium. All of Tanai's formations were created by Han Shua, so he knew exactly what each formation did. Just by looking at it from afar, Han Shua could sense that something was amiss from the abnormal flow of the Yuan Qi in Tanai. The Sky Annihilation Formation and the Central Secret Chamber that controlled all of Tanai's formations were giving off strong Yuan Qi undulations. The Sky Annihilation Formation indicated that a terrifying expert had entered Tanai, while the Central Secret Chamber indicated that the Han family had encountered irresistible danger. Otherwise, the secret chamber wouldn't have been activated. Han Shua felt a chill run down his spine. He wanted to enter the Pandemonium as soon as possible to see what was going on. Brian, is there a problem? Wasis noticed that something was wrong with Han Shua and quickly caught up to him. Wazer's question caused Han Hao to slow down for a moment. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He calmed himself down and calmed his mind. He calmed himself down and calmed his mind. After a series of thoughts, he calmed himself down and calmed himself down. Something must have happened to the Pandemonium. However, the most powerful secret chamber I set up still has Yuan Qi undulations. That means that the final layer of defense hasn't been destroyed yet. Han Shua didn't rush into the Pandemonium. Instead, he calmly explained to Wasis, "I'm certain that Daka and the others have entered the Pandemonium. However, given the Pandemonium's defenses, they shouldn't have been able to break through in such a short period of time. They shouldn't have the power to force my people to open the Central Secret Chamber. Something is wrong." No one knew the power of Tanai's formations better than Han Shuo. Back in the battle at the Misty Sea, Han Shuo had tested the power of Daka and the others. Based on his understanding of the three, he didn't think that they could break through the Pandemonium's defenses in such a short period of time. It was precisely because of this confidence that Han Shuo left the Pandemonium and headed to Glacial Peak to rescue Wuxia. Could it be that there are other enemies? Weiser asked tentatively after a moment's thought. He was very confident in his words. That shouldn't be possible. Han Shuo pondered for a moment and said, apart from our own people, no one can enter Tanai without permission. Everything will be clear once we go in. Han Shuo nodded and prepared to enter the Pandemonium as Wuxia suggested. Suddenly a faint aura came from afar. Han Shuo's heart thumped, and he immediately released an extremely weak strand of aura from his consciousness. Faint soul undulations emanated from his body. Who are you contacting? Wuxia was stunned. The unique soul undulations from Han Shuo were extremely well hidden. If he were to stick close to Han Shuo, he definitely wouldn't be able to detect it. Wuxia, who was an overgod, knew that this was an extremely secretive method of communication between experts. Only when the two of them had a tacit understanding of each other's soul undulations would they be able to sense each other within a certain distance. Wait a moment. Han Shuo waved his hand and brought Wuxia to a secluded corner of the mountain peak. He gestured for Wuxia to wait with him. Wuxia was puzzled. He didn't understand why Han Shuo would have the time to wait at such a crucial moment. He tried to guess the identity of the intruder. Could it be that he had hidden some pawns among Daka, Dagmar, and Acer? Who could it be? Since when did he have anything to do with Daka's god hunters? Just as Weiser was trying to figure out what was going on, a faint electric spark appeared in a cluster of dark clouds and suddenly descended before Han Shuo. A figure gradually appeared in front of him. Salus! Wuxia! The two of them exclaimed simultaneously as though they were facing a great enemy. Frost aura and lightning bolts were released as though they were about to fight to the death. We're on the same side. Han Shuo waved his hand to stop them from acting rashly. He suddenly appeared between the two of them and said, don't be surprised. We're on the same side. Neither Salus nor Wuxia knew of the other's existence. Before they met, they thought of each other as enemies. So the moment they saw each other, they immediately drew their swords. No matter how I guessed, I never expected it to be you. For the first time, Wuxia smiled wryly. Brian, I can't believe you even dragged Salus down with you. This is really surprising. Brian, I have to say you're really terrifying. Han Shuo had defeated Salus, seized his position in the fringe, and destroyed his foundation in Empyrean Peak. No matter how one looked at it, the two of them had an irreconcilable hatred for each other. There was no doubt about that. Yet, the two of them were actually working together in secret. If Wuxia hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if someone presented him with proof. I'm also very curious. You didn't even give Tyre any face. Why would you leave Glacial Peak to come here? Salus was equally shocked. He looked at Wuxia with an odd expression, then at Han Shuo. Shaking his head, he said with a bitter smile, no wonder you can do so well in the fringe. I'm finally convinced of my defeat today. One was Wuxia and the other was Salus. The two sovereigns of the fringe sincerely expressed their admiration for each other. Let's not talk about this. Han Shuo didn't get complacent. The crisis in Pandemonium made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He hurriedly asked Salus, you've been lurking around Daka all this time. What's going on? As he spoke, the demon general in Han Shuo's body had already sneaked into Pandemonium. However, the demon general could only see the current situation, and couldn't see everything that had happened in Tanai. So Han Shuo needed news from Salus. First Daka, Dagmar, and Acer entered Pandemonium. Everything they did was within our expectations. They're trapped inside just as you predicted. Salus briefly explained the situation of Daka, Dagmar, and Acer before continuing. However, you probably didn't expect that after Daka, Dagmar, and Acer, Miller, Isaiah, and Regis would also come to the fringe, right? What's going on? Han Shuo's expression changed to one of shock. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I'm certain that Isaiah and the others didn't enter Pandemonium like Daka and the others did. Instead, they entered Tanai's underground palace. Salas thought for a moment before he suddenly looked Han Shuo in the eye and said solemnly, "You must have no idea who brought them into the Han family's underground palace, right?" "It's Asura," Han Shuo shouted coldly. Regis, Sayant and Miller's target was Asura. Their sudden appearance in Pandemonium definitely has something to do with Asura. Given the tight defenses of Pandemonium, they definitely wouldn't have been able to enter without someone they know leading the way. Upon hearing that, Salas was taken aback. He smiled bitterly and said, "How did you guess that? Damn it, it seems like you've been wary of Asura for a long time now." Daka, Dagmar, Acer, Isaiah, Miller, Regis and Asura. A total of 7 overgods are in Tanai. Han Shua's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. "Let's plan this out carefully. This battle isn't going to be easy. Thankfully, this is Pandemonium, my territory. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have a 10% chance of winning. Daka and the others are still trapped. Isaiah and the others haven't gotten rid of them yet. In fact, we only need to deal with Isaiah, Asura, and Isaiah." Salas said. "That makes things much easier. If we grasp this point, it will be much easier to act." Han Shua's expression relaxed. After a moment of silence, he said to Wasis and Salas, "Don't show yourselves for now. I'll go take a look. I'm sure Asura thinks I don't know what's going on and might plot against me. I'll do as he wishes." The 3 of them discussed for a while and settled on a general plan of action. Then Salas and Wasis went into hiding, leaving Han Shua to go to Pandemonium alone. He's here. Asura and Tanai exclaimed. "He's finally here." Isaiah and the others were overjoyed. They had waited for so long for their master to arrive. From their point of view, Han Shua's arrival meant that they would be able to grasp all the secrets of Pandemonium and truly own it. "He definitely hasn't suspected me yet." Asura smiled and said, "We can put on a good show. As long as I can gain his trust, I can catch him off guard and severely injure him. With the help of the 3 of you, we can completely subdue him and threaten him with the lives of his family members. He'll definitely reveal some of Tanai's secrets. Then what are we waiting for?" Isaiah laughed. Asura didn't say anything else and immediately left. He flew into one of Tanai's misty regions and inflicted some light injuries on himself before fleeing in a panic. Isaiah and the others were hot on his heels, as though they were determined to take Asura down. "That's quite a good show." Han Shua, who had just entered the Pandemonium, smirked. With one thought, a large formation in the Pandemonium shifted from a few miles away to Isaiah Road. The demonic formation appeared so abruptly that it enveloped Asura in an instant. "Oh, Asura!" Acer, the overgod of darkness who had been trapped in the demonic formation for a whole day, suddenly noticed that there was an extra person inside. When he looked closely, he realized that it was Asura, one of the 5 sovereigns. "Ah!" cried Asura. His face was filled with astonishment and bewilderment. He yelled, "Why are you here?" "That's what I wanted to ask you." Acer smirked and immediately attacked the confused Asura. In his opinion, Asura was helping Han Shua deal with him, so he had to make the first move. Chapter 965. Asura couldn't say anything about it. Even if he did say that he was working with Isaiah and the others, he wouldn't be able to stop Acer. The God Hunter Alliance wasn't united, and Isaiah and Daka weren't on the same side. He was extremely frustrated. He didn't know if he'd made a mistake. He just couldn't figure out how he'd ended up trapped in Acer's seal. The scene he'd been planning for a long time didn't play out. Acer had him pinned down, making it impossible for him to escape. Around them, the towering stone pillars would shoot out beams of cold light that would numb their limbs when they landed on them. Often, they wouldn't be able to dodge in time and would be hit by the sudden attack. One wrong move and they would lose everything. All of Asura's arrangements had been rendered useless. By the time Isaiah, Regis, and Miller arrived, they had lost track of Asura. They spread their divine souls but couldn't find anything. "Go back." Isaiah's expression suddenly changed as he realized something was wrong. Regis and Miller exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Without another word, the 3 hegemons who'd planned on working with Asura to ambush Han Shua turned around and flew back to the secret chamber with the colorful walls. Regis and the others understood that as long as they could hold the place, no matter how many tricks Han Shua had up his sleeves, he would have to return to the secret chamber to help the Han family escape. As long as they could make use of that, they wouldn't have to worry about Han Shuo not giving in. Given their strength, they were confident that they could keep Han Shuo here, even without Asora's sneak attack. Soon the three returned to the secret chamber. We don't have to worry about him not coming. Isaiah smirked confidently. We don't have to run around outside. If even Asora met with misfortune, he must have a trump card up his sleeve. Let's conserve our energy and wait for his arrival. Regis and Miller smiled without the slightest nervousness. The way they saw it, the battle was still under their control. Father is here. In the spacious secret chamber, Little Skull Han Hao's expression suddenly changed. This secret room was sealed by layers of power. The power attached to the walls was very strange. Not only could it isolate most divine power attacks, but it could also effectively prevent souls from peeping. It was precisely because of this that the 5 elite zombies, whose soul realm was inferior to Han Hao's, were unable to sense Han Shua's arrival. Even at this moment, the 5 were still nervously preparing to activate the penta-elemental undead formation at all costs once the secret chamber's defenses were destroyed. They would continue to strive for the safety of the Han family. Hearing Han Hao, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly say such a thing, the gloomy people in the secret room suddenly became spirited, and joy immediately rippled from the corners of everyone's mouth. Everything will be fine. Han Hao stood up from his cross-legged position and tightened his grip on the bone spear in his hand. He turned to Andrina, who was leisurely munching on energy crystal fragments, and asked, "You can trap an overgod and prevent him from attacking anyone for a short period of time?" A fist-sized energy crystal had its corner bitten off by Angelina, and she was chewing on it vigorously. Hearing this, Angelina giggled and nodded vigorously. "Of course. Get ready. We will leave together in a moment." Han Hao went to Han Jin and the others and said, "Only the 5 of you can send the 2 of us out together. Listen for my signal and send me and Andrina out as soon as possible. I have contacted Father." "All right." Han Jin nodded. He then looked at Andrina, who was still chewing on the energy crystal, and said softly, "Be careful. I know I'll be fine." Andrina rolled her eyes at Han Hao and giggled. "You should worry more about him." Han Jin chuckled and said, "Big brother will be fine." ******. Hearty laughter suddenly rang through the sky as a majestic figure walked through the air, not letting Isaiah and the others down. Looking at the 3 who were on guard, Han Shuo smiled and said, "You've all come all the way to my pandemonium. It's truly touching. It's a pity that I wasn't in Tanai, so I wasn't able to properly entertain you. Please forgive me." Isaiah bowed towards Han Shuo from afar and said with a smile, "You're too kind. I'm flattered that the 3 of you think so highly of me," Han Shuo said with a smile. Standing on Tanai's round platform with the cauldron of myriad demon on it, Han Shuo first sensed the flow of energy in Tanai before saying, "What do you want? As long as I, Tanai, have it, I will give it to you with both hands." "Good." Isaiah laughed heartily and looked around. He then pointed at the strange formations and said, "As long as you tell us the secrets of Tanai, I guarantee that I will personally escort you and your Han family out of the pandemonium." "Oh." Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before saying awkwardly, "Isn't it a little too unkind to chase the host away? Brian, you're no longer in charge of the pandemonium. The Fringe will be the God Hunter Alliance's territory sooner or later. With your intelligence, you should be able to tell that this is the way things are. If you leave now, no one will say that you're a coward. They'll only praise you for seeing the bigger picture." Miller's voice was erratic as his body swayed a little, putting some distance between him and Isaiah. Lightning flashed in Regis's eyes as he casually took a few steps to the left and stopped at a distance that he felt was appropriate. Isaiah, Miller, and Regis surrounded Han Shuo in a triangular formation. They didn't attack immediately, but their auras were locked onto Han Shuo. Judging from the current situation, as long as Han Shuo said the word no, a thunderous bombardment would descend upon him like an avalanche. Miller and Regis' subtle changes in position naturally didn't escape Han Shuo's eyes. Contrary to their expectations, Han Shuo merely smiled faintly at the encirclement of Miller and Regis. He didn't immediately change his position to avoid the encirclement. Miller and Regis felt that something was amiss, but after thinking about it carefully, they realized that Han Shua's actions were a sign of compromise. It meant that he had chosen to surrender for the sake of his wife and child. Isaiah looked at Han Shua in silence. Seeing that Han Shua hadn't resisted and had even exposed himself to the three of them, he felt relieved. It was only natural that he thought that Han Shua had made the right choice. But right at that moment, Han Shua suddenly turned hostile. Before the smile on Isaiah's face could fade, a gigantic palm appeared above them. It was the size of a mountain and was filled with flesh and blood, so much so that even the veins on its palm could be seen clearly. However, the terrifying killing intent it exuded was enough to make one kneel down involuntarily. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the sky being torn apart came from above as the gigantic palm pressed down, covering the entire area and descending upon the three like a mountain. Damn! Regis cursed and immediately retreated. Isaiah and Miller's expressions changed as well. They suddenly realized that the smiling Han Shua wasn't someone to be trifled with. Sensing the terrifying pressure coming from above, the two didn't dare to stay behind and tried to escape in three different directions like Regis. The encirclement they'd formed against Han Shua immediately collapsed. I'll show you if I'm still in charge of this valley. Han Shua stood there like a mountain, laughing as he watched Isaiah and the others flee. All of a sudden, the gigantic palm split into three and chased after Isaiah and the other two. The three's expressions changed abruptly. They felt a strong sense of danger from Han Shua. He stood in place, unmoving, while the giant palm that had split into three seemed to have become Han Shua's tentacles, firmly locking onto Regis and the others. No matter how they dodged, they couldn't escape the pressure of the giant palm. If they were anywhere else, Han Shua wouldn't have been able to tear apart their encirclement in one move and force them to flee. However, this was pandemonium, and Tanai was one with Han Shua's consciousness. Here he was 30% stronger than he was at his peak. Back when his demonic arts had just reached the Skybreak realm, he was already able to force Salus to retreat. Now that he was in the pandemonium and was in Tanai's domain, his strength wasn't something Isaiah and the others could imagine. Destroy it! Isaiah suddenly shouted. Regis and Miller moved to Isaiah's side, and the three of them attacked at the same time, slamming into the palm above their heads. A dull rumble sounded from pandemonium as Regis, Miller, and Isaiah combined their strength to attack the palm above Saiyant's head. Rumble! Rumble! Powerful energy fluctuations surged out from the top of the heads of the three of them. Even the Han family members in the secret room at the center of the power ceiling formation could feel the tremendous rumbling and the violent shaking of the earth. One of the giant palms disappeared, and the other two palms also disappeared in an instant like illusions. Isaiah and the others heaved a sigh of relief. If their combined attack hadn't been able to disperse the power of the palm above their heads, they would have immediately abandoned all operations in pandemonium and fled as far as they could. Han Shua chuckled. If not for the fact that he still needed the Sky Annihilation formation to imprison Daka, he wouldn't have been able to disperse that attack so easily. As expected of the three hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance. Impressive. Han Shua smiled and nodded. Since that's the case, I know what to do. Alright, let's begin. What do you want to know first? I'll tell you everything I know. Chapter 966. Isaiah and the other two were stunned. They had planned to take down Han Shua in one fell swoop, but when they saw his sudden change in attitude, they couldn't help but be stunned. I was just testing the three of you to see if I could protect my wife and children without losing pandemonium. After trying it out, I realized that the three of you were indeed extraordinary. Therefore, I had no choice but to dispel my wild hopes and cooperate with you. Han Shua explained with a wry smile. Isaiah and the other two looked at each other. Even though they didn't attack Han Shua right away, they didn't dare to trust Han Shua anymore. After exchanging glances, Isaiah and the other two didn't surround Han Shua from three different directions. Instead, they stood face to face with Han Shua. Since Han Shua was able to break through their encirclement in an instant, they realized that Tanai wouldn't be able to surround Han Shua in pandemonium, so they decided not to waste their energy. Brian, you're much stronger than we expected. However, I believe that you were able to break through our encirclement in an instant because of the unique geography of pandemonium, Isaiah said solemnly. Isaiah's expression was solemn, but even if you can escape from the three of us, You won't be able to take the House of Han with you. You'd better tell us what we need, or we'll kill everyone in the secret room at all costs. I can tell that the defensive power of the secret room is connected to the seal that imprisoned Daka. If not for the fact that we wanted to talk to you, we would have broken through the secret room long ago. If the three of them were to come out of the seal, there'd be no way for us to negotiate. Your Han family would be doomed. Regis was caught off guard by Han Shua's sudden attack. He broke out in a cold sweat and was naturally displeased. Don't force us to do that, Miller interjected. Understood. Han Shua smiled bitterly and raised his hand to show that he understood. I'll let you get what you want. Tell me, what exactly do you want to know? What do you want? Seeing Han Shua so cooperative, Isaiah smiled and nodded. It's simple. We just need information about this valley. All the seals, barriers, and energy towers, as well as the details of the seals imprisoning Daka, Dagmar, and Acer. Oh, is that so? Han Shua pondered for a moment before he readily agreed. No problem. We will be leaving the fringe anyway. There's no harm in leaving this place to you. That's right. Isaiah was very happy. He shot a look at Regis and Miller, telling them to be careful of Han Shua in case he turned hostile again. With their previous experience, the three of them no longer dared to easily trust Han Shua. From their point of view, Han Shua, who had turned his back on them, was too dangerous and he had enough strength. If they were not careful, one of them could be seriously injured, and all of their plans would be for naught. Come with me. I'll take you to a place. You will find everything you desire in that place, Han Shua suddenly said after thinking for a moment. He then started walking towards the exit as he spoke. Wait! Isaiah called out. When Han Shua turned to look at him in surprise, Isaiah laughed dryly. This valley of yours is a little strange. Even Daka was imprisoned here. We wouldn't dare go anywhere with you. It's here. We can only do it here. We have something we can use to obtain your memories. Regis and Miller didn't move a muscle, but their eyes were fixed on Han Shua. They were on their guard, afraid that Han Shua would suddenly attack in the next moment. Oh! Han Shua was taken aback, but he quickly smiled and nodded. All right. What do you have that can obtain my memories? This is it, the soul sphere. Isaiah slowly took out a light purple sphere the size of a fist. Its surface was as smooth as purple jade, and the center of it was shrouded in mist. The soul sphere was a special divine item that could only be created by gods who had cultivated the power of death to an extremely high level. Within the sphere was a mysterious soul vortex that could generate powerful energy. It only had one use, and that was to obtain the memories of those who approached it. While it could obtain memories, it wasn't safe. A single mistake could damage the target's soul, or even turn them into an idiot. Han Shua's expression changed as he shook his head with a bitter smile. That won't do. The side effects of the soul sphere are too obvious. It's too dangerous. Also, if you're the one using it, I won't be able to guarantee my safety. I won't do it. Isaiah, enough with the nonsense. Regis harumphed and looked down at the secret chamber beneath them. The three of us will give it our all and ignore Daka. Destroy the secret chamber and kill all the members of the House of Han. Humph, when Daka, Dagmar, and Acer come out, there won't be anyone left alive in Tanai. Miller smiled and shot a sideways glance at Han Shua, whose expression had changed drastically. What's the point? Once the three of them come out, you won't be able to protect your wife and children no matter how powerful you are. Even you might not be able to walk out of the valley alive. Isn't it better for us to work together and be happy? Miller and Regis seemed to be playing the role of the bad guy and the good guy. The two's words seemed to have an effect. Han Shua's face darkened, and the veins on his forehead throbbed for a while. Finally, he seemed to have hardened his heart and gnashed his teeth. All right, I'll do as you say. That's good. Isaiah laughed heartily and gave Regis and Miller some instructions. He walked over to Han Shua with the soul orb, carefully guarding against Han Shua as he passed it to Han Shua. After receiving the soul orb, Han Shua's face was apprehensive. He seemed to be having an intense struggle in his heart. He was hesitant. After a while, Han Shua sighed, as if he had let go of all his stubbornness. Forget it. Forget it. Han Shua shook his head and let out a bitter sigh. He then placed the soul orb in front of him. Two extremely faint beams of soul light shot from his eyes onto the soul orb. Suddenly, the misty soul sphere abruptly blossomed with a strange soul light. Isaiah and the other two looked at each other and burst into laughter. No matter how strong you are, you'll still have to submit obediently. Regis laughed sinisterly as he suddenly appeared in front of Han Shu. Bolts of lightning appeared in his palm, interweaving into a large net that trapped Han Shu. Isaiah and Miller didn't just stand there. Laughing strangely, they came to Han Shu's side and worked together to set up a restrictive barrier around him, sealing the power in Han Shu's body. The moment the soul orb absorbs all his memories will be the moment of his death. Isaiah heaved a sigh of relief and said smugly, "We've already done something to this soul sphere. Once it's connected to the soul, no one other than a god will be able to break free of the soul's power. Sigh, what a poor young genius. He's been ruined by the three of us. Put away your fake compassion." Miller felt funny. He looked at the strange curve in the soul ball, which had the energy fluctuation of the memory. He said contentedly, "This trip is worth it. Haha, with this ravine and the memory in his head, not only can we know the power Upanishad he cultivated, but we can also build a similar ravine in another place." Isaiah and Miller laughed heartily, immensely pleased with themselves. A cry of surprise came from the distance, and a cold expression appeared on Wasis's face. Looking at Han Shu, who had been affected by the soul orb's power and bound by the layers of barriers, Wasis's expression changed drastically. "What did you do to Brian?" "Wasis, was it?" Isaiah chuckled at him. "This has nothing to do with you. If you leave the valley immediately, run as far as you can, we won't care. Oh, and remember to bring your subordinates from Glacial Peak with you, because it won't be long before we take over this place." Miller and Regis snickered, not taking Wasis seriously at all. From their point of view, Wasis was far from their match. If not for the fact that they had to keep an eye on Han Shu, they wouldn't mind spending a bit more effort to keep Wasis in the valley forever. "Wasis, where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, another loud shout rang out from the fog in the distance, and a majestic figure gradually appeared. It was Sokka's. Wasis's expression turned cold. "Salus, you're also a sovereign of the Fringe. Why are you helping the God Hunter Alliance against us? Since when do you think I'm someone important?" Salus sneered. "Damn it, the moment I left the Fringe, you gave everything that belonged to me to that brat. I've been in the Fringe for so many years, and you despicable bastards don't even care about old friendships. Since that's the case, why should I care about you?" As he cursed, Salus attacked Wasis mercilessly. "Haha, so Salus is here too." Isaiah obviously knew about Salus and the relationship between Salus and Daka, so the three weren't surprised to see Salus go after Wasis. Miller and Regis, however, found it interesting and watched as Salus and Wasis fought. Miller asked Salus, "Do you want us to help you take care of this guy? That would be for the best." Salus laughed. "Damn it, those bastards from Daka were tricked by Brian and now they're blaming me for it. I've already broken off all ties with them. If you don't mind, I'm willing to help you deal with Daka." As he spoke, Salus pushed Wasis towards Isaiah and the others. Chapter 967. That's great. Isaiah was moved. If Salus was willing to go with them, their chances of victory against Daka and the other two would greatly increase. The three of them knew that Tanai's barrier wouldn't be able to trap the three of them for long. They had to be prepared in advance so that they wouldn't lose. At the thought of that, Isaiah gestured to Miller and Regis to help Salus get rid of Wasis as soon as possible. While Wasis alone wouldn't be able to affect their plan much, an enemy over God wasn't a good idea. It would be best if they could kill him. "Haha, Wasis, I told you to leave earlier but you wouldn't listen. You can't blame us for this." Regis let out a long laugh and suddenly flew out from Isaiah and Miller's side, shooting a bolt of lightning towards the approaching Wazer. Both Regis and Sokka's cultivated in the energy of thunder and lightning. The pincer attack from the front and the back immediately put Wazer in a difficult position. Miller narrowed his eyes. He wasn't in a rush to join the fray. Instead, he slowly moved in a certain direction. That direction was the only way for Wasis to escape. Miller's eyes were extremely sinister, and he firmly blocked his escape route. A hint of panic flashed across Wazer's eyes. He seemed to have become timid under the pincer attack of the three. The icy aura emanating from his body dissipated, and so did his aura. The smile on Regis' face grew even more cheerful. He could not help but look down on Wazer. An overgod who could not abandon everything in battle was nothing to be afraid of even if he had reached this realm. With that in mind, Regis no longer treated Wazer as an expert of the same level as him. His palm flashed with a dazzling bolt of lightning, forcing Wazer to dodge in panic. He was at a loss as to what to do. At that moment, Salis, who had been staring intently at Wasis, turned into a streak of light and slammed into Wasis. The thick bolt of lightning on his arm struck Wasis's chest, causing Wasis to spit out a mouthful of blood. "He, Wasis, to think you'd have such a day." Salis smirked as he struck Wasis's chest with his thick arm. His fist stuck close to Wasis's chest, and the immense force sent Wasis flying towards Regis. "Send him on his last journey, Regis." Salis sneered at Wasis. Regis was facing Wasis's back, while Wasis and Salis were stuck close together. From the lightning bolts shooting out of Wasis's body, it was obvious that he was heavily injured and had temporarily lost the ability to fight back. "All right," Regis answered readily, thinking that Wasis was only a so-so. He hadn't expected his defenses to be broken so quickly. Isaiah glanced at the sky, a look of surprise on his face. He hadn't expected Wasis to be so easily defeated by Salis and Regis. On the other side, Miller was smiling coldly. He was no longer on guard. It was obvious that Wasis was on the verge of collapse, and there was no need for him to guard Wasis's only escape route. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A bone-chilling mist suddenly flew out from Wazer's back and enveloped the defenseless Regis in the blink of an eye. Just as Regis was about to deal Wazer a fatal blow, his body was suddenly covered in a layer of ice. It was as though he had turned into a giant ice statue. Wisps of cold air emanated from his body. Not good. Isaiah was shocked. He could no longer care about Han Shuo, who was being absorbed by the soul sphere, and hurriedly flew into the sky. Miller's expression changed as well. Knowing that something was wrong, he charged at Regis, shouting, "Salis, you're courting death." "He!" Sokka's strange laughter rang out. It was a sinister and proud laugh. Suddenly, Wasis, who had been coughing up blood, turned around and tilted his body slightly, revealing Salis. A giant icicle appeared out of nowhere, stabbing into the frozen Regis. At the same time, Salis attacked, and a huge bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking Regis's head. Crack! Crack! Crisp cracking sounds came from Regis's bones, and blood spurted out from the joints of his hands and feet. When the ice on his body shattered, Regis's eyes had lost their color, and 2 streams of blood flowed down his neck and into his chest. Regis had lost all ability to fight with that one strike. "Salis, you're tired of living." Isaiah howled as the power of the earth poured into his arm. In an instant, his arm became 5,000 kilograms heavier, giving off the feeling of a mountain. "Who's tired of living? You'll know soon enough." Salis sneered. He glanced at Wasis, who was wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. "Who should I do first?" "Miller," Wasis said coldly. Without hesitation, Salis and Wasis flew out at the same time, heading straight for Miller. Miller trained in the wind element, and was more agile than the other two when it came to dodging and attacking. While he was a second slower than Isaiah, he was actually closer to Salis. Despicable bastards. How could you win without sneak attacks? Miller's expression was dark, and he slowed down after saying that. He didn't rashly clash with Wasis and Isaiah first. Evidently, Regis's injury was the result of Wasis and Isaiah's sinister plan. Without their sneak attack, Regis wouldn't have lost his ability to fight so easily. As far as Miller was concerned, now that he understood the two sinister intentions, he wouldn't let them take advantage of him again. However, there were times when accidents would happen. Miller would never have guessed that the plan against the three of them was actually one after another, interlocking with each other. Crack! Crack! Below Millet, a corner of the secret chamber that was filled with multicolored light, and was as hard as iron and stone was suddenly torn. A compass sparkling with starlight and a mysterious power as vast as the Milky Way suddenly enveloped him. In that instant, Miller's soul seemed to sink into the depths of the mysterious compass, and he immediately lost control of his limbs. Not good. Miller subconsciously sensed that something was wrong. He could feel his soul sinking, as well as the threat from Wuxia and Salis. The wind element he'd painstakingly cultivated for so many years condensed at an extraordinary speed, forming layers of gray wind barriers that covered his body. A bone spear was thrown out from the secret chamber below. As soon as the bone spear was thrown out, all the elements of death in the valley trembled. It was as if the weakest elements of death in the world had been given life, dancing happily along with the trajectory of the bone spear. Splat. The bone spear pierced through Miller's wind barriers, and in the blink of an eye, it was gone. Miller was completely exposed in front of Salis and Wuxia. Dodge! Isaiah screamed, charging towards Miller as fast as he could. Suddenly, an evil, sinister, and ruthless energy was released from behind Isaiah. Shocked, Isaiah didn't have time to save Miller, and hurriedly turned around. A blood-red palm filled with murderous intent pressed down. The power of a mountain flood bursting out. The evil power sent Isaiah flying, and fresh blood rained down from his body. How is this possible? Isaiah couldn't help but fly into the distance, his face filled with shock and disbelief. In front of him was Han Shua, a sinister smile on his face. On the other hand, the other Han Shua was still imprisoned by the soul sphere on the ground beneath his feet. A scream that tore through the heavens came from Miller's mouth. At the same time, Miller's blood splattered across the sky, and he fell powerlessly to the ground. Suddenly, a slightly smaller hole suddenly split open in the secret room that contained the five-colored divine light. 3 blood-red claws appeared out of thin air, grabbing at Regis, Isaiah, and Miller at the same time, grabbing them tightly and stuffing them into the hole. As soon as the 3 entered, the hole closed up and became as smooth as a mirror, not leaving a single crack behind. Done! Han Shua grinned as he launched a sneak attack on Sayant. A ray of black light shot out from his hand towards the glowing soul sphere. Boom! The soul sphere exploded into pieces. Wisps of mysterious light dispersed from the sphere. Green light flashed in the eyes of the other Han Shua. He opened his mouth and sucked in the wisps of mysterious light. The memories that he had devoured from his soul were all regained by him, not a single bit less. The avatar smiled and turned into a faint silhouette that floated back into his main body, disappearing into his chest. Isaiah, Regis, and Miller. The 3 of you are now heroes of the God Hunter Alliance. He lowered his head to look at little skeleton who walked out of the central chamber and said, Since you want to take over the God Hunter Alliance, I will spare the lives of the 3 for now. When this war is over, we will have plenty of ways to make them submit. Thank you, Father. Little Skull was delighted. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the bone spear that had pierced through Miller's defenses. The crimson hand that had stuffed Isaiah, Regis, and Miller into the secret room suddenly transformed into strands of ki that flowed towards the sky annihilation formation that imprisoned Daka. Most of the ki in the spacious secret room flowed back into the various regions of pandemonium, leaving only a small portion in the small stone room where the 3 were imprisoned. Thank you for your hard work. I didn't expect that you 2 would be so talented in this field. Even I almost believed you, Han Shua said to Wazer and Salis after he was done with most of the business. Wuxia had a strange look on his face, as if he was embarrassed by Han Shua's praise. He pointed at Asura, who was still fighting Acer, and asked what about him? He deserves to die more than anyone. Han Shua's face turned cold. Chapter 968. At the center of the dozen or so stone pillars was a dense and cold mist. While Asura dealt with Acer's desperate attacks, he carefully observed the stone pillars around him, fearing that they would release more energy and obstruct his escape route. Asura felt extremely helpless. He really couldn't understand why he would suddenly fall into this area and why he would run into Acer. His plan against Han Shua was completely useless now. He had no choice but to face Acer's desperate attacks. At the center of this strange formation, the strength of the 2 of them was restrained. Every time they fought with their lives on the line, the surrounding 10+ towering stone pillars would suddenly release strands of strange energy, causing their bodies to tense up, and they would usually be seized by the other party to suffer a strike. After a while, Asura and Aser, who were evenly matched, had more or less bloody wounds on their bodies. Half of their injuries were from their opponent's attacks, while the other half were from the bloody light that shot out from the stone pillars. Asura didn't want to continue fighting Aser. From the beginning, he had been trying to find a way out of the formation. Unfortunately, the formation was indeed miraculous, and Aser was relentless in his pursuit. He couldn't focus all his energy on that. Therefore, even though he wanted to leave, he couldn't do it. Aser, I don't want to fight with you anymore. Don't keep pestering me. Asura sent a ray of light into the ground. Another 2 earthen giants formed from the energy of the earth stood up and stood in front of Asura like a small hill. Aser, who was hidden in the boundless darkness, groaned. Asura, you are a sovereign of the fringe and have a very good relationship with the master of Pandemonium, Brian. Once you leave this place, you will immediately ally with Brian to deal with me. Asura, do you really think I'm stupid? Asura smiled bitterly. He wanted to explain that he no longer had anything to do with Han Shuo, but he also felt that it wouldn't be appropriate to tell Aser about this before he could frame Han Shuo. Besides, he also felt that even if he said that he had betrayed Han Shuo, Aser wouldn't necessarily believe him. That was why Asura was hesitating. Seeing that Asura didn't say anything, Aser's attacks became even more ferocious. The surging dark energy was like his tentacles, waving towards Asura. He released all his energy in an attempt to injure Asura, and then leave this place. It was at this moment that the ghostly images carved on the surrounding stone pillars seemed to come to life. Under the dense dark energy, they suddenly started wailing and wailing. The shrill ear-piercing sound was so terrifying that it made one shudder. Asura and Aser immediately sensed the changes in the stone pillars. Their expressions changed slightly. Since the start of the battle, although the surrounding stone pillars had been affecting them from time to time, the effects weren't particularly fierce. Therefore, the battle between the two could continue. The ghostly images suddenly howled and caused the stone pillars to erupt with an extremely cold and sinister energy. This energy made Asura and Aser feel a strong sense of threat. The two looked at each other and seemed to realize something at the same time. The two temporarily put some distance between themselves, not in a hurry to continue fighting. A tall figure gradually appeared behind one of the towering stone pillars. Suddenly, the power of the 17 towering stone pillars seemed to have found a point of convergence and surged towards the blurry figure. Great, you're finally here. Asura shouted in pleasant surprise. It's great that you're all right. I was being chased by Isaiah and the others and was planning to retreat for a while. I didn't expect to fall into this place and run into Aser. Asura could sense that the newcomer was Han Shuo. Aser's expression changed and his heart went cold. He already had trouble dealing with Asura alone, and now he had to deal with the master of this place. He realized that he was in big trouble. As expected, the figure behind the stone pillar finally became clear. It was indeed Han Shuo. Asura, are you all right? Han Shuo immediately asked with a concerned look on his face. Asura was overjoyed. He didn't notice anything wrong with Han Shuo's attitude, so he naturally thought that his identity hadn't been exposed. I'm fine. Haha, you're here at the right time. Let's work together to kill Aser. Asura said with a laugh after secretly heaving a sigh of relief. That's exactly what I was thinking. Han Shuo readily agreed and immediately dashed towards Aser, who was hidden in the boundless darkness. The dozen or so stone pillars suddenly burst with blinding light. The blinding light was like a sharp weapon that could tear through anything. It actually tore apart the boundless darkness formed by Aser's domain of divinity, revealing Aser's figure. Asura felt even more delighted. He took a quick glance at Han Shuo and a ferocious glint flashed across his eyes for a fleeting moment. Here I come. Asura laughed heartily. His body flickered and dust flew into the air. Earth divine energy instantly gathered on his body, making him as heavy as a mountain. Asura, who was walking towards Aser step by step, gave off a strong sense of oppression, as though a mountain was pressing down on one's head. Aser sighed inwardly at his bad luck. This time he was being attacked from both front and back. If he wasn't in the center of the formation, Aser could have taken the opportunity to escape. But Aser, who had been trapped here for a long time, knew very well the wonders of this place. He knew that he wouldn't be able to escape in a short period of time. Seeing that Asura and Han Shua were about to pincer him, Acer threw away all distracting thoughts and suddenly turned to face Han Shua. Having fought with Asura for a long time, Acer had a certain level of understanding of Asura's strength. He believed that even if Asura's attack landed on him, he would be able to withstand it. However, the power Han Shua displayed the moment he appeared was just too terrifying. Acer wasn't confident that he could handle Han Shua's attack. Haha, Acer, you should have expected this day to come when you wanted to destroy my pandemonium. Han Shua let out a long laugh before his body flickered and suddenly disappeared. Acer suddenly discovered that his divine soul could no longer sense Han Shua's existence. This was no small matter, and he immediately panicked. He gave up on all his attacks, gathering layers of darkness to wrap himself up tightly. Asterisk bam. Asterisk a muffled sound suddenly came from behind him. Immediately after, a shrill scream was heard. Brian, why? Why did you attack me? Asura cried out in pain. His body was drenched in blood. Acer, who had focused all his energy on defense, was stunned. He looked at the bleeding Asura and the sneering Han Shua in confusion, not understanding what was going on. Asterisk crack. Crack. Asterisk a bizarre energy was roaming around Asura's body. His body kept producing crisp and clear cracking sounds. Soon after, even more blood flowed out from Asura's mouth and nose. While dodging Han Shua's attacks, Asura roared in anger as though he had been wronged. Asura, I've always respected you as a guide. It was you who didn't know how to appreciate it. Han Shua said coldly, his eyes as cold as ice. Since you dared to bring Isaiah, Regis, and Miller to my pandemonium, you should have known that this day would come sooner or later. What I just did is what you've always wanted to do, right? You know everything? At this point, Asura realized that Han Shua had seen through the entire incident. Han Shua nodded and said coldly, don't expect Isaiah and the others to save you. They can't even protect themselves. Impossible. Asura shrieked in disbelief. His injuries had caused him to lose his composure. Isaiah, Regis, and Miller are 3 people. I don't believe that you can subdue all 3 of them. It's impossible. There's nothing more to say. Han Shua suddenly sighed and said, Asura, you've helped me before. I don't want to kill you with my own hands. Take your own life. Hey. Asura laughed maniacally and shouted, take my own life? Brian, do you really think you're in control of the situation? Oh, am I wrong? Han Shua frowned and shot a glance at Acer, who was getting restless. He then sneered at Asura. Are you talking about him? Do you think he can help you? As Han Shua spoke, 2 silhouettes slowly appeared from behind the 2 pillars. They were Wasis and Salis. When Wasis and Salis appeared, Asura's face turned ashen. He laughed bitterly and said, Wasis, Salis, Brian, you really are vicious. I really can't imagine that you could not only hook up with Wasis, but also pull Salis to your side. Acer's expression also changed. He looked at Salis in disbelief and shouted, it's you. Why would you help him? Even though he wasn't from the fringe, he knew that Salis and Han Shua hated each other. Otherwise, he, Daka, and Dagmar wouldn't have allowed him to participate in the war against the fringe. Now these 2 enemies were standing together. This was too surprising for Acer. Didn't you already know that? Salis pretended to be surprised and mocked. Didn't you already know that it was me at the 3 mountains? Why are you so surprised now? Acer's body trembled when he heard that. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. It really was you? They had only framed Salis to find a scapegoat for their failure. They didn't really see Salis as a traitor. Haha, of course it was me. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have lost half of your men before you even entered the pandemonium. Salis laughed heartily. When he thought about how the 3 of them had targeted him as soon as he got into trouble and looked at him now, he felt extremely satisfied. Chapter 969. If he could do it all over again, Acer would have killed Salis at all costs. He would have never allowed the God Hunter Alliance to accept him. Unfortunately, there were some things in this world that you couldn't do anything about. When Salis and Salis appeared from the darkness, Acer knew that there was nothing he could do to Salis. Asura was already gravely injured. Even if he hadn't lost the ability to fight, he wouldn't be of much help to Han Shuo. Before Han Shuo arrived, Han Shuo and Asura had exhausted too much of his energy. He knew that he wouldn't be able to fight Han Shuo and the other two at their peak. His eyes were filled with the determination to fight to the death. Nothing else to say? Han Shuo shot a glance at Asura. He didn't want to waste any more time talking to him. Asura seemed to have realized that he was in a hopeless situation. As soon as he saw that Han Shuo was about to attack, Asura stomped on the ground and channeled his divine energy into the ground. A wall of earth suddenly rose up. At the same time, Asura took out a spatial scroll and tore through the void to escape. Han Shuo did not make a move. Instead, he looked at Asura's actions with a mocking smile. He watched as Asura gathered the earth energy to form a wall in front of him, took out a space scroll, and activated the energy contained in it. A dazzling radiance appeared on the spatial scroll for a moment, but only for a moment. Shortly after, the radiance faded and the spatial scroll returned to its original state. Asura was in complete despair. His eyes were filled with lifelessness. In my pandemonium Tanai, no one can come and go as they please, said Han Shuo with a grin. He finally attacked Asura himself. Wasis and Salis exchanged glances and surrounded Asur smilingly. A battle without any suspense suddenly unfolded. At the same time, in the center of another formation, Dagmar stood still as the dark clouds around him dimmed. Strands of strange light transformed into gigantic monsters that danced around him. Dagmar's eyes were grayish-white, and many bloody figures could be seen in his pupils. They were familiar figures with rotten bodies that seemed to have walked out of the yellow springs of hell. They madly pounced at him and stretched out their rotten hands, which were dripping with pus, to pull and entangle him. All kinds of scenes appeared in Dagmar's mind. He seemed to understand that all of this was an illusion, but he felt it to be incomparably real. If he couldn't break the obsession in his heart, he wouldn't be able to walk out of it. After an unknown amount of time, Dagmar's mind gradually recovered. Relying on the madness he had gained from years of slaughter, he abandoned all restraints in his heart and used the death energy in his body to form a death scythe to cut through all the illusions. Suddenly, a familiar figure holding a bone spear slowly walked out of the thick smoke. The corner of Dagmar's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer, thinking that it was just another illusion. With that thought in mind, the death scythe that had yet to dissipate shook once more and slashed at the figure that had suddenly appeared. Something strange happened. Halfway through, the death scythe suddenly went out of his control. All the death energy became chaotic and could no longer support the scythe. Not only that, but in an instant, all the death energy in the area was no longer under Dagmar's control and surged into the body of the thin figure that had just appeared. All of a sudden, Dagmar realized that he had lost the ability to attract the death energy. It wasn't an illusion. His heart chilled. Dagmar shouted, "Han Hao, is it really you?" Han Hao, who was slowly approaching with his bone spear in hand, had a strange glow flash through his eyes. One after another, bizarre runes flashed across his pupils. The bone spear in his hand suddenly burst out with an irresistible energy of death. The purest energy of death from the quintessence shard faintly affected Dagmar, making him want to kneel before Han Hao uncontrollably. "Dagmar, you are no longer my opponent. As long as you swear allegiance to me and open your divine soul to me without reservation, I will spare you," Han Hao said indifferently as he stared at Dagmar. "Ha ha ha." Dagmar laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. He pointed at Han Hao and said, "You want me to bow down to you? Haha, what ability do you have to make me bow down to you? Han Hao, remember, you are my subordinate and always have been. If you want to seize power, you need to see if you have the strength to do so." Back in the Death Dominion, Han Hao had followed Dagmar for more than 50 years. Now, Han Hao had threatened to make Dagmar submit to him. For someone who had stood at the top for so many years, this was absolutely unacceptable. Han Hao sized up Dagmar and pondered for a moment before nodding. He said indifferently, "Let me show you." Strange inscriptions emerged from the bone spear and slowly floated to Dagmar's side. Dagmar wanted to fight with his life on the line, but he suddenly discovered that the death energy in his body was being suppressed by the inscriptions. He couldn't even exert 10% of his strength. Why? Why didn't you have the quintessence shard on you the last time we were in the Omphalos? Dagmar shouted in dissatisfaction. He could feel that the inscriptions floating out from the bone spear came from the quintessence shard. Compared to before, the power of the quintessence shard was even more unfathomable and evil. Originally, he still had the strength to resist against Han Hao, and Han Hao couldn't really do anything to him. However, when he fought against Han Hao again, he instinctively felt a sense of powerlessness and defeat. The death energy that he had painstakingly cultivated for millions of years seemed to have left him and was completely useless. Dagmar understood that Han Hao should have truly fused with the quintessence shard today. He knew very well what this meant. From now on, no one could be his match in terms of death energy except for the quintessence over God Nestet. Dagmar, submit to me. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I won't touch a hair on your head. Han Hao said coldly as he looked at the dejected Dagmar. I'd rather die than submit to you. Dagmar roared. The remaining death energy in his body suddenly burst out, destroying his bones, heart, and lungs in an instant. His divine soul flashed and a strange fluctuation rippled out, turning into wisps of dark light and dissipating. Dagmar understood that this time, he couldn't even bring himself to destroy Han Hao, who had fused with the quintessence shard, even though he was also a cultivator of death energy. Before he could bombard Han Hao with his death energy, it would automatically dissipate under the influence of the quintessence shard. Dagmar was a proud man. Even though he knew that he could escape if he lowered his head, he still didn't agree. As a former commander of Han Hao, he couldn't lower his head to Han Hao. Moreover, he wasn't a match for Han Hao, so he could only beg for death. As soon as Dagmar's divine soul rippled, Han Hao knew that Dagmar had completely disappeared from the world. He didn't understand why Dagmar would rather die than submit to him. Staring blankly at Dagmar's corpse, Han Hao's eyes sparkled. After a long while, he condensed a ball of ghost fire from his demonic arts and wrapped it around Dagmar's corpse, burning it to ashes. Dagmar was an over-god. Even in death, his divine body was still very useful. His bones could be refined into the most powerful bone spears and bone spikes. His skull and brain could be refined into some evil divine weapons. Even his skin could be of great use. But for some reason, Han Hao didn't use Dagmar's corpse to make a fuss. Instead, he didn't hesitate to use his own power to slowly cremate Dagmar's corpse with ghost fire. He didn't stop until Dagmar's corpse was truly reduced to ashes. A simple white bone ring fell to the ground. After hesitating for a moment, Han Hao took a step forward and picked up the strange bone ring. The divine energy of death in his body flashed inside the bone ring, and a huge bone throne suddenly appeared out of thin air. Han Hao was taken aback. He pondered for a moment before slowly sitting down on the bone throne. With a thought, he sent a strand of death divine energy into the bone throne. The bone throne automatically flew out and moved according to his will. A strange energy ripple came from the bone throne and slowly formed a strange tacit understanding with Han Hao's soul. After Han Hao's pure death energy entered the bone throne in Dagmar's hands became even more terrifying. It seemed that Han Hao's energy had caused some sort of change to the bone throne. Sitting on the bone throne, Han Hao suddenly felt as if the bone throne had become a part of his body. Just like the 7 bone spurs on his back, they had a strange connection with him. With that thought in mind, Han Hao got off the bone throne and stood on the ground, looking up at the bone throne floating in midair. With a thought, the bone throne moved to the side with a whoosh. A strange light flashed in Han Hao's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a happy smile. He happily played with the bone throne he had just obtained. The bone throne floated in midair in accordance with his will, and its speed actually grew faster and faster. After playing for a while, Han Hao leaped onto the bone throne and sat down. He projected his death divine energy into the bone throne, and the bone throne suddenly seemed to come to life. The ferocious white bones began to spin and dance like blades. At a glance, Han Hao, who was sitting in the center of the bone throne, seemed to have transformed into a huge bone monster, nimbly performing many attacks. Han Hao wasn't in a hurry to leave. He indulged in the pleasure of controlling the bone throne. He had a vague feeling that the bone throne wasn't Dagmar's, because he hadn't been able to bring out the true power of the bone throne when it was in Dagmar's hands. The energy in his body seemed to have triggered some kind of restriction in the center of the bone throne. In his hands, the bone throne suddenly had many miraculous uses. Chapter 970. Inside the Sky Annihilation Formation, Daka was extremely frustrated. Under the restraint of all sorts of energies, he had already used up 30% of his divine energy. Daka was furious, but he couldn't do anything about the Sky Annihilation Formation's restrictive power. He couldn't break free from it, and he had to carefully deal with the unpredictable attacks at all times. There was nothing he could do about it. After an unknown period of time, the strange power that filled the Sky Absolute Array seemed to be affected by some kind of power and gradually weakened. Daka was delighted. Seizing this rare opportunity, he condensed all his destruction energy into a spear and pierced through the Sky Annihilation Formation's bindings to escape. Outside, Judas put away a cross with a smile on his face. He looked at Daka and said, "What's wrong? Even you are trapped?" Daka's eyes glinted as he stared at the cross in Judas's hand. "That's one of the 4 overgod weapons forged by the God of Light back then?" Judas was stunned. He didn't expect Daka to know about it too. He nodded with a smile and said, "That's right. The Holy Grail, the olive branch, the cross, and the angel statue. The God of Light once forged these 4 overgod weapons. The olive branch is in Jar's hands and the cross is with me. Haha, if it wasn't for this overgod weapon forged by the God of Light himself, even I wouldn't have been able to get you out of there." Daka was stunned. He shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "You actually managed to escape the God of Light with the cross in your hands. Judas, you really are something." "You flatter me." Gandalf humbly made a gesture of etiquette, bent his body, looked up at the sky and said, "Praise the God of Light, your magnanimity shines on the whole earth." In another formation, Han Shua, who was chasing after Asura, suddenly jolted. His rapidly moving body came to a halt. Han Shua, who had a miraculous connection with the demonic formations in Pandemonium, immediately sensed the change in the Sky Annihilation Formation. The sudden appearance of energy immediately affected the Yuan Qi of the formation, allowing Daka to break free. At the same time, he sensed another chilling aura. He immediately realized that more enemies were approaching. Before Han Shua could make a move, Tuckamore, the hegemon of water, suddenly appeared. He looked at the situation and smirked. "Interesting. I didn't expect Pandemonium to have the upper hand." Acer, who was being attacked by Wasis and Salas, immediately broke free from their encirclement the moment Tuckamore appeared. He rushed to Tuckamore's side and said, "The Pandemonium is much more troublesome than we thought. We have to work together to destroy it." Tuckamore nodded and said in a cold voice, "I didn't expect that the place with the strongest defense in the fringe isn't Tyre or Log, but this obscure Pandemonium." When Asura saw Tuckamore and Acer huddled together, he tried to get closer to them as well. Han Shua's face turned gloomy, but he did not stop Asura. It was at this moment that the dozen or so stone pillars around Han Shua abruptly shattered. The energy maintaining the formation had suddenly disappeared. Daka and Judas also slowly appeared. The moment they appeared, their gazes locked onto Han Shua. They glared at Han Shua as though they were afraid that Han Shua would make a sudden move. "I didn't expect that you would come to Pandemonium." Han Shua looked at Tuckamore, then at Judas, the most mysterious member of the God Hunter Alliance, and asked in a deep voice, "Where's Log? Is Audiobook done for?" Judas wore an ancient white robe and had a benevolent look on his face. He didn't look like a hegemon whose hands were stained with blood at all. Judas looked at Han Shua smilingly and said, "Indeed, Audiobook is done for. But that Log is as cunning as a fox. He managed to escape first." "Where's Tyre?" Han Shua asked after thinking for a moment. Han Shua wasn't surprised that Log could escape. Given Log's despicable personality, he wouldn't care about the lives of his subordinates if he was in danger. After all, Audiobook was a place he had set up for many years. It wouldn't be difficult for him to escape from there. Now that Judas and Tuckamore had appeared in Pandemonium instead of Tyre, it seemed that the battle there had ended. This surprised Han Shua, which was why he couldn't help but ask. Judas hesitated for a moment before he put on a strange expression and said, Tyre has disappeared and his subordinates are nowhere to be found. When Belinton and Kaz arrived at the Temple of Destruction, they didn't find a single god, nor did they find any trace of Tyre nearby. Thus, Belinton and Kaz came as well. Han Shua knew that Belinton and Kaz were hegemons of fire and life god hunters who had gone to Tyre's side. The Shrine of Destruction was Tyre's headquarters in the Fringe. From what Judas said, it seemed that Belinton and Kaz didn't manage to obtain any useful information from the Shrine of Destruction. Although the Fringe was vast, there were only 5 truly powerful forces: Tyre, Log, Asura, Wasis, and Han Shua's Pandemonium. With Tyre missing, Log on the run, and Asura and Wasis in Pandemonium, Pandemonium had become the last place the God Hunter Alliance needed to eliminate. Therefore, all the God Hunter leaders decided to regroup in Pandemonium. Han Shua's heart sank when he heard Judas' words. He knew that Tyre and Log either couldn't withstand the enemy's attack, or that they had some kind of trick up their sleeves. However, he didn't expect that the two would flee so decisively that they didn't even buy him any time. According to Han Shua's plan, he was going to take out the God Hunter hegemons in batches. Now that the hegemons of space and fate who had gone to Glacial Peak were trapped in a spatial rift, they probably wouldn't be able to return to Elysium for the next few thousand years. Regis, Isaiah, and Miller were injured and sealed in the stone chamber below. Daka, Dagmar, and Acer could have taken care of them right away. With just a little more time, Han Shua could have taken care of everything and waited for Judas and the others to come to their deaths. However, something unexpected happened. Judas, Tuckamore, and the others arrived at Pandemonium ahead of time. Not only did they rescue Daka, but they also freed Regis and the other two from the stone chamber. As if he could guess what Han Shua was thinking, Judas, who cultivated in the energy of light, smiled and nodded. Just as you thought, Belinton and Kaz have gone to the stone chamber where Regis and the other two are imprisoned. They should be making their move now. It won't be long before the 3 of them come out. As soon as Judas finished speaking, Han Shua's heart skipped a beat. He had already sensed a powerful energy fluctuation coming from the stone room that imprisoned Regis and the others. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before that place was destroyed. Han Shua's face darkened as he thought to himself, "Man proposes, God disposes. Sometimes accidents will always spoil the plans." As long as Judas and Tuckamore were late by a day, Han Shua would have been able to kill Asura, Acer, and Daka, as well as imprison the powers of Regis and the other two. By then, even if Tuckamore, Judas, Belinton, and Kaz were to come, Han Shua, Wasis, Salas, Han Hao, and Andrina, in addition to the unique terrain of Pandemonium, Han Shua was confident that they would be able to force Tuckamore and the others to return empty-handed. They might even leave 1 or 2 of them in Tanai. However, things had already spiraled out of Han Shua's control. If they were to engage in battle, Han Shua didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. At that moment, a white bone throne floated over from afar and appeared beside Han Shua. At the center of the throne sat the little skull, Han Hao. He blinked as he looked around. Without saying a word, Han Hao walked to Han Shua's side and said, "Dagmar is dead." Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. Judas glanced at the cold Daka and the shocked Acer and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I didn't expect Dagmar to be so weak. He was actually killed by one of his subordinates. It seems that I've overestimated him." Han Shua felt a little more comforted. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind before he suddenly said, "It seems that this battle is inevitable. If we can kill 1 or 2 of you before you meet up with Belinton and Kaz, we might still be able to survive." Daka sneered and said, "You sure have guts. Don't think that I don't know how Han Hao could kill Dagmar. Humph, even if he could kill Dagmar, he wouldn't be a match for any of us." He glanced at Wasis and Salas. When he looked at Salas, the hatred in his eyes was undisguised. "The 2 of them and you wouldn't even be able to protect themselves against me, Judas, Tuckamore, and Acer, let alone kill 1 or 2 of us in a short time." Judas waved his hand to stop Daka's sarcasm and looked at Han Shua with a smile. "Hand over the Pandemonium and the energy you cultivate, and I will allow your divine soul and your wife to leave. However, Salas and Wasis must stay." From Judas' point of view, there was no longer any suspense in this battle against the Fringe. Everything was within his grasp. Allowing Han Shua's divine soul to leave was already magnanimous enough. As long as Han Shuo spent 1,000 years, he would be able to cultivate back to his current realm and the Han family would be safe. Brian, this proposal is acceptable. To Han Shuo's surprise, the ice-cold Wazer suddenly spoke. His face was emotionless, as though he did not hear Judas' last sentence and did not care about his own life or death. Chapter 971. No matter how they looked at it, the Han family wouldn't be able to win this battle. It wasn't that Pandemonium's defenses weren't tight enough, nor was it that Han Shuo wasn't strong enough. It was just that the Han family was too powerful, far more powerful than they had expected. They had no hope of winning at all. Judas's suggestion sounded like a good one. At the very least, it would ensure that the Han family wouldn't be wiped out and that Han Shuo's divine soul wouldn't be destroyed. Wuxia's sudden reaction was completely out of Han Shuo's expectations. He looked at Wuxia in a daze and didn't say anything, but he felt a little touched. At such a critical moment, Wuxia was willing to sacrifice himself. This was something that Han Shuo was very surprised by. The other sovereign, Salus, smiled bitterly. He wasn't willing to sacrifice his life like Wuxia, but he didn't beg Judas and Daka for mercy either. Salus knew better than anyone how vengeful the God Hunter alliance was. He knew that even if Judas and Daka could spare Wuxia, they wouldn't spare him. After all, he was a traitor to the God Hunter alliance. Brian, think about it, Judas said with a smile. I'm different from Isaiah and the others. I won't plot against you behind your back. As long as you're willing to tell me the secret of Pandemonium, I can guarantee that your divine soul will be able to leave this place safely. Judas. Daka frowned. Han Hao isn't one of the Han family. Others can leave this place alive but not Han Hao. You saw how he killed Dagmar. We have to give Dagmar's subordinates an explanation. Judas stared blankly at the little skull, Han Hao, and hesitated for a moment before nodding. The way Judas and Daka saw it, it was as if Han Shuo would definitely agree to their conditions. Before Han Shuo could agree, they had already started discussing the details. Han Shuo's face was gloomy and uncertain. His eyes swept across the group as if he was making a difficult choice. After a while, Han Shuo suddenly sighed and said to the unruffled Judas and Daka, I've never submitted to anyone since I started my journey. It didn't happen before, and it won't happen this time. Daka's expression turned cold as he laughed. Then you're the one courting death. Brian, you should reconsider. We have experts on our side who specialize in soul power. Once we kill you, the secrets in your soul will still belong to us. Why do you have to do this? Gandalf persuaded. I'm a person who likes to do things even though I know I can't do them. Han Shuo said word by word. Gandalf nodded and looked at Daka and Tuckamore with a bitter smile. It seems that we'll have to spend some more time. There's no helping it. If we want things to go smoothly, we'll have to put in more effort. That's great. My original plan was to wipe out the entire house of Han, Daka said with a sinister smile. He glanced at the injured Asura and asked, Asura, what about you? What do you plan to do? Aha, you've seen it for yourself. That fellow turned his back on us, so of course I'll be on your side. After a while, Asura's injuries had somewhat stabilized. He shot a glance at Han Hao, who was sitting on his bone throne, and volunteered. Let me help you get rid of the little one. After all, I am still injured. Then it's settled. Judas made the final decision and gestured to Daka. The two of them suddenly attacked Han Shuo. Tuckamore and Asur didn't stay idle after Judas and Daka made their move. They charged at Wuxia and Salus respectively. The battle that had just ended was about to begin once again. But this time it wasn't Han Shuo and the other two who had the upper hand. The cross in Gandalf's hand carried an incomparably holy aura, as holy light blossomed from the center of the cross. The purest and most sacred energy of light enveloped Han Shuo, causing him to feel uncomfortable all over. Daka, who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction, gradually regained his strength after leaving the Sky Annihilation formation. A spear emanating an intense aura of destruction appeared in his hand. The intent of destruction at the tip of the spear was extremely terrifying. Before the spear even reached Han Shuo, he felt a sense of helplessness and defeat. In an instant, Han Shuo's state of mind immediately calmed down. All the difficulties and obstacles were temporarily thrown out of Han Shua's mind. His eyes regained their usual calm. With a wave of his hand, the cauldron of myriad demon flew over from the formation's core. The enormous ki that had been circulating the sky annihilation formation all along surged towards the cauldron like a river. With a thought, the 17 flying swords flew out from his back and formed the Godslayer slash in midair. The massive Godslayer slash came crashing down from the heavens at Daka. Daka's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Han Shua to possess such terrifying strength. The power of the 17 flying swords was so ferocious that even Daka had no choice but to temporarily stop attacking Han Shua. He pointed the spear in his hand at the descending deicide slash, and used all his strength to defend against it. The cauldron of myriad demon whistled through the air. Thousands of demon generals coiled around the cauldron like the tentacles of a gigantic monster, extending in all directions. The ki of heaven and earth that the pandemonium had gathered for many years flowed into the cauldron of myriad demon, boosting its power. The cauldron erupted with extraordinary power in an instant. The sinister energy flowed through the cauldron like flowing water, making it look like an ink-black cloud that came crashing down. Incredible! Judas cried out in surprise. He could feel that even the cross in his hand that could dispel evil was being suppressed by the cauldron of myriad demon. As the ink-black cloud came crashing down, the holy light on the cross in his hand actually dimmed. This was an overgod artifact crafted by the god of light, but it wasn't as powerful as the cauldron of myriad demon. After Judas cried out, he didn't even look at Han Shua and focused all his attention on the cross in his hand. The power of the god of light in his body flowed into the cross, causing its holy light to gradually become visible. However, it was still far from the terrifying pressure coming from the cauldron of myriad demon. The cross was only one of the 4 divine artifacts crafted by the god of light for the 3 keepers of light. It wasn't an overgod artifact of light, but the cauldron of myriad demon was an ultimate treasure of the demonic arts that the exalted demon lord cultivated with his life. In another universe, it was without a doubt the number 1 evil treasure of the demonic arts. When the two were compared, the difference was obvious. The cauldron of myriad demon had never been able to play its role before, because all the demon generals in the cauldron had been annihilated during the battle with the exalted demon lord. However, after such a long period of collecting demon generals, the number and quality of the demon generals in the cauldron had begun to recover. Although it wasn't as powerful as when the exalted demon lord was in possession of it, it was still far more powerful than an ordinary divine artifact. Under the power of the hundreds and thousands of demon generals in the cauldron of myriad demon, an ink-black energy came crashing down from the sky and slammed into Judas. The cross in his hand flickered with holy light, but the holy energy was completely suppressed. The cross that usually repelled all evil seemed to have met its nemesis. Not only could it not continue to release its holy aura, but even the cross seemed to be corroded by the evil energy of the cauldron of myriad demon, becoming unstable. Judas turned pale with fright. He didn't expect the cross, which had always been successful, to be so weak against the cauldron of myriad demon in Han Shua's hand. It didn't bring him the desired result at all. Radiant body of holy light. Judas shouted. His ragged clothes made him look holy and inviolable. Blinding holy light burst out of his body like a blazing sun. The holy light dispersed everything in its path. Some of the demon generals on the cauldron of myriad demon that were the first to approach were instantly annihilated. All of a sudden, the demon generals on the cauldron of myriad demon returned to the cauldron and all the darkness was gone. Only the cauldron of myriad demon remained in its original form. It swayed as it descended. Clang! The cauldron of myriad demon struck Judas, causing him to stumble a few steps back. He cried out in surprise again, amazing! Unbeknownst to Han Shua, the golden armor had covered Judas' entire body, including his head. Only a pair of astonished eyes could be seen through the armor. Holy Aurum war armor! Exclaimed Han Shua. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he looked at Judas. He couldn't understand why a hegemon of the god hunters would be a cultivator of the energy of light, who could wield Holy Aurum armor. Legend had it that only the most devout believers of the God of Light could use a soul imprint bestowed by the God of Light to form Holy Aurum war armor with the power of faith of 1 billion believers. The wearer of Holy Aurum war armor would be shrouded in holy light and the power of faith, allowing them to resist the invasion and corrosion of all evil forces. Han Shuo was filled with questions when he saw Judas take out Holy Aurum war armor. He even started to wonder if Judas was really one of the hegemons of the God Hunter Order. "That's amazing," said Judas after regaining his footing. Even after he took out Holy Aurum war armor, he was still struck by the cauldron of myriad demons' power. He was dizzy and saw stars, causing him to stumble. Judas was truly amazed by such power. He looked at the cauldron of myriad demon with eyes full of excitement. "Daka, you guys can split the pandemonium among yourselves. Haha, I want this little thing," said Judas happily as he stared at the cauldron of myriad demon that was charging at him again. He seemed to have found what he needed. You cultivate in the energy of light. Why would you want an evil divine weapon? Daka finally managed to break through the deicide slash formed by the 17 flying swords. When he heard what Judas said, he couldn't help but yell, "The pandemonium is yours, but I'm taking whatever he has." Judas glanced at Daka with a look of disdain, but he smiled and said, "It belongs to whoever gets it first." With that, Judas' body glowed brightly as he laughed heartily and charged at the cauldron of myriad demon. Chapter 972. The fact that Judas, who was wearing Holy Aurum armor, dared to clash head-on with the cauldron of myriad demon after being struck by the cauldron of myriad demon once more was enough to prove his absolute confidence in himself. He held a cross in one hand. Under the effects of the Holy Aurum armor, the holy light on the cross, which was crafted by the God of Light, shone even brighter than before. With the cross and the Holy Aurum armor, Judas looked like the embodiment of the God of Light. The holy energy radiating from him was so dazzling that it was impossible to associate him with a hegemon of the God Hunter Alliance. Han Shuo felt immense pressure from Judas' holy energy. He had no choice but to channel a portion of his energy into the cauldron of myriad demon, to help the cauldron withstand Judas' holy energy. All this while Han Shuo had thought that Daka was the strongest expert in the God Hunter Alliance. But after witnessing Judas' holy energy, Han Shuo realized that the traitor of the God of Light was even more terrifying than Daka. He was, without a doubt, the strongest expert in the God Hunter Alliance. The 17 flying swords formed the Avicii God-slaying sword formation, and formed another deicide slash. They locked onto Daka, forcing him to use his full strength to deal with the threat from the 17 flying swords. On the other side, Han Shuo had diverted a portion of his energy to the cauldron of myriad demon. With Han Shuo's demonic yuan, the cauldron of myriad demon released waves of terrifying pressure that struck Judas in his Holy Aurum armor, causing him to feel dizzy and see stars. "Haha, it's even stronger." Judas laughed heartily and seemed even more excited. Gandalf's entire body was covered in golden armor. The holy gold armor, formed from the power of faith of a billion believers, was indeed extraordinary. Even the cauldron of myriad demons' 2 attacks failed to shatter the armor. The divine light condensed from the power of faith was as dazzling as the sun, as if it could really resist the corrosion of all evil. "Han Hao, you're no match for me." Asura sneered. The energy of the earth surged in his body. He seemed to have turned into a towering mountain. Every strike he made would bring immense pressure to the onlookers. Han Hao, the little skull, was having a hard time resisting Asura's power. But he still sat at the center of Dagmar's bone throne. It was as though he had fused with the bone throne and the bone throne had become a part of his body. The intense energy of death flowed unimpeded through the bone throne, turning the bone throne into a gigantic and agile monster. With a single thought, the bone throne could charge at Asura with bared fangs and brandished claws. Or it could shrink into a ball and wrap around Han Hao to defend him from Asura's attacks. The bone throne could be used both offensively and defensively. In Han Hao's hands, the bone spear in Han Hao's hand flashed from time to time, forcing Asura to retreat in fear. It seemed that little skeleton was able to render Asura helpless with just the bone throne. He was unable to truly harm Asura. However, just like how Asura couldn't really hurt Han Hao, Little Skull also couldn't knock Asura off his horse. After all, Asura was not a cultivator of the energy of death. Therefore, he was not affected by the quintessence shard. The energy of Earth was also known for its defensive power. Layers of divine earth energy flowed around Asora's body and formed an armor of earth that covered his entire body. The little skull was at his wits' end. If it wasn't for the fact that Asura cultivated in the energy of earth that was known for its defensive power, he would have collapsed to the ground after taking on Han Shua's attacks. You can't kill me either. At the center of the bone throne little skull Han Hao wore a cold face. He wasn't affected in the slightest by Asura's words. Asura still had some injuries on his body, and could not exert the full power of earth energy. Faced with a divine weapon like the White Bone Throne, Asura was at a loss as to what to do. He could not truly harm Han Hao, who was sitting at the center of the White Bone Throne. Han Shua, who was fighting Daka and Judas on his own, glanced at Asura and Han Hao. Seeing that Han Hao would be fine for the time being, he felt a little relieved. He then focused all his attention on Judas and Daka. Do you really think that you have everything under control? Han Shua let out a long howl when he heard this. All of a sudden, two identical copies of Han Shua flew out from the cauldron of Myriad Demon. The two Han Shua carried the cauldron of Myriad Demon on its left and right, unleashing the energy of death and destruction to form two domains of divinity that rapidly fused together. The two avatars of Han Shua's had both reached late-stage High God realm, and were only one step away from the realm of Over-God. The two avatars of Han Shua had absorbed the divine energy and souls of several high gods of death and destruction. They had fused with their divine energy and soul memories, and had reached an unfathomable realm. The consciousness of the main soul changed. The three souls came to a tacit agreement, and their soul undulations gradually fused together. Suddenly, the two domains of divinity of death and destruction transformed into a strange domain of divinity that had never been seen before. With the cauldron of Myriad Demon as the center, it covered the entire region. With the cauldron of Myriad Demon at the center, the energy of death and destruction intertwined. The new domain of divinity was extremely domineering, and started repelling all elemental energy the moment it appeared. Daka, who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction, suddenly realized that he, as an over-god, was finding it difficult to grasp the essence of the Edict of Destruction in this new domain of divinity. The element of death gushed in from all directions. The strange orbs of destruction hung in the air like the fruits of a towering tree. They were rolling and releasing a strong energy of destruction. Daka looked up and was shocked to discover that not only did the orbs of destruction contain the energy of death, but the orbs also contained the essence of the Edict of Destruction. A minor god cultivating in the Edict of Destruction might be able to create a new domain of destruction just by looking up at the orbs, improving his strength and realm. Gandalf, who was in the new domain of divinity, immediately noticed that the holy light of the golden holy armor on his body had suddenly dimmed. In this new domain of divinity formed by the fusion of the two evil forces of death and destruction, his armor and cross that could dispel all evil were somewhat unable to withstand the power of the two forces. Two avatars that had yet to reach the level of an over-god. Yet the fusion of the death and destruction energies was so terrifying that it engulfed all the gods present and affected their powers. There was only one exception. Little Skull Han Hao, who possessed the quintessence shard of death, felt extremely uncomfortable in this new domain of divinity. The element of death that had fused with the energy of destruction was actually not affected by his quintessence shard, which surprised Little Skull greatly. Suddenly, somewhat uncontrollably, Little Skull Han Hao's body lit up and runes began to emerge from his body. An enormous phantom of a gravestone vaguely appeared in the void behind Little Skeleton. The appearance of the gravestone seemed to have affected the new domain of divinity. When the two energies collided, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the area. Chaotic energies shot out in all directions. The appearance of the gravestone was out of Little Skull's control, and the clash of the two energies was even more unexpected. Everything happened so quickly that he didn't even have time to react. Han Shua was also stunned. He didn't expect that the new domain of divinity formed by his two avatars would actually clash with the quintessence shard of death in Han Hao's body due to the energy of death within it. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. When the new domain of divinity collapsed, the element of death that was supporting the new domain of divinity involuntarily rushed towards Han Hao. The remaining energy of destruction could no longer be of much use and could no longer sustain the new domain of divinity. Ha ha ha, interesting. Father and son killing each other. Asura was pushed to a corner by the energy. When the two energies dissipated, Asura suddenly burst into laughter. Quintessence shard. That's a quintessence shard. Gandalf's face was solemn as he looked at Han Hao, who seemed to be at a loss, and cried out in alarm. Tuckamore and Asura were aghast when they heard Judas' words. They looked at Han Hao in disbelief. Due to the clash between Han Shua's new domain of divinity and Little Skull Han Hao's quintessence shard, the overgods who didn't know that Han Hao possessed the quintessence shard looked at him in astonishment. Salas and Wasis were equally shocked. It was only then that Asura and Wasis realized why Nestet would go to the Omphalos to ask Log some questions. It turned out that Nestet was looking for the quintessence shard. No wonder Nestet, the one and only god in the Death Dominion, would come to a small place like the Fringe. It was all because of the quintessence shard in Han Hao's body. We have to end the battle as soon as possible. It won't be long before Nestet returns. If we don't leave before Nestet returns, we might be killed by him. Daka said anxiously. Everyone knew that the Overgod of Death had a unique ability to sense the quintessence shard. It was fine if the Overgod didn't use the quintessence shard's power, but if Han Hao manifested the quintessence shard, Nestet, he would definitely come. The so-called hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance might be able to strut around in front of others, but they knew that none of them would be a match for Nestet once Nestet showed up. As long as Nestet wanted to, he alone could wipe out all the demi-overgods in the Fringe. Let's not waste any more time. Judas nodded and suddenly laughed. Regis, Isaiah and Miller are all here. The battle can end now. As expected, 5 figures gradually appeared in the distance. Chapter 973. The imprisoned Regis, Isaiah, Miller as well as Belinton and Cause finally arrived at this moment. Isaiah and the other 2 had been injured by Han Shua and imprisoned in that special stone chamber. There was no way the 3 of them would be able to escape with their current strength. On one hand, the 3 of them were still injured, and on the other hand, the stone chamber prevented them from using their powers. However, Cause and Belinton, who hailed from the dominions of life and fire, were unharmed. They were constantly bombarding the secret chamber with fire and life energy. Han Shua, who had gathered too much energy from the pandemonium and the sky annihilation formation, had lowered the defenses of the stone chamber to its lowest point. Naturally, it couldn't withstand the attacks of the 2. Judas, Daka, and the others were already enough to render Han Shua and the others helpless. Now, with the addition of Regis, Isaiah, and Miller, as well as the uninjured Belinton and Cause, the Han family was at the end of their rope. Just as Judas had said, this battle was about to come to an end. Surrounded by the hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance, Han Shua smiled bitterly and said to Wasis, Salas, and Little Skull Han Hao, "It seems that we've really been forced into a corner. Wasis, Salas, I've let you down this time. You're going to die with my Han family." After the hegemons arrived, they were in no hurry to attack. Instead, they gathered their energies from various domains to form layers of strange barriers that firmly sealed off the area. The energy of the eggshell-like barrier extended outwards, trapping Han Shua and the others within. Judas and the others were certain that Han Shua and the others were no match for the hegemons. To prevent them from escaping, Regis, Belinton, and the others took action before they arrived, using their 5 elemental powers to form a defensive perimeter. Layers of barriers spread out, trapping Han Shua, Wasis, Salas, and Han Hao within. Within the layers of seals, the spatial edict became chaotic. Even an overgod proficient in spatial edict wouldn't be able to escape. Han Shua laughed bitterly. Wasis and Salas sighed at the same time. They knew that they had suffered a crushing defeat and had no hope of leaving this place alive. "Father, we can try," Little Skull Han Hao transmitted into Han Shua's mind. When the message was transmitted to Han Shua, Little Skull Han Hao also turned his gaze to the white bone throne. Han Shua naturally understood Little Skull's intentions. As cultivators of demonic arts, they still had one last move they could use. Since they didn't belong to this universe, they shouldn't be bound by it. As long as the 2 of them used the power of demonic yuan and used the blood escape technique at the expense of serious injuries, it wasn't impossible to escape from this place. However, Han Shua, who was trapped in this place, felt rather dispirited. He felt that even if he and Little Skull escaped, the Han family wouldn't be able to escape death. Under such circumstances, Han Shuo suddenly felt rather disheartened. Among them, Judas looked at Han Shuo with a strange gaze. He first stopped the hegemons from acting strangely before smiling. "Brian, I'm still willing to give you a chance. As long as you tell me everything about Tanai and the power you cultivate, I can guarantee the safety of your Han family." "Judas," Daka barked, "what's the point? Now that things have come to this, the House of Han is doomed. Why are you still wasting time?" Daka wasn't the only one. All the other hegemons were displeased with Judas' decision to act on his own. Isaiah, Regis, and Miller, who had been injured and imprisoned by Han Shuo, were even more indignant. Isaiah sneered. "Judas, you don't have the final say in the God Hunter alliance. The Han family must be destroyed today." Judas was rather taken aback. He glanced at the three with a chuckle. "Do the three of you still have the right to speak?" He then pointed at Daka and Acer. "And the two of you. If Tuckamore and I hadn't come to save you, you would have been wiped out by the Han family. I'm sure you remember this favor, right?" Isaiah and Daka's faces darkened upon hearing that. Judas was telling the truth. If it weren't for Judas and Cause, they probably wouldn't have been able to leave Pandemonium alive. Han Shuo found it strange that Judas was still willing to give him this choice at a time like this. The situation was very clear. With just a wave of Judas' hand, the God Hunter hegemons would not be able to turn the situation around. Why would he do that? "What do you think, Brian?" Judas chuckled and asked again when he saw that the others weren't saying anything. At this point, Han Shuo had no choice but to face the temptation of Judas' suggestion. His face darkened as he tried to think of a solution. "Father, we're fine. We'll be leaving the Pandemonium soon. How are you and Big Brother doing?" Han Mu suddenly transmitted a message to Han Shuo, inquiring about his situation. Han Shuo, whose heart had begun to waver, was overjoyed when he received Han Mu's message. However, he did not let it show on his face. He immediately communicated with Han Mu using his consciousness and asked about the situation on Han Mu's side. Soon enough, Han Shuo learned that with Andrina's power and the 5 elite zombies' protection, they had easily escaped from Belinton and Cause. Thanks to the unique terrain of Pandemonium, they were out of danger. As all of Tanai's demon generals were gathered in the cauldron of Myriad Demon, in addition to the fact that Han Shuo had used too much of the Yuan Qi of Pandemonium, Han Shuo couldn't see through Tanai's condition like he usually could. Cause, who was adept in the energy of life, had concealed his and Belinton's life auras, making it impossible for Han Shuo to know their condition. Therefore, Han Shuo had been worried about the 5 elite zombies and the Han family. It was only when he learned from Han Mu that the members of the House of Han were safe and sound that Han Shuo finally felt at ease. With his greatest burden lifted, Han Shuo felt relieved and transmitted to Little Skull Han Hao. "There's no need to use sanguine disassembly to escape. I still have one last trick up my sleeve." Little Skull Han Hao, who was sitting on his throne of bones, seemed stunned when he received Han Shuo's message. He didn't know what other tricks Han Shuo had up his sleeve. "I'll say it again. I'm someone who likes to do things I know I can't do," Han Shuo said arrogantly after a moment of silence. Judas shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed. "Why bother?" He then waved his hand and said, "Since that's the case, I'm sure Brian still has something up his sleeve. Let's be careful." Daka, Isaiah, and the others had been waiting for Han Shuo to say that. They didn't think that Han Shuo had anything else up his sleeve, and they had long considered Han Shuo to be a dead man. They looked at each other and cackled as they surrounded Han Shuo. They spread out their domains of God and formed a small magnetic field to gather the energy they had cultivated. "Brian, if you agree to their conditions, I won't blame you," Wasi suddenly said to Han Shuo. Han Shuo was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. "What are you talking about? Either we die together or we walk out of here alive. I can't use my friend's life in exchange for my own feeble existence." Salas, whose eyes had been flickering a moment ago, glowed with a peculiar radiance after hearing those words. In a heroic manner he said, "Brian, oh Brian, I, Salas, have not misjudged you. You are indeed different from despicable scum like Tyre and Logue. All right, let's fight together today." What's the harm in dying? Wuxia was rather touched. He nodded and said coldly, then let's fight. Even if we die, we'll drag someone down with us. As he spoke, Wuxia glared at Regis and Miller, who were the closest to him. Regis and Miller, who were just about to attack Wuxia, felt a chill run down their spines when they heard Wuxia's words. After exchanging glances, the two of them suddenly slowed down. They looked as though they were facing a great enemy, taking every step with extreme caution. An overgod who was determined to die was terrifying. In this perilous place, Wuxia and Salis were prepared to die. Once they started fighting, they wouldn't care about their own lives and might even use a suicidal move right from the start. Regis and Miller didn't want to lose their lives at the very last moment. Who knows if we'll die or not? Hanshua roared. His voice seemed to have pierced through the layers of seals and barriers. Explosions could be heard from outside as the entire pandemonium shook violently. At the center of Tanai, the special stone chamber that imprisoned Regis and the other two shattered. Even the sky annihilation formation that had previously trapped Daka started to crack and change. The earth split apart, causing thick atmospheric energy to gush out uncontrollably. Beneath their feet, a huge fissure opened up. Isaiah and Asura, who specialized in earth energy, couldn't even sense the sudden change in the earth's energy. The two of them looked at the fissure beneath their feet in shock. They gathered the energy in their bodies and tried to seal the fissure. Daka's expression changed. He gestured to Aser and the two of them landed on one of the fissures in the earth. Belinton, Kuz, Asura, Tukamore and the others also moved at the same time. They all stood at the fissures in the earth. They knew that Hanshua had a son who had an unfathomable mastery of earth energy. If Hanshua and the others were to use the fissures in the earth to escape, the God Hunter Alliance would lose all its face and become a laughingstock. Hanshua laughed maniacally. His laughter seemed to have triggered some sort of restriction that caused the various regions of pandemonium to tremble violently. Nobody knew what Hanshua was up to. Chapter 974. The construction of pandemonium had cost Hanshua a lot of his blood, sweat and tears. Tanai had too many secrets that outsiders didn't know about. Hanshua had used up almost all the precious materials he had collected over the years. Hanshua, whose strength had reached Skybreak Realm, had absorbed a lot of experience from the Cauldron of Myriad Demon and integrated it with his own understanding of demonic arts. He had developed a unique understanding of formations. Pandemonium was the pinnacle of Hanshua's work to test his strength. There were some special places in Tanai that hadn't been used. There were some areas that even the 5 elite zombies didn't understand. All along, those areas had never been used or displayed any special effects. Everyone felt that those areas were useless. Only Hanshua himself knew what he had left behind in those corners of pandemonium. As soon as the changes occurred, the earth within the pandemonium split apart. An enormous amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth gushed into the pandemonium uncontrollably. Chilly winds blew and sand and pebbles were sent flying. All of a sudden, the pandemonium was like the harbinger of the end of the world. Judas, Daka, and the other so-called hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance were extremely sensitive to their surroundings. They immediately sensed the abnormality of the situation and moved towards the cracks in the ground in an attempt to stop Hanshua and the others from escaping. Hanshua, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to the actions of Daka and the others. His lips curled into an unfathomable smirk. Another ear-piercing howl rang out from Hanshua's mouth. Everywhere the howl passed through, the pandemonium underwent yet another shocking transformation. Vast amounts of yuan qi of heaven and earth surged towards the pandemonium like a tidal wave. Dense killing intent gathered in the dark clouds and descended from the sky with crackling noises. The terrifying killing intent soared into the sky as though all the negative energies in the world had condensed into one, ready to destroy all life. At the same time, an earth-shattering ripple of energy emanated from Hanshua's body. The Cauldron of Myriad Demon hovering in midair glowed with a sinister light as hundreds of demon generals whizzed out of it. All of a sudden, they disappeared into the oppressive dark clouds of killing intent, making the terrifying pressure even stronger. Brian, don't play any tricks. As long as you tell us everything now, we can agree to Gandalf's proposal. Isaiah, who had previously threatened to destroy the Han family, suddenly snorted. Perhaps he was shocked by the changes in pandemonium. Regis and Miller, the two hegemons who had been injured by Han Shuo, nodded in agreement. Daka and Acer's eyes flickered, but they weren't in a hurry to express their opinions. It was unknown if they agreed with Isaiah's words. Only Judas had a faint smile on his face. But when he heard Isaiah's words, Judas was clearly disdainful. He glanced at Isaiah, a mocking smile on his face. Wasis and Salas, who had been prepared to die, were shocked to see that Han Shuo seemed to have triggered some sort of restriction in pandemonium, causing Tanai to undergo such an earth-shattering transformation. Now that there was hope for survival, the two instantly exploded with an intense desire to fight. They stood beside Han Shuo and seemed to be prepared to fight with their lives on the line. Han Hao, the little skull in the middle of the bone throne, was delighted. With a thought, he teleported to Han Shuo's side and stood beside Wasis and Salas. They looked at the hegemon standing at the cracks in the ground, waiting for Han Shuo to make his move. Crack! 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 The turbulence in the yuan-chi of heaven and earth, and the dark clouds formed by the killing intent caused the hegemon's sealing boundaries to rumble. Under the pressure of the two forces that had gathered all the hidden forces in the pandemonium, the boundaries were clearly beginning to crumble. Rip! A wind barrier set up by Miller was forcibly torn apart. But that was only the beginning. While the hegemons were trying their best to salvage the situation, the energy of the dark cloud, which was formed from the murderous aura, resentment, hatred, and other negative energies of the dead in the valley, easily broke through the layers of defensive boundaries and seals. The two energies descended upon the valley. The huge amount of heaven and earth yuan-chi formed an incomparably huge pushing force, pushing everyone out as soon as they entered. The dark clouds of killing intent gushed into the cauldron of myriad demon. All of a sudden, the cauldron expanded several times in size and charged straight at Judas, who was wearing Holy Aurum armor. Judas' face jolted. He seemed to have sensed that the cauldron of myriad demon was no match for him. Instead, he immediately chose to dodge. Salas, Wasis, you two go first, shouted Han Shuo suddenly and pointed with his left hand. A tremendous amount of ki of the world poured into the ravine that was protected by Asura. The ravine suddenly tore open and revealed a bottomless pit. Pushed by the enormous yuan-chi of heaven and earth, Asura staggered backward as though he was drunk. He was forcefully pushed to the side. Brian, what about you? Cried Salas. He did not retreat as Han Shuo had suggested. Han Hao and I naturally have a way to leave. You don't have to worry, shouted Han Shuo anxiously. Hurry! These two energies are the pandemonium's last resort. Once they disperse, they won't be able to gather any more energy. Leave immediately. I won't be able to hold them for long. Let's go. Wasis gave Han Shuo a deep look before he resolutely charged into the ravine. Although he didn't say much, Han Shuo could see the trust in Wasis' eyes. Salas was stunned for a second before he steeled his heart and said, Take care. I'm still waiting for you to fulfill your promise to me. As long as you can come out alive, I, Salas, will take you as my master in the fringe. Without hesitation, Salas followed Wasis into the ravine. Stop them, shouted Daka. Belinton and Kaz hurriedly went to surround them. Han Shuo clasped his hands together and a dazzling radiance blossomed from his palms. The energy that was pushing Asura away suddenly formed an impenetrable barrier that blocked Belinton and Kaz, allowing Wasis and Salas to disappear within. Kill him! Shouted Daka. The energy of destruction erupted from his body and formed a destruction orb the size of a dark sun. This orb of destruction was formed from the fusion of hundreds of fist-sized orbs of destruction. The terrifying energy contained within it was enough to strike fear in one's heart. At this point, Regis, Miller, Sayant, and Tuckamore all realized how strange the situation was and didn't hold back any longer. Thunder rumbled and lightning fell from the sky like a fine rain. A fierce wind blew, forming a tornado that could destroy everything. The earth trembled continuously, and a meteorite that came from an unknown place fell from the sky. The cold power turned into a white mist, and everything in its path was frozen at this moment. The hegemons were using all of their energies to their fullest, unleashing their domains of divinity to the fullest. In an instant, the entire pandemonium was covered in dazzling radiance. All sorts of energies threatened to destroy the pandemonium. "Han Hao, retreat first!" shouted Han Shu. In an instant, his 3 souls fused into one, and the energy of his 2 avatars formed a new domain of divinity. Before the god hunter hegemon's energies could reach it, the new domain of divinity expanded outwards with all its might. At this moment, Little Skull Han Hao did not retreat as Han Shua had instructed. Instead, he abruptly put some distance between them and unleashed the energy from the quintessence shard to its fullest extent. A gigantic gravestone appeared out of thin air and towered between heaven and earth. All of a sudden, something strange happened. The enormous amount of yuan qi from Pandemonium Tanai, as well as the murderous aura, hatred, violence, and other negative energies left behind by the dead, seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force into Han Shua's new domain of divinity. In an instant, the domain of divinity underwent yet another transformation. Unlike before, this time, the domain of divinity was not only filled with the energy of death and destruction, but also the yuan qi and negative energies from Pandemonium. This new domain of divinity seemed to be no longer affected by Little Skull's quintessence shard, and did not clash with it. Han Shua let out a wild howl. All of a sudden, he felt the demonic yuan in his body go out of control. It violently rushed out of his body and rushed into the new domain of divinity at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. The new domain of divinity was still filled with thousands upon thousands of demon generals. At this moment, death, destruction, demon generals, demonic yuan, and all sorts of other energies fused together and underwent a transformation that no one could understand. It was like a ferocious beast that had walked out of the abyss of the ancient universe. It possessed frightening evil energy and was like a black hole that could devour everything in its path. It was also at this moment that Regis, Isaiah, Daka, Asura, and Tukamor's energies arrived and fell into the new domain of divinity formed by the fusion of the energies from all 3 of Han Shua's bodies. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was being torn asunder. It was like the end of the world. A ball of light, like the explosion of the sun, engulfed the entire place. Everyone and everything was covered by this ball of dazzling light that could engulf everything. After what felt like a day, but also like a moment, Han Shua, who had lost all of his energy, gradually regained his consciousness and senses. Pain. An unforgettable pain came from his body. It had been a long time since Han Shua had experienced such pain. Slowly, Han Shua opened his eyes and realized that he was covered in blood. The invincible omen body that he was so proud of didn't seem to be able to protect his body from being destroyed. His bone-deep wounds had ruptured and were bleeding profusely. They didn't heal immediately. Not used to his current condition, Han Shua turned his head with great difficulty and looked around. A shocking scene slowly entered Han Shua's eyes. Chapter 975. Han Shua was in a daze. Was this still the pandemonium? All he could see was a scene of devastation. All of Tanai's buildings had vanished. It was as if the entire pandemonium had been razed to the ground. As far as the eye could see, apart from the huge ravines and the dust that had gathered in the air, there was not a single piece of roof tile, not even a single person. It was dead silence. All of a sudden, Han Shua felt a strange sensation in his heart. He felt as if he had returned to the past, as if he was back on the desolate moon. He couldn't move a muscle and could only stare at the lifeless landscape in despair as he waited for death. This scene was so similar to the one he had seen back then. The same desolate landscape, the same powerless him. There didn't seem to be any difference. In a daze, Han Shua looked at his surroundings blankly. He looked at the ravine that had been turned upside down. He tried to find a living person with his eyes, tried to move his limbs, and tried to examine his body's condition. "Father, are you all right?" came a message from the little skull, Han Hao, from the depths of his soul. "Where are you?" Han Shua felt as if he'd been imbued with wisdom as he heard the little skeleton's call. He clearly understood the current situation and began to worry about the little skeleton's safety. "I'm underground. I'll be back soon," replied Han Hao. Crack. Next to Han Shua, a strange sound came from the rocky ground that had been piled up into a small hill. Suddenly, the rubble shot out, and the huge white bone throne reappeared. The little skull's actions seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. Strange sounds came from the ravine around Han Shuo as several figures appeared. Gandalf, Daka, Isaiah, Regis, one by one the hegemons appeared. None of them were dead, but their faces were pale and they looked at Han Shuo with strange gazes. Brian, what did you do to us? Asura was horrified. His face was as white as a sheet and he looked weaker than anyone else. Han Shuo was stunned. He couldn't understand what Asura was talking about. He frowned and asked, "What do you mean? Why is it that the earth divine energy in my body is always lacking a little?" Asura glared at Han Shuo and shouted. It wasn't just Asura. Daka, Isaiah, and the others were shocked as well. Asura's words seemed to have struck a chord with them. They all turned to look at Han Shuo, as if they were waiting for an explanation from Han Shuo. The divine power in your body has been reduced? Gandalf, who cultivated the power of light, suddenly exclaimed with a horrified expression. All the God Hunter hegemons nodded in unison at Judah's words, indicating that the divine energy they cultivated was forever lacking. Judas was aghast and looked at Han Shuo in disbelief. His face was cloudy and clear. One moment he was bursting with killing intent, and the next moment he was somewhat gratified. No one knew what he was thinking. Han Shuo, on the other hand, had a blank look on his face. He didn't know what was going on. All of a sudden, a strange feeling surged into Han Shuo's consciousness. He felt as if he had gained several pairs of eyes. With one thought, Han Shuo used his consciousness to summon the cauldron of myriad demon, and his avatars of destruction and death to his side. As soon as the thought came to his mind, 13 enormous blurry shadows suddenly flashed out from the ravines on the ground. What's this? Han Shuo himself was startled as he looked at the enormous shadows slowly floating out from the depths of the earth with a strange expression. Whoosh. The cauldron of myriad demon returned to Han Shuo's side. However, Han Shuo couldn't sense the auras of the hundreds or thousands of demon generals inside the cauldron. The cauldron was empty. However, Han Shuo sensed a familiar aura from the 13 enormous shadows that had suddenly appeared. Not only that, but there seemed to be a strange connection between Han Shuo and the 13 enormous blurry figures. It was as if he was one of the 13 figures, and as if the 13 blurry figures were all him. What's going on? Han Shuo was astonished. Master, for some reason, all the demon generals have mutated. I don't know if the demons in the cauldron were affected by what happened before, but they've undergone a strange transformation. The demons that cultivated in the same energy when they were alive devoured and fused with each other, eventually condensing into one. 13 different types of energy have formed these 13 special life forms that bear your soul imprint. They are a new kind of avatars, even more special than the avatars formed by the Demon Slayer Edge and the Skeletal Staff. They are so special that even I don't know what form they take. Cauldron Spirit's voice suddenly sounded in Han Shuo's mind. Han Shuo was stunned. He couldn't understand Cauldron Spirit's words for a moment. After staring blankly for a moment, he asked, "What happened to my 2 avatars?" They completely exploded in that energy. However, their souls and energies have fused with the 2 new avatars. You can try to sense them. The 2 new avatars of death and destruction that bear your purest soul imprint should be able to fuse with your mind without any break-in period. Han Shuo was astonished once again. He opened up his mind and tried to sense the auras of the 13 enormous blurry figures. Gradually, Han Shuo discovered that the 13 enormous blurry figures did share a bizarre connection with him. The 13 figures contain the auras of darkness, earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, death, fate, space, life, destruction, and fighting aura. Among them, the 2 new avatars of death and destruction were much clearer than the other 11. With one thought, Han Shuo felt a wonderful connection flow into his mind. Haha. The 2 avatars that were clearer than the other 11 suddenly laughed at the same time. But their laughter was different. At this moment, Han Shuo once again had the feeling of one soul being split into 3, and being used for 3 purposes. Compared to before, the feeling of being one with his soul didn't change at all. Instead, it seemed to have become even more inseparable. The feeling of being one with his avatars made Han Shuo feel inexplicably moved. Han Shuo's avatar, which cultivated in the energy of death and destruction, carried the purest aura of death and destruction. The blurry silhouette gradually became clearer and clearer. Slowly, it turned into two humans that were 5 times larger than Han Shuo himself. Naturally, they looked exactly like Han Shuo. This is... It was Judas who cried out in shock. He seemed to have sensed something strange about the 13 figures that surged out of the ground. As for Daka and the other God Hunter hegemons, they were all dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the 13 figures that slowly rose into the sky. 13 energies. What the hell is going on? Daka cursed. He seemed to have lost his composure. Don't tell me that the energy we lost was absorbed by those guys? Asura suddenly sensed a familiar energy from the figure that possessed the energy of Earth. His expression changed and he cried out in shock. We won't be able to eat or sleep in peace if this person doesn't die. One day we will all die because of him. Daka took a deep breath, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop his heart from thumping wildly. This time, all the God Hunter hegemons came to an agreement. Without any hesitation, their eyes glowed with murderous intent. They were determined to kill Han Shuo on the spot. It was at this moment that the two oddities that carried the energy of death and destruction overlapped with each other. All of a sudden, the two powers of death and destruction fused together, forming a new domain of divinity. With a thought, the overlapping shadows of the death and destruction avatars shook once more and overlapped with the lightning avatar that was watching from the side. The lightning avatar also suddenly joined the new domain of divinity. After the overlapping of the 3 avatars, the power of the 3 avatars suddenly doubled. Han Shuo's main body, which was bleeding profusely, remained motionless. He put all his energy into controlling the Han Shuo who had 3 avatars stacked on top of each other. He circulated all the energy of his consciousness and continued to move. He then stacked the 3 avatars of darkness, wind, and water. Every time the 3 overlapped avatars of darkness, wind, and ice, Han Shuo's consciousness became 100 times heavier. When the 3 avatars of darkness, wind, and ice overlapped, Han Shuo's consciousness seemed to have run out, and he could no longer use it to overlap more avatars. That was the limit of Han Shuo's consciousness. The new avatars of death, destruction, lightning, darkness, wind, and water slowly took the shape of a human. The human was still Han Shuo, but the aura he exuded was no longer the same. The 6 avatars of death, destruction, lightning, darkness, wind, and water merged together and formed a new domain of divinity. Kill! Asura sensed fear from the depths of his soul when he saw the new Han Shuo. He gave a loud cry and charged at Han Shuo. The new Han Shuo shot a glance at Asura, who was trying to put up a fierce front, and raised his hand. A vast and boundless new energy filled the air and enveloped Asura. Under everyone's gaze, Asura's body suddenly exploded. His earth armor, which was said to be the toughest, had no effect on him. Asura's blood splattered all over the ground. A grayish soul drifted out from his body. Before he could escape, the cauldron of myriad demon flashed and enveloped Asura's divine soul. All of a sudden, Daka and the other hegemons were horrified. They exchanged glances with one another before retreating and running for their lives. Their faces were filled with fear. At that moment, they no longer had the courage to fight Han Shuo. Chapter 976. The current Han Shuo gave them a terrifying feeling of intimidation. Even Asura, an overgod of the earth, was killed in an instant without being able to retaliate. The power Han Shuo displayed now seemed to be on par with an overgod with the quintessence. They were all terrified of a terrifying character who could kill Asura with a wave of his hand. They wisely retreated, fearing that they would be killed by Han Shuo if they stayed for even a second longer. His avatars of death, destruction, lightning, darkness, wind, and water overlapped with each other, and hovered in midair like a giant god. His new domain of divinity carried with it a berserk aura that looked down on everything, gathering the 6 elemental energies from all directions. "Father, they've escaped," cried the little skull Han Hao in the center of the bone throne. To his surprise, Han Shuo didn't give chase immediately. The gigantic avatar floated in midair and stared at the only person left behind, Judas. It wasn't that Han Shuo didn't want to give chase, but rather, without the control of his consciousness, he couldn't unleash the energy of that enormous phantom that had fused the energies of death, destruction, lightning, darkness, wind, and water. Moreover, there were still many uncertainties in the gigantic phantom formed by the overlapping of the 6 elemental energies. The avatars of lightning, darkness, wind, and water had yet to fuse with his consciousness. After barely managing to kill Asura in one blow, the fusion of the 6 elements seemed to be on the verge of breaking apart. The lightning, darkness, wind, and water avatars in particular were beginning to go out of control. Han Shuo knew that if Daka and the others hadn't retreated in fear, he wouldn't have been able to kill them so easily. Tens of thousands of demon generals had devoured and absorbed each other, fusing with all sorts of energies to produce 13 new avatars. Even the 2 avatars of death and destruction were still unknown to Han Shuo, much less the other 11. At this stage, he knew that he had to first understand everything about the new 13 avatars. Only after he had truly grasped their strength and temperament, and completely fused with his own divine sense, would he be able to truly unleash their strength. Before that, it was extremely dangerous to forcefully fuse several avatars that could not merge their minds and souls into one. Han Hao, the little skull, obviously didn't know about Han Shuo's physical condition. Seeing how his newly formed avatar was able to kill Asura in one blow, he naturally believed that Han Shuo had made yet another breakthrough. If he could kill Asura so easily, the others shouldn't be able to escape his grasp either. Brian, you sure are amazing. I really didn't expect you to make another breakthrough so quickly, said the god hunter Hegemon Judas with a smile. Judas, the only god hunter Hegemon who remained, said smilingly to Han Shuo after everyone had left. It was at this moment that Han Shuo's blood stopped flowing. His depleted demonic yuan began to glow again like an old tree in spring. Strands of demonic yuan that were as thin as silk flowed through his body with great difficulty. The weak demonic yuan slowly converged and silently nourished his body, bones, and meridians. His severed meridians gradually began to reconnect. The cells in his wounds rapidly moved and the broken bones reassembled like liquid. Miraculous changes were slowly taking place in his body. At the same time, Han Shuo's consciousness became muddle-headed. Bizarre scrolls appeared in his mind one after another. Many erratic ancient characters were flickering with colors visible to his consciousness. They cleansed Han Shuo's mind and soul, causing him to sink into an ethereal state. I am the master of all demonic creations. The epiphany suddenly occurred. Perhaps it was because he had been the master of the Han family for too long, or perhaps it was because he had been worrying too much about the 5 elite zombies and Little Skull. Han Shuo found that he had become their leader. Not only did he have to take care of everything for the Han family, but he also had to worry about their safety and strength. I am the master of demons. I am the master of demons. A vast and boundless voice reverberated in Han Shuo's consciousness. His consciousness was like a tranquil ocean, but it began to boil amidst the deafening voice, setting off monstrous waves. In an instant, the sea of consciousness became deep and boundless. It was as vast and boundless as the starry sky. Nothing, no man and no god could stop it. All things are demons, all things are me, I am the demon, I am all things. All kinds of bizarre thoughts emerged in his sea of consciousness. Strange sounds reverberated in his mind. His sea of consciousness gradually transformed. Like the deep starry sky, there were bright and dazzling stars orbiting in unchanging trajectories. It was as though his consciousness had become another miniature universe, and as though he had become one with the universe. Judas looked at Han Shuo in astonishment. No one knew what he was thinking, but he stood there in a daze. He did not attack Han Shuo, nor did he immediately retreat. After an unknown period of time, Han Shuo suddenly came to a realization. Suddenly, Han Shuo knew that his consciousness had reached the level of a demon master. It was just that the energy in his body had not accumulated to a certain level, and thus his demonic body had not undergone a qualitative change, allowing his body and mind to reach the level of a demon master. He lowered his head and saw that his demonic body, which was riddled with scars, had recovered to its original state. Although it was not at its peak, it had recovered 50% of his demonic yuan. From being riddled with scars, to having recovered in such a short period of time, and even having recovered more than half of his strength, Han Shuo was shocked by this change. He raised his hand and looked at his palm. His skin was as translucent as jade, glowing with a bewitching luster. It was even more perfect than a woman's skin. The lines on his palm were clear. At a glance, the lines on his palm were constantly changing as he clenched his fist, giving off a wondrous sense of beauty. This. Han Shuo mumbled in a low voice, his face filled with incredulity and surprise. Brian, Judas spoke again, his face full of smiles. Judas spoke again, his face full of smiles. When Han Shuo looked at him with a vigilant expression, Judas chuckled and said, "Congratulations." Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. With one thought, the avatar of 6 elemental forces that he had been trying his best to keep together suddenly split apart and returned to the cauldron of myriad demon that was hovering in midair. The cauldron of myriad demon flew back into Han Shuo's chest and disappeared. He slowly stood up, looked at Judas up and down strangely and asked, "Why haven't you left?" Han Shuo had always felt that there was something off about this Judas. As a hegemon of the god hunters who had betrayed the god of light, not only did he possess a cross personally refined by the god of light, but he could also condense the faith energy of 1 billion believers into holy Aurum armor. Such a character made Han Shuo wonder if he really was a god hunter or not. Han Shuo felt that something was amiss when he looked at Judas. His consciousness was fully focused on Judas, but he couldn't discern the depths of Judas's strength. Han Shuo had a nagging feeling that Judas was plotting something against him, and that there was an even greater power hidden in his body. These were all instinctive senses of Han Shuo. "Why should I leave?" Judas laughed involuntarily and asked Han Shuo. Han Shuo, who had no idea what Judas was plotting, immediately chuckled coldly. The 17 flying swords whizzed out and the cauldron of myriad demon once again flew towards Judas. Even though Han Shuo had only recovered 50% of his strength, the 17 flying swords and the cauldron of myriad demon were not weak at all. After his consciousness fused with the demon lord's state of mind, even ordinary attacks would become mysterious and unpredictable, let alone the 17 flying swords that were already powerful to begin with. Han Shuo believed that with the strength Judas had displayed, even holy Aurum armor wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the 17 flying swords and the cauldron of myriad demon. It would most likely injure him immediately. However, Judas's performance somewhat exceeded Han Shuo's expectations. All of a sudden, Judas blossomed with dazzling brilliance like a blazing sun. A wave of divine energy descended from the heavens and entered Judas' body. The holy Aurum armor on Judas, whose performance had only been a little eye-catching, shone brilliantly. The cross in his hand suddenly flew up and the power of holy light surged from the cross. Neither the 17 flying swords nor Han Shuo's cauldron of myriad demon could break through the defense of Judas' cross. Han Shuo's expression changed and he suddenly recalled the 17 flying swords and the cauldron of myriad demon. He stared deeply at Judas and asked, "Who are you?" "Nestet and the others are coming. Look after Han Hao." Judas retracted his hands and smiled at Han Shuo. Han Shuo was shocked again. There were probably only a few people in the entire Elysium who dared to call Nestet by his name. Who in the world is this Judas? As expected, not long after Judas finished speaking, before Han Shuo could react, the goddess of destiny and the overgod of death, Nestet, suddenly appeared in front of Han Shuo. As soon as Nestet made his move, his eyes immediately focused on the little skull, Han Hao, sitting upright on his throne of bones. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect that even I would be fooled." The goddess of destiny's deep, starry eyes glanced at Han Shuo, then at the little skull, Han Hao, and finally at Judas. "What are you doing?" Judas didn't kowtow to the goddess of destiny as Han Shuo expected. He didn't show the slightest bit of restraint or timidity. He still chuckled and said, "I'm just giving him a little pressure to help him improve faster. As you know, we don't have much time. Look, isn't he getting stronger under my pressure?" "Light God, you're the light God." Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he suddenly reacted and cried out in surprise. Judas smiled and nodded. "That's right, it's me. But I'm just borrowing Judas's body. Hey Brian, you're really amazing." Chapter 977. Judas didn't deny his identity and immediately admitted it under Han Shua's questioning. After Judas admitted his identity as the God of Light, Han Shua finally understood why Judas dared to stay after witnessing Han Shua's power, even though all the other hegemons had left. An overgod with a quintessence was 100 times more powerful than a so-called pseudo-overgod like Daka. Even though the two had similar names, they weren't on the same level at all. Daka and the rest were afraid of Han Shua's power, but the God of Light with a quintessence didn't have to worry about being killed by Han Shua at all. God of Light, why are you a hegemon of the God Hunter Alliance? Han Shua's face turned cold. Are you implying that the existence of the God Hunter Alliance is the result of your tacit consent? The goddess of destiny helplessly nodded and extended her hand to release a strange energy wave. The vast energy instantly enveloped the entire area. Be it in the sky or on the ground, no one would be able to see what was going on. The God Hunter Alliance's existence is necessary. Otherwise, this so-called alliance would have long been wiped out by us, said the goddess of destiny unhurriedly after sealing off the entire area. Why? Han Shua asked blankly. The goddess of destiny smiled and didn't answer Han Shua's question. She looked at the God of Light and the overgod of death beside her and said, "Gentlemen, I think we should tell him about Eternia in advance." Sure, but before that, I want to destroy Han Hao's quintessence shard first. Nestor nodded and stared at the little skeleton sitting in the middle of the bone throne as he spoke in a tone that left no room for negotiation. Han Shua's expression changed as soon as he heard those words. He said, "I don't care what you guys are trying to do to me, but whoever dares to touch Han Hao, I will kill them." Nestet shot a disdainful glance at Han Shua and mocked, "Do you have the strength to fight to the death with me?" After that, Nestet no longer looked at Han Shua. His body shook violently, and the purest energy of death in the world was released from his body. All of a sudden, the god of death walked towards Han Shua. An incomparably vast energy of death emanated from his body and caused a commotion in the surroundings. Han Shua was shocked, but he still shouted, "I'd like to try." Nestor said that he wanted to destroy the quintessence shard in Han Hao's body, which had already fused with his soul. Once it was destroyed, it would mean that Han Hao's soul would dissipate, and he would disappear from this world forever. Han Shua would never allow such a situation to occur. His relationship with Little Skull even surpassed the friendship he had with his women. Little Skull accompanied him when he had nothing. Little Skull helped him dump the trash and cleaned up for him every day. Little Skull had become the most indispensable part of his life. No one could touch Little Skull in front of him, not even Nestet. With one thought, the 13 avatars that surged into the cauldron of myriad demons surged out. The avatars formed by the 6 elemental energies of death, destruction, thunder, darkness, wind, and water instantly overlapped, and a new domain of divinity was suddenly released. This time, unlike before, when his consciousness was completely exhausted, the 6 elemental energies overlapped easily. However, because Han Shua did not have time to master the new consciousness and stabilize his current state of mind, he could only temporarily control the new avatars formed by the 6 elemental energies. The new energy formed a barrier formed by the energy of death, destruction, thunder, darkness, wind, and water. It suddenly blocked in front of Han Hao, the Little Skull, to stop the attack of the overgod of death, Nestet's energy. Facing the overgod of death, Nestet, who had an overgod, Han Shua no longer held back and unleashed all of his power in an instant. At this moment, Han Shua focused his consciousness to control everything. The new body formed by the new domain of divinity was very special. There seemed to be 6 streams of energy flowing on the new barrier. Huh! The goddess of destiny exclaimed softly. She seemed to be very surprised by this new energy. She turned to look at Gandalf, the avatar of the god of light, and asked, "What's going on?" Gandalf smiled bitterly. He shook his head at the goddess of destiny's question, and said, "I don't know what's going on either. Perhaps the power Upanishad he cultivates has some magical changes with the power of our universe. That's why he has this anomaly." After a pause, Gandalf said, "Don't worry too much. This new energy is not perfect. It won't be able to exert too much power even if it's combined. Everything is still under control." "Everything is still under control?" The goddess of destiny had a strange look on her face. She murmured, "This is just the beginning. He hasn't fully mastered the new energy. Once he does, I think the power will not be the same as it is now. This Brian really makes people look forward to it and worry about him at the same time." Although the goddess of destiny's voice was soft, who was Gandalf? How could he not hear what he was thinking? Gandalf had a strange look on his face. He seemed to have realized that Han Shuo was extraordinary. His eyes flickered and no one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, the power of Nestet, the god of death, fell on the barrier formed by the power of the 6 elements that Han Shuo had formed. It had to be said that a god with the power of a quintessence was far more powerful than an ordinary god. As soon as Nestet's power of death entered the barrier, Han Shuo felt an endless aura of the element of death. Nestet's power of death seemed to have condensed the element of death from several planes, and its power far exceeded that of any so-called god. Under the unparalleled power of Nestet, the barrier formed by the power of the 6 elements that Han Shuo had yet to fully master could barely hold on. It could be torn apart and destroyed at any moment. Not only could a god with the power of a quintessence mobilize the purest element of death between heaven and earth, but they themselves were also a huge body of energy. Their bodies contained the essence of their elemental power for hundreds of millions of years. Such power was not something an ordinary person could imagine. If Han Shuo had not formed a new incarnation and merged the power of the 6 elements, he might not have been able to withstand a single attack from Nestet. The power of his consciousness turned into threads that were hard to see with the naked eye, and fused with the incarnation. It continuously gathered the power of the various elements on the new barrier of divinity. Han Shuo's face was slightly pale. "Oh, not bad. Apart from the gods with the power of a quintessence, no one can resist me for this long," Nestet exclaimed in surprise. He immediately exerted the power of death on the new barrier formed by Han Shuo, and increased the pressure on Han Shuo. "Father!" Little Skull shouted. Little Skull, who was telepathically connected to Han Shuo, naturally sensed the abnormality in Han Shuo's consciousness. He knew that Han Shuo was practically using up the power of his soul to save himself. Demonic yuan could be regenerated after it was lost, but once the power of one's soul was exhausted, it would be extremely difficult to recover. Han Hao, the Little Skull who cultivated the power of death and demonic arts, knew this very well. Therefore, after learning that Han Shuo was risking his life for him, Little Skull became somewhat agitated. Suddenly, the image of a huge gravestone appeared. Little Skull used all his strength to combine the power of the demonic arts he cultivated and the bone spear in his hand. He tried to seize the opportunity to rush out and fight to the death with Nestet. The radiance that covered the gravestone suddenly burst out. The power of death and the power of demonic arts collided and blended together, blossoming with a brilliant brilliance. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. A clear, earth-shaking sound rang out from the gravestone. Suddenly, the gravestone transformed into a diamond-shaped, sparkling and translucent strange object. That strange object spun and continuously released the negative energies of death and evil. There seemed to be an endless amount of resentment and violence within it. "Nestet, stop!" The goddess of destiny shouted. The mirror of destiny flew out of her hand, and the power that affected the trajectory of fate surged out. Nestet's eyes trembled. He suddenly retracted the power of death and retreated to the goddess of destiny's side. He looked at the goddess of destiny angrily and asked, "Why? That kid has a quintessence shard on him. I will not allow a threat to replace me to exist." The goddess of destiny did not answer Nestet. Instead, she focused on the strange crystal spinning on Little Skull's chest. She had a look of disbelief on her face. Gandalf's mouth was wide open. He muttered in a daze, "How is this possible? How is this possible? How is this possible?" Nestet followed the gazes of the goddess of destiny and the god of light to look at Han Hao. Suddenly, Nestet's face turned pale. He lost his composure and exclaimed, This is... The goddess of destiny nodded and affirmed, "This is the power of the quintessence. A new quintessence has formed in his body." Han Shuo, who was still struggling to hold on, was startled when he heard this. He also looked at Han Hao in disbelief. his face full of astonishment and confusion. A quintessence. Not a quintessence shard. The most inconceivable and mysterious thing in the universe had actually formed in Little Skull's chest. On Elysium, the reason why the 12 overgods reigned supreme over everyone else wasn't because they were exceptionally talented, or because they were famous, or because they had lived for a long time. It was because each of them possessed a quintessence. That's right, a quintessence. A quintessence made them the pinnacle of existence in the universe. An overgod with a quintessence was the embodiment of invincibility, the undefeatable legend. But today, a new quintessence had formed in Han Hao. What did this mean? Nestet, the goddess of destiny, Gandalf, Han Shuo, and even the little skull Han Hao were all dumbfounded. Which element did the new quintessence come from? The same question popped up in their minds. Chapter 978. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Little Skull Han Hao himself. His eyes were filled with confusion as he looked down at the diamond-shaped crystal spinning on his chest. He suddenly felt as if the crystal had become another part of his soul. Under the influence of the new quintessence, all kinds of negative energies, such as hatred, disgust, resentment, and exposure, seemed to be affected as they surged towards him from all directions. The new quintessence seemed to be the source of all negative energies in the world. It constantly attracted the scattered negative energies and integrated them for Little Skull Han Hao's use. The diamond-shaped quintessence on Han Hao's chest spun once before it abruptly flew into his mind. It was enveloped by his divine soul and became one with it. The white bone throne instantly blossomed with a soft jade-like radiance. Perhaps it was due to the new quintessence, but the white bone throne also seemed to be undergoing some unknown changes. Han Shuo, who was standing not far from Little Skull, wore a puzzled expression. He also didn't know why Little Skull Han Hao would undergo such an incredible change. Han Shuo wasn't too sure what a quintessence meant, but the fact that the 12 overgods held such a high position on Elysium gave him a faint feeling of ecstasy. Han Shuo sensed an aura that was both familiar and strange at the same time from Little Skull. He wasn't sure how powerful the new energy was, but judging from the goddess of destiny, the god of light, and the overgod of death's reactions, he was certain that the new quintessence had indeed formed. Why is there a new quintessence? Judas muttered to himself. The peaceful smile on his face had disappeared and was replaced by confusion. Didn't they say that only 12 quintessences have been created since the beginning of time? I've never heard of the existence of a new quintessence after millions of years. The overgod of death, Nestet, was equally puzzled. He stared blankly at the goddess of destiny as if waiting for her to give him a reasonable explanation. However, the goddess of destiny was also baffled. How could she answer his question? After a while, the goddess of destiny smiled bitterly and said, "Don't look at me. Even I don't know why new quintessences can be produced. I can't control this Han Hao's fate. His existence is beyond my understanding of this universe. I don't know what this exception is all about. What should we do?" Nestet suddenly asked after a moment of silence. The goddess of destiny did not immediately answer Nestet's question. Instead, she looked at Han Shuo and Han Hao with a thoughtful look. After a while, the goddess of destiny said solemnly, "Nestet, Han Hao's new quintessence has been produced. I don't think you need to worry about him taking your quintessence of death. This father and son pair should be of help to us in the future. Now I think we should leave first." The overgod of death, Nestet, was stunned. He stared deeply at Han Hao, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The little skull Han Hao, who was sitting in the middle of the white bone throne, looked at the overgod of death, Nestet, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He was afraid that Nestet would attack him at all costs. Although there was something special in his divine soul, Han Hao did not know how to use the quintessence. At this time, it was difficult for him to make full use of the quintessence. At this time, if the overgod of death, Nestet, wanted to attack him at all costs, Han Hao was obviously no match for him. Han Shuo was also very cautious. His main body and 12 incarnations were carefully preparing. If Nestet really wanted to attack, he would immediately stop him. "Nestet, there are some things that the three of us can't decide," Judas suddenly said softly at this moment. The overgod of death, Nestet, shot a glance at Judas, nodded slightly, and said, "Before we go to Eternia, we still have a battle. If you still dare to use this rotten body of yours, I will first destroy a strand of your divine seal." After saying that, Nestet looked at Han Hao and lightly groaned. Without saying anything else, he nodded at the goddess of destiny and left. After Nestet disappeared, the goddess of destiny slightly bunched her brows and said to Judas, "You shouldn't meddle in the affairs of the God Hunter Alliance, nor should you occupy Judas' consciousness. The God Hunter Alliance needs to exist, but it doesn't need you to guide it." The god of light, who had occupied Judas' body, put on a rather solemn face when he heard the goddess of destiny's words. He hesitated for a moment before replying smilingly, "I know what to do. I don't need you to remind me. When we leave this place, Judas will disappear forever. He will never appear on Elysium again." The goddess of destiny smiled and nodded, saying, "That's good." The god of light then turned to look at Han Shu and Han Hao. After thinking for a moment, he smilingly said to the two, "Before Eternia opens, a new battle of the gods will inevitably take place. On behalf of the Dominion of Light, the Dominion of Life, and the Dominion of Water, I would like to invite you to join forces. Haha, don't be in a hurry to refuse or agree. Take your time to consider." When Han Shua saw that the god of light was about to leave, he suddenly remembered McKinley's plea and said, "I want to kill one of your 3 guardians, Jar." The god of light stared blankly at Han Shua. After a while he frowned and said, "Jar has been with me for many years. Only I can decide his life. If Jar dies, I will take it that you refused my kind offer. You're on your own." The god of light bowed to the goddess of destiny and slowly walked outside. When he reached the goddess of destiny, he suddenly paused and said softly, "Compared to Han Hao, I'm more worried about my father, who can fuse the 12 fundamental forces. We have all the quintessences, so we at least have some idea of how strong they are. But when it comes to energy that is completely foreign to us, we don't know what to do. You have to put in more effort lest things get messy." After saying these words, the god of light did not stay any longer and left leisurely. The last words that the god of light said to the goddess of destiny were not deliberately concealed. Han Shua and Han Hao, who were standing not far away, heard it clearly. From the meaning of the god of light's words, Han Shua knew that the so-called 12 quintessences, including the goddess of destiny, should have some designs on him. As for what they wanted him to do, Han Shua had no idea for the time being. After the overgod of death, Nestet, and the god of light disappeared, the goddess of destiny smiled lightly and said indifferently, "I am very relieved that Andrina is here with you. I hope you will take good care of her. Well, I still have things to deal with. When the time is right, I will come to you personally and talk to you about some things you want to know." Han Shua really did not know what to say to the goddess of destiny. He obviously knew that the goddess of destiny was hiding something from him, and he also knew that the goddess of destiny had expectations for him. However, if the goddess of destiny did not tell him the details, he really could not know the ins and outs of the matter. Vaguely, Han Shua guessed that it had something to do with the exalted demon lord and the demonic arts he cultivated. Apart from that, Han Shua really could not think of anything else that the goddess of destiny, a quintessence over God, would be concerned about. Han Shua did not say much to the goddess of destiny. He just watched as the goddess of destiny disappeared without saying a word. With the goddess of destiny gone, only Han Shua and Han Hao remained in the ruins of the pandemonium. After the battle, both father and son had made breakthroughs in their own strength. Han Shua's demonic arts had advanced to the demonic sovereign realm, allowing him to transform hundreds and thousands of demon generals into avatars that cultivated in the 13 fundamental forces. The 13 avatars could also be fused, and every time they fused, their strength would increase tremendously. Han Hao, on the other hand, had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. A new quintessence was formed in his body, a treasure that could allow him to become a supreme god. Such a breakthrough was not as simple as a quantitative change. At this moment, the father and son looked at each other. They did not think too much about the changes in their bodies. Instead, they looked at the ruins of the pandemonium and felt a little sad. Han Shua did not know where Gilbert, Sanguiner, and Ballins had gone. He was rather worried about their safety. "Father, the pandemonium has been destroyed," Han Hao suddenly said to Han Shuo after a long while. Han Shuo nodded and smiled. He said, "If it's destroyed, we'll rebuild it. Every time we rebuild it, there will be new changes. This time, I will use our current strength to rebuild the pandemonium. I will deploy a gigantic ninth realm mysticaline harvester around the perimeter of the pandemonium to transform the yuan qi of heaven and earth on the Elysium continent for our use." Back on the profound continent, the exalted demon lord had deployed a gigantic ninth realm mysticaline harvester underground. It was because of the ninth realm mysticaline harvester that the profound continent had become a land of 5 elements, causing all sorts of changes on the profound continent, and allowing Han Shua's soul to travel from another universe. Compared to the profound continent, the yuan qi here was 100 times denser. By deploying a gigantic ninth realm mysticaline harvester here, not only would Han Shua be able to provide an endless supply of energy to the pandemonium, but he would also be able to use the yuan qi to temper his demonic body. By gathering the yuan qi of heaven and earth, he would be able to accumulate the demonic yuan in his demonic body. As long as his demonic body and mind could reach the demonic sovereign realm, Han Shua believed that he would stand a chance against the 12 overgods who had existed for eons. Apart from that, he also had 13 avatars that he could fuse with. With 6 avatars, he would be able to fend off Nestet's attacks. Once all 13 avatars were fused together, coupled with his main body that had reached the demonic sovereign realm, who on the Elysium continent would be a match for him. Chapter 979. Han Shua and his son didn't stay in the ruined pandemonium for too long. Too many things had happened here. They didn't know if the hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance were still in the fringe. They also didn't know how the members of the Han family, Wasis and Salis were doing. First, he had to figure out the current situation in the fringe and find Balance, Sanguiner, and Phoebe to ensure their safety. Next, he had to head to the Omphalos to see what was going on there. He also had to find out what the missing tire was up to. Lastly, he had to rebuild the pandemonium and turn it into a giant ninth realm mysticaline harvester for him to become a demon lord. There were too many things for Han Shua to do. He had to take things one step at a time. He didn't have time to waste. Now that Little Skull Han Hao had suddenly gained the quintessence, he might not be able to fully unleash the power of the quintessence. However, if he were to face pseudo-overgods like Tyre and Log, Han Shua believed that Little Skull would be able to handle them with ease. Therefore, he arranged for Little Skull Han Hao to head to the mountain where most of Daka, Dagmar, and Asur's subordinates were killed. He had to gather his god hunters to figure out the current situation in the fringe as soon as possible, track down the whereabouts of Tyre and Log, and pay attention to the hegemons who had left. Little Skull Han Hao was brimming with confidence. With the quintessence, he would be able to shine in the fringe and on Elysium. With Han Shua's arrangements, he quickly left the fringe and headed towards his destination through the torn earth. Han Shua expanded his consciousness and headed towards another region, by relying on the faint connection he had with the 5 elite zombies. Han Shua, whose mental state had reached the level of a demon master, his consciousness was as vast and boundless as the ocean. His sea of consciousness could reflect all kinds of wonders like a bright mirror according to his will. That trace of weak connection with the 5 elite zombies was infinitely magnified. He very quickly determined the location of the 5 elite zombies. Suddenly, Han Shua realized that as his state of mind improved, his consciousness had become different from before. When he unfolded his consciousness, he could vaguely sense the soul undulations of every living being in the fringe. The stronger a person was, the stronger their life magnetic field would be, and the easier it would be for him to sense them. Gradually, many powerful yet scattered auras entered Han Shua's mind. Han Shua was very familiar with a few. Some were Tyre, some were Log, some were Salis, and some were Wasis. Han Shua's mind was suddenly enlightened. He grinned. He felt as though he was in control of heaven and earth. Before his new state of mind had completely stabilized, he had already experienced the wonders of it. He immediately realized that the realm of the demon master was indeed very powerful. Just the changes in his divine sense had already allowed him to see everything in his surroundings clearly, as if he was the lord of all things. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo decided to start with Salis and Wasis, who were closest to him. With one thought, Han Shuo vanished into thin air. Relying on his senses of Salis and Han Shuo's auras, Han Shuo streaked across the sky at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to follow. Soon enough, he stopped beside a lake. Salis, Wasis, come out, Han Shuo smiled and said to a broken stone wall behind the lake. Salis and Wasis, who were meditating in the crack of the stone wall, were worried about whether Han Shuo could escape from Gandalf and the others. As soon as they heard Han Shuo's voice, they were overjoyed and hastily crawled out from the crack of the stone wall. "Brian, are you all right?" Salis grinned, revealing his true feelings. Wasis wasn't a good talker. His cold eyes scanned Han Shuo's body as though he was trying to see if Han Shuo was injured or if he was forcing a smile. Han Shuo felt a little strange when he saw Salis and Wasis again. When he first came to the fringe, Salis and Wasis were the most hostile to him. There were even some unpleasant incidents between him and Salis and Wasis. They even fought to the death and one of them nearly died. But now the ones who were the closest to Han Shuo were Salis and Wasis. The reason for that was that although Salis and Wasis were bad-tempered and arrogant, they were sincere in their dealings with others. They weren't like a Sora, Logue, and Tyre who pretended to be on good terms with you but would stab you in the back. "Haha, I'm fine." Han Shuo looked at the two smilingly and said. "But the crisis in the fringe has yet to be resolved. Those from the God Hunter Alliance have yet to leave the fringe. Alright, I'll go look for my Han family and make arrangements for them. After that, we will head to the Omphalos together. I can sense that Tyre and Logue are in the vicinity of the Omphalos and their remaining forces. It seems that Tyre and Logue will make a move soon." "We'll do as you say." Salis laughed heartily and said. "After the previous battle, I, Salis, believe that my judgment is right. You are different from Tyre and Logue. Only someone like you can convince me." Unlike Salis, Wasis didn't say what was on his mind, but after hearing his words, Wasis nodded solemnly, seemingly agreeing with Salis's statement. Although the two of them didn't vow to follow Han Shuo, their attitude was enough to show that they would definitely follow Han Shuo's lead in the fringe. From now on, Han Shuo would completely replace Logue and Tyre, becoming the one and only sovereign in the fringe. The Omphalos. The Omphalos was no longer as bustling as it used to be. Not only had the sovereigns evacuated their businesses in the Omphalos, but more than half of the shops in Tanai had also closed down. Those who remained in the Omphalos were those who had nowhere to hide and had nowhere else to run. Everyone knew that not only did the God Hunter Alliance outnumber the fringe dwellers, but they also had plenty of top-notch experts in the fringe. Even those peddlers who used to fear the sovereigns didn't think that the sovereigns would be able to stop the dragons from the other dominions. In the past, the Omphalos could guarantee everyone's safety. But now, the Omphalos didn't have the slightest bit of protection. From the information transmitted by Gale of the Fringe, it was clear that the God Hunter Alliance had gained the upper hand. Those who remained in the Omphalos grew even more anxious. If they weren't wanted fugitives by the 12 alliances and had nowhere else to go, they would have left the Omphalos at all costs. Most of the shops in Tanai had closed down. The only shop that still hung its signboard was the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. During this period of time, the remaining shop owners in the Omphalos had made the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy their main source of information. Even those who specialized in making poisons would stop by the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy from time to time to obtain information from the only shop in the Omphalos. At this moment, the one in charge of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was Akeley. He was the first person that Han Shuo met when he arrived on Elysium. He had already reached early-stage High God realm in the cultivation of the Edict of Destruction. Akeley, who had a stubborn obsession in his heart, was advancing at an incredibly fast pace in the cultivation of the Edict of Destruction. With the divine essences that he and Han Shuo had obtained, as well as the power of the Han family, Akeley was able to make breakthroughs in the Edict of Destruction. Originally, Han Shuo didn't want Akeley to stay in the dangerous Omphalos. However, Akeley insisted on staying in Tanai's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, saying that the more dangerous a place was, the easier it would be for his mind to reach the state of destruction. "Tell those guys that I can guarantee their safety if all the poisoners join the Han family," Akeley said to an elderly man sitting in front of him. Akeley was lazily lying on a spacious and comfortable leather chair with his legs crossed. He was holding a bunch of sparkling and translucent grapes in his hand. He raised his head and swallowed the grapes as he spoke to an old man in front of him. "Lord Akeley, the people out there are on tenterhooks. Recently, strangers have been appearing in the vicinity of the Omphalos. It seems that the God Hunter Alliance is coming. Not only are they afraid but so are we. Lord Akeley, shouldn't we lay low for the time being?" asked the elderly man in a bitter smile as he wiped the beads of sweat off his forehead. He was just a pharmacist recruited by Han Shua back in Ethereal City. Combat was not his forte. Given the current situation, anyone could tell that the Omphalos was no longer safe. Even Han Shua had told them that they could retreat if the situation worsened. Akeley was the only one who didn't seem to be aware of the situation in the Omphalos. He didn't seem to care about the threat posed by the God Hunter Alliance at all. What's there to be afraid of? Akeley spat out the last grape pit and said nonchalantly, "Tell the poisoners outside that Brian of the Han family said that as long as they work for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, the Han family will guarantee their safety." What guarantee do we have?" The elderly man shook his head. He felt that Akeley must have gone mad. Akeley coldly groaned and said, "The God Hunter Alliance has suffered heavy losses in the pandemonium. All the hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance have fled from Tanai. I believe that they won't be leaving for long. The era of Logue and Tyre is over. From now on, the entire fringe will belong to the Han family. This is something that no one can change." You must be talking nonsense." The elderly man was stunned. He didn't dare to believe Akeley's words. For the past few days, Akeley had been either eating or getting drunk. He had been spouting nonsense like a lunatic. "Idiot! Don't you know that the important members of the Han family have spatial mirrors?" Akeley disdainfully rolled his eyes at him. He got up from his chair and walked out on his own, muttering to himself, "I'd better take advantage of this opportunity to force those fellows into submission. Once there's no more danger, those fellows will be hard to talk to again." Chapter 980. Jacques was the most famous poisoner in the Omphalos. Some of the poisons he refined were the best in the entire Omphalos. He was famous far and wide in the fields of dissolution and acid. When Jacques was young, he was the young master of a large family clan in the Water Dominion. However, he had never been diligent in the field of water energy. Instead, he had indulged in the concoction of various types of potions. During a power change in his family clan, Jacques' parents were sacrificed. Jacques was hunted down and only managed to escape from his family clan with great difficulty. Despite the hatred in his heart, Jacques managed to survive and secretly return to his family clan. Using an acid poison mist he refined himself, he killed all 600 members of his family clan in one night. Every single one of them was reduced to a puddle of blood. Not a single person was left alive. Prior to that, Jacques was a nobody, but as soon as he made his move, he shocked the entire Water Dominion. For a period of time, all the divine guards in the Water Dominion were mobilized. They were determined to capture or kill Jacques on the spot. Jacques, who was weak in strength and only specialized in refining poisons, had no choice but to disguise himself and travel thousands of miles from the Water Dominion to the fringe. Along the way, Jacques constantly deployed the poisons he refined himself and killed many of the divine guards who were pursuing him. He became the public enemy of the entire Water Dominion. As for Han Shua himself, he was caught in the crossfire of his poison while being chased by the divine guards. His left arm had rotted into a pile of bones. If he hadn't reacted in time and decisively severed his left arm, perhaps he would have become a pile of bones by now. Jacques was the most wanted criminal in the Water Dominion. The city lords of all the major cities in the Water Dominion had declared that if Jacques dared to leave the fringe, they would kill him at all costs. In the fringe, Jacques could study poisons to his heart's content. Over the years, his attainments in those two fields were unparalleled. Unfortunately, Jacques wasn't adept in combat. He had to be stealthy when he deployed his poisons. Once someone got close to him, he would be killed before he had the chance to deploy his poisons. Most of those who had the means to escape had already left the fringe. But Jacques knew that once he left the fringe, only death would await him. Therefore, he could only defend the fringe to the death. He could only linger at death's door in Tanai, hoping that he could survive this calamity. No one wanted to die, and Jacques was no exception. When he discovered that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was the only pharmacy in the entire Omphalos that was still open, Jacques naturally turned the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy into a safe haven. He did not care if the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had any grudges with his poisons or not. From time to time, he would come over to inquire about the war situation in the fringe. In addition to Jacques, there were many other poisons and professionals who were not strong enough but were outstanding in various fields. Because these people couldn't contribute in battle, their bodies were weak, and some of them were crippled, the sovereigns didn't care about them at all, so they left them to fend for themselves. Young Master Chow, what should we do? Another pharmacist, Kohler, who was an expert in applying poisons to weapons, asked Jacques worriedly in an empty courtyard outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Jacques' beard reached his chest, his hair was disheveled, his clothes were ragged, and his appearance was unkempt. He looked like a middle-aged uncle. However, Jacques liked to be addressed as young Master Chow. He felt that his status was a notch higher than the others. How would I know? Jacques wore a wooden face. He shot a glance at Kohler, then at the dozens of people who were just as ragged as him. He said in an indifferent tone, "Those sovereigns can't even fend for themselves and they don't have the time to care about us. Only the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy is still open. I hope they can guarantee our safety. Sigh, those people from the God Hunter Alliance are all greedy wolves. They kill people as easily as eating a meal. It is said that they will feel uncomfortable if they don't kill for a day. If they manage the Omphalos, I'm afraid none of us will survive. What should we do?" The other person let out a long sigh, his face full of misery. "Let's wait and see. I hope that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy can provide us with a safe place to stay. In any case, I don't think we can stay in the Omphalos any longer." Jacques lazily leaned on a railing. He was just as worried as the others. However, having been through a lot, he was much calmer than the others. While they were talking, Akeley leisurely walked out of the house while stretching his back. The moment Akeley arrived, the eccentric geniuses from all walks of life who had nowhere else to go to in Tanai were startled. They hastily crowded around Akeley and asked him about the future prospects of the Omphalos and the fringe. Akeley very much enjoyed the treatment of being the center of attention. He grinned as he looked at those anxious faces. Only when they were about to lose control of themselves did he squint at Jacques and said, "Young Master Jacques, you're here too. Haha, I remember that you were the one who caused the most trouble not long ago. You said that our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy is a swindler, and that we don't have any real skills." Jacques looked rather embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and did not say a word. He had no choice but to admit that he was in a disadvantageous position. Back when the Omphalos was safe, Jacques had always been disdainful of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He felt that the medicines they produced were ordinary, and yet they dared to sell them at high prices. Akeley was secretly delighted to see Jacques' embarrassed expression. He coldly groaned and looked around. Tyre retreated without a fight and has not been seen since. Logue suffered a great defeat and suffered heavy casualties. He escaped from the Audiobook. Asura betrayed the fringe and allied himself with Isaiah. Wasis joined forces with my lord to form the last line of defense and deal a heavy blow to the God Hunter Alliance. Humph, although the fringe is vast, only we, the Han family, can provide you with protection. The moment these words came out, these people were all stunned. The news that Akeley had just received was too shocking for them. Tyre and Logue, two of the most powerful sovereigns in the fringe, had collapsed at the first blow. It was completely beyond their expectations. Asura's betrayal was an unbearable blow to them. They were on the verge of despair when they heard the news from Akeley. It was at this moment that Akeley dropped a bombshell that Han Shuo and Wasis had joined forces to deal a heavy blow to the God Hunter Alliance. This news was like a raging inferno that burned away all the despair in their hearts. Although they still had some doubts, they would rather believe that this exciting news was true. "Akeley, what are you trying to say?" Kohler asked, sensing the hidden meaning in Akeley's words. Akeley chuckled mischievously and said, The sovereigns don't think much of you, but we, the Han family, know that you have extraordinary skills in certain special fields. I can accept you as a member of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy on behalf of the Han family. As long as you become a member of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, the Han family will guarantee your safety. We will never allow the God Hunter Alliance to touch you. They knew very well what this meant. Once they joined the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, they would be bound by the Han family and would lose all their freedom. They would have to serve the Han family and would not be able to do as they pleased. In their current situation, their safety could not be guaranteed. The Han family's conditions were indeed harsh, but as long as they could survive, they would have no choice but to accept the harshest conditions. Ikli was not in a hurry. He smilingly looked at the hesitant faces of the elites and waited for their decision. Ikli did not have to wait for long. After a few seconds of silence, one of the elites answered, I am willing to become a member of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. I have long heard that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy treats its own people very well. To be able to join the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and become a member of the Han family is more than what I could ever ask for. As long as someone opened their mouth, everything would become very easy. After that person, more and more people expressed their willingness to join the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and become a part of the Han family. Even Kohler, after some hesitation, nodded his head and agreed to Ikli's proposal, tying himself to the interests of the Han family. Only Jock, the former young master of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, was still hesitant. Back in the Tanai, the sovereigns had long recognized the usefulness of Jock's poisons. They had even sent their emissaries hoping that Jock would follow them, but Jock politely declined. Perhaps it was because Jock had offended the sovereigns that they did not allow Jock to leave the fringe with them when the fringe was in danger. They did not care about Jock's life or death. Jock had his own glory days. Compared to Kohler, it was not as easy for him to give up his identity and become a slave. Therefore Jock was very hesitant. Young Master Jock, our patriarch has told me that he admires your expertise in the field of poisons. He is very appreciative of your expertise in the field of poisons, and said that he would like to discuss it with you. As long as you are willing to come to our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, you will be in charge of all matters related to poisons in the future. In addition, our patriarch also guarantees that you will be able to recover your broken arm. Ikli finally looked at Jock and said with a beaming smile after everyone agreed. Jock immediately lost his composure when he heard that his arm could be restored. He cried out in surprise, "What? Regrowing a severed arm is something that only the gods who are experts in the ultimate essence of life can do. Does your patriarch really have such power?" Jock was only good at making poisons. He was very good at harming people but not at healing people. Of course, our patriarch's attainments in the field of pharmacology far exceed your understanding. As long as you become a member of the Han family, our patriarch has promised that regrowing your arm won't be a difficult task. What do you think, Jock? Ikli said smilingly. He had grasped Jock's vital point and was not afraid that Jock would not agree. As expected, after hesitating for a moment, Jock finally nodded and said, "All right, let's see what power that Brian has to help me regrow my arm." Jock's agreement meant that the most eccentric geniuses in the Tanai would be serving the Han family. With these people joining the Han family, even without the guidance and support of Han Shua, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be able to reach the pinnacle of Elysium. Chapter 981. Outside the Omphalos, the two sovereigns of the Fringe, Tyre and Logue, had reunited. Although Logue had suffered heavy losses in the battle at Audiobook, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Logue was a sinister and ruthless man. During the battle at Audiobook, he had used the smaller factions that had submitted to him to fight at the front lines. In the end, more than half of those factions were killed, allowing Logue to preserve his elite forces. Tyre, on the other hand, was aware of the God Hunter Alliance's every move from Dhaka. He had left the Shrine of Destruction earlier without harming a single member of the God Hunter Alliance. His forces were still intact. Originally, after Logue suffered heavy losses in the Bone Burying Cave, He was disheartened. He planned to withdraw from the Fringe and head to the Destiny Dominion and the Space Dominion to lie low until the situation in the Fringe stabilized. But before he left the Fringe, he received a message from Tyre. Tyre invited Logue to fight one last time in hopes of reversing the situation in Omphalos. Logue originally didn't want to accept Tyre's invitation, as he felt that he wouldn't stand a chance against the God Hunter Alliance. But after hearing Tyre's words, he changed his mind. He gathered his remaining forces and reunited with Tyre, intending to use the entire Omphalos to fight the God Hunter Alliance to the death. The two of them had their subordinates spread the news that Tanai was the wealthiest in the Fringe, and that many shops had divine essences. The sovereign shops even had black crystal coins and ores that could rival an entire nation's wealth. They were trying to lure the God Hunter Alliance to the Fringe. Tyre, are you really confident that you can wipe out all those hegemons in one fell swoop? Logue asked Tyre with a gloomy face on top of a barren mountain. Tyre, who hadn't suffered the slightest blow from the God Hunter Alliance, was in high spirits. He smiled and said, Logue, don't worry. There are 10,000 tons of energy crystal ores buried in Omphalos. They are all the energy I've accumulated over the years. As soon as those hegemons enter Omphalos, I can use the energy towers to detonate the energy crystal ores. All the God Hunters, including the hegemons, will be killed in an instant. Energy crystals were extremely pure energy sources. If 10,000 tons of energy crystals exploded at once, the entire Omphalos would be destroyed in an instant. The power of 10,000 tons of energy crystals was comparable to an all-out attack from an overgod with the quintessence. The so-called hegemons of the God Hunters wouldn't be able to escape from such destructive power. Hearing Tyre's description, Rog cursed 18 generations of Tyre's ancestors in his heart. Tyre had unknowingly buried 10,000 tons of energy crystals in the Omphalos. Rog had no idea when Tyre had done it. Fortunately, he was standing with him and knew about this matter. Otherwise, he might have become his target. There are still some shops and poison masters in Tanai. What do you plan to do? Rog cursed Tyre's viciousness in his heart, but his expression was thoughtful. Tyre smiled and said, Those toxicologists don't know what's good for them. It's only a matter of time before they become the scourge of the Omphalos. Haha, let them join the God Hunter Alliance. Also, we need them as bait. If there isn't a single survivor in Tanai, the God Hunters won't fall for it. I hope you succeed. Rog, of course, wouldn't care about the lives of those people. He smiled and nodded. On the other hand, the hegemons of the God Hunters were crestfallen. After escaping from the pandemonium, they immediately assembled their subordinates in an attempt to leave the Fringe as soon as possible. They no longer dared to harbor any greedy thoughts of encroaching upon the Fringe. The power Han Shua displayed in pandemonium was simply too terrifying. He was able to kill Asura effortlessly. Such power and means were far beyond what they knew. The hegemons of the divine dominions were truly terrified. Other than that, they were also afraid that the overgod of death, Nestet, would suddenly return because they sensed the aura of the quintessence shard of death emanating from Little Skull Han Hao. They had also received the news that Nestet was in the Fringe. As soon as they sensed the aura of the quintessence shard of Little Skull Han Hao, they knew that Nestet would definitely return to the Fringe and the Han family in pandemonium. The hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance feared death just as much as their subordinates feared them. They were instinctively afraid of an overgod with a quintessence. A single overgod with a quintessence could kill all of them. Therefore, when they guessed that Nestet would return in Han Shua's terrifying power, they had no choice but to avoid him for the time being. Among them, the one who was the most unwilling to leave was Daka. He had plotted with Tyre for a long time to divide the Fringe and the God Hunter Alliance. He had made too many preparations for this battle, and he knew that he would regret it for the rest of his life if he were to leave just like that. Therefore, when he received news from Tyre, he thought for a moment and decided to hide his encounter in pandemonium. Instead, he told Tyre that Tanai had won a great victory at pandemonium, causing the Han family to suffer great losses, and that Han Shua had escaped. The reason why he told Tyre that was because he understood his younger brother's temperament. If Tyre were to know that Han Shua's strength had skyrocketed, even if the hegemons of Tanai and pandemonium were heavily injured, Tyre wouldn't be able to benefit from it. If they were to retreat from the fringe, Tyre wouldn't stand a chance against such a powerful Han Shu. Tyre wouldn't do things that harmed others without benefiting himself. However, if the hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance were destroyed, Daka would be the one to benefit. He would be able to consolidate the power of the God Hunter Alliance and become its true master. Therefore, for his own sake, Daka decided to lie to his younger brother and not tell him the truth. After discussing with Tyre, Daka ordered his subordinates to spread out and gather information. Very soon, they learned of the situation in Omphalos from some of the fleeing gods. Judas from the Dominion of Light had gone missing, so they naturally believed that he had been killed by Han Shu. With Judas gone, Daka became the most reputable person in the fringe. The hegemons gathered together once more, and Daka told them about the treasure Tanai had hidden in Pandemonium. The hegemons, who were already frightened out of their wits, became greedy after hearing Daka's words. Daka struck while the iron was hot and said that they couldn't return empty-handed. Tempted by the huge amount of black crystal coins, the hegemon decided to head to the Omphalos and plunder all the treasures the sovereigns had accumulated over the years before leaving the fringe. Before they came to the fringe, they had heard that Omphalos was a peculiar place where every god had to pay an exorbitant fee to enter. Many of those fringe dwellers who came from the 12 dominions to the fringe were people of high status and wealthy family clans. What they had the most in their hands was black crystal coins. Most of them had taken refuge in the Omphalos with black crystal coins. The wealth of the Omphalos was well known throughout the world. With Daka's encouragement, the hegemons who were already frustrated by their trip to the fringe once again joined forces and marched towards the Omphalos in a grandiose manner. After leaving with Han Shu, Little Skull Han Hao mobilized his subordinates. Due to the unique God Hunter aura they emanated, they were able to avoid being interrogated and pursued by the God Hunter Alliance at times. There were simply too many God Hunters in the fringe. The elites of the 12 divine dominions were all gathered in one place. Many of them had been separated from each other during the battles in the major regions. That was why Han Hao's followers were able to take advantage of the situation. They spread out and followed Han Hao's instructions to gather information about the God Hunter Alliance's movements, as well as Logan Tyre's whereabouts. Chief, we've received news that the God Hunter Alliance is gathering their forces and is planning to head to Omphalos. Rumor has it that the Omphalos contains the accumulated wealth of several sovereigns, as well as a large number of divine essences. Polo stood before Han Hao and reported the latest news to him. Back in Pandemonium, as soon as Polo received news from Little Skull Han Hao, he immediately retreated with his god hunters through a secret underground tunnel to an underground palace that Little Skull had Metal Elite Zombie and Earth Elite Zombie build for him. Polo didn't know what happened to Isaiah, Regis, and Miller after that. The god hunters under his command were mostly unscathed. Have you found Logan Tyre's whereabouts? Asked Han Hao coldly with a furrowed brow. Polo's back hunched even more. Flustered, he replied, not yet. We're doing everything we can to find out where they are, but we haven't received any news yet. Back when Polo was with Little Skull Han Hao, he would sometimes put on a smile and joke with Han Hao. After all, before Polo became Han Hao's subordinate, they were of equal status and could be considered friends. That was why Polo wasn't as fearful of Han Shuo as the other squad leaders were. But now that he saw Han Hao again, Polo felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Standing next to Han Hao, Polo could sense the immense energy emanating from Han Hao's body at all times. He knew that he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from Han Hao and would be killed in the blink of an eye. Polo didn't know that Han Hao had obtained a new quintessence, but he instinctively felt fear. Therefore, he didn't dare to be as arrogant as he used to be. His every word was respectful, and he respected Han Hao from the bottom of his heart. Han Hao noticed the change in Polo's attitude and knew what caused it. The new quintessence in his body had caused some strange changes to take place in him. He had only obtained the quintessence for a short period of time, so he had yet to master the power of the quintessence perfectly. That was why Polo was able to sense the terrifying power of the quintessence. Search for Logan Tyre before the God Hunter Alliance reaches the Omphalos, commanded Han Hao coldly. Chapter 982. The Pandemonium. Han Shuo spent some time searching for the members of the Han family, and brought them back to the Pandemonium. When the Han family members saw the state of the Pandemonium, they were filled with grief and indignation. They hated the god hunters to the bone. The Pandemonium was now in a state of devastation. Not a single area was left unscathed. The earth had been torn into long narrow chasms. Gravel was piled up in many places, making the ground uneven and cratered. The well-proportioned buildings, as well as some stone pillars and energy towers that served both defensive and aesthetic purposes, had all disappeared without a trace. To Phoebe, Statholm, and the others, the Pandemonium was the Han family's true home. They had invested too much in the Pandemonium. When they found out that the Pandemonium had been completely destroyed, they couldn't help but feel a little sad. It wasn't just them. Even Han Shuo himself felt a little sad. He had spent far more effort on Pandemonium than anyone else. He had spent countless black crystal coins and ores just to set up all sorts of formations. He had also spared no effort in using rare and precious treasures to build the Pandemonium. Han Shuo had spent a great deal of effort to build the Pandemonium. The destruction of the Pandemonium was a huge blow to everyone. Don't be sad. I will rebuild this place. With the help of Han Tu, Han Mu, and Han Jin, we will be able to restore the Pandemonium to its original state in a year or two. When that time comes, the Pandemonium will become a mystical place on Elysium. You will find that the Pandemonium is even more perfect and more suitable for you to cultivate your various elemental energies. Han Shuo consoled when he saw that Phoebe and the others were in distress. None of them were injured. As soon as the situation took a turn for the worse, Angelina and the 5 elite zombies led them through the mountains and escaped. The Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie were exceptionally talented in this aspect. There was basically no one who could stop them from leaving. Thanks to Han Shuo's gentle consolation, the women's mood gradually improved. When they thought about how miraculous Han Jin and Han Tu were, they felt that rebuilding the Pandemonium wouldn't be too difficult. Salis and Wasis did not accompany him to the Pandemonium. Now that Nestet, Judas, and the Goddess of Destiny had left the fringe, Han Shuo was confident that no one would be able to harm the Han family under his protection. The situation in the Omphalos was still unclear. Han Shuo needed Salis and Wasis to figure out the situation first. Han Tu, come over here for a moment. Han Shuo gestured to Han Tu, who was thinking about how to rebuild the Pandemonium. Han Tu quickly came to his father and asked, "Father, should we start rebuilding the Pandemonium now? Actually, there aren't many changes to the underground. All we need to do is to mend the cracks and restore the underground palaces to their original state. Then the underground will be as it was before. You can do that after I leave. I don't think the hegemons would dare to return to the Pandemonium. There shouldn't be too much of a problem here," said Han Shuo. Han Shuo nodded before he took out a sparkling sphere and handed it to Han Tu smilingly. This is Asora's divine soul. It contains a small portion of Asora's earth divine energy when he was alive. Refine it and your strength will skyrocket. Now that you have become an over-god, I believe that rebuilding the Pandemonium will be much easier with your talent. As soon as the crystal ball appeared, Han Tu sensed an astonishing amount of earth energy from it. Asora's divine soul and consciousness had been erased from the crystal ball, leaving behind only the purest comprehension of the energy of earth and some breakthroughs in his realm. To Han Tu, this sphere was a treasure that he could only dream of. With this sphere, he would be able to advance to the next level without any suspense. Han Tu excitedly clasped the sphere that contained Asora's remnant energy and the Earth's profound energy. "Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father." Han Shuo turned to look at Han Mu, Han Shui, and the others who were wearing astonished faces. He put on a faint smile and said, "Don't be envious. This time, I will join hands with Han how to kill the 3 hegemons who cultivate in the energy of water, fire, and life. I will take their divine souls for you." Han Shui, Han Hua, and Han Mu were overjoyed and cheered at the same time. Only Han Jin wore a bitter face. Before he could say anything, Andrina placed her hands on her hips and angrily asked, "Brian, what about little gold?" Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he put on a bitter smile and said, The energy Little Gold cultivates is a little different from the others. I can't find anyone suitable to help Little Gold advance. Among the 12 hegemons, the energy they cultivate isn't that obscure. There's nothing I can do. Andrina, Father treats all of us equally. You know how powerful I am. I won't be able to advance overnight. Han Jin took the initiative to defend Han Shuo. The energy of metal that Han Jin cultivated in was extremely rare in this universe. Even the few he encountered were not as strong as him, and were of little help to him. Andrina only stopped after hearing Han Jin's words. She glared at Han Jin and softly said, "You are the most honest one. You keep everything for them but don't use it for yourself." Han Jin let out a hollow laugh. He appeared to be somewhat afraid of Andrina. Han Shuo found the conversation between Han Jin and Andrina to be very interesting. He did not expect that Little Gold would be the fastest to find a perfect love. Over the past few days, Han Shuo had been observing Han Jin and Andrina. He discovered that Han Jin, who was always with Andrina, was actually undergoing some kind of transformation. Not only was Han Jin's energy increasing rapidly, even his soul was undergoing some slight changes. Gradually, Han Shuo felt that Little Gold, who was in love with Andrina, was filled with the complex emotions of a higher life form. In Little Gold, Han Shuo no longer felt the stiffness and awkwardness of a lower life form. Little Gold had his own emotions. Everything about him was evolving. From Han Jin's transformation, and after connecting it with the changes that happened to Little Skull, Han Hao and Scarlet, Han Shuo had a feeling that only when the 5 elite zombies truly developed emotions could they make further breakthroughs on the path of infinite evolution. The breakthrough in evolution was not in terms of energy but in the depths of their souls. It would allow the 5 elite zombies to become a truly perfect new species, a new life form. "Are you going to deal with those god hunters?" asked Andrina. She sensed Han Shuo's intention from his words. Han Shuo nodded and smilingly replied, "That's right. Those god hunters still dare to linger in the fringe, and are now plotting to invade the Omphalos. Since that's the case, I will make sure that they never leave the fringe. I will wipe them all out in one fell swoop." "I'll go with you," said Andrina resolutely. Han Shuo was stunned. He knew that Andrina hated the god hunters very much. From her words, Han Shuo knew that Andrina wouldn't be willing to go with him. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo asked Andrina, "Why do you hate the God Hunter Alliance so much? You were unwilling to tell me before. Can you tell me now?" Andrina hesitated for a moment and kept silent. Then she said, "My father was killed by the God Hunters. I was once captured by God Hunters and used to manufacture energy crystal cannons. I was nearly drained of my life force before I could grow up." Han Shuo was astonished to hear that. He asked, "How is that possible? Given your mother's power, how could she allow something like that to happen? Besides, how could anyone who caught your mother's attention not be able to deal with the God Hunters?" The goddess of destiny was a figure revered by all the overgods. No matter how audacious the God Hunter Alliance was, they wouldn't dare to touch the husband and daughter of the goddess of destiny. Back then, my mother had yet to obtain the mirror of destiny. She didn't know that she was the goddess of destiny, and didn't possess the power of an overgod. Before she awakened her power, my mother was just an ordinary woman. She didn't have the wisdom she has today. My father was just a low god with puny strength," explained Andrina after hesitating for a moment. "What's going on?" asked Han Shuo with a puzzled face. He asked, "Is your mother different from the other overgods? Didn't she gain her power all of a sudden?" Andrina nodded and said, "The power of the god of destiny is in my mother's body, but it was sealed. My mother's divine soul was reincarnated. Before her power of destiny was awakened, she didn't know who she was. But at that time my mother could vaguely sense what would happen in the future. Unfortunately, because she wasn't strong enough, she couldn't avoid it even if she could sense it." Han Shuo was astonished. He didn't expect that the goddess of destiny would have such an old story. If not for Andrina, Han Shuo would never have known about it. The power of the goddess of destiny was very special. The other 11 quintessence overgods all respected her very much. Who could have sealed such a powerful god and made her reincarnate? Vaguely, Han Shuo seemed to have grasped something. Angelina, with your mother's power, she should have avenged you a long time ago, right? Han Jin couldn't help but ask. It was the first time Angelina had mentioned this. That's right. But she didn't kill all the god hunters. She clearly has the power to do so. Humph, every time I asked her why she didn't kill all the god hunters, she would remain silent. I don't know what could be more important than avenging my father, said Andrina resentfully. It seemed that this was the reason why she had run away from home many times. She still held a grudge against the goddess of destiny. All right, come with me to the Omphalos, said Han Shuo suddenly. Father, can I go with Andrina? Han Jin stared blankly for a moment before he looked at his father with a pleading look. Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh. Seems that Han Jin has fallen for it. He nodded and said, all right, you go with Andrina. We will go to the Omphalos. Chapter 983. The Omphalos was shrouded in an unprecedented gloomy haze. Frigid winds blew past. Everyone in Tanai felt a chill, not from their bodies, but from the depths of their souls. There were often unfamiliar figures loitering outside the Omphalos. Those strangers with sinister gazes and chilling auras were obviously god hunters. The sovereigns of the fringe were constantly retreating. Everyone in Tanai was deeply worried about their fates. They believed that once the God Hunter Alliance descended upon the Omphalos, not a single person in Tanai would be left alive. Tanai was in a constant state of chaos. God hunters were roaming everywhere. If they left the Omphalos now, they would only die even faster. To those in Tanai, they were at their wits' end. They could only passively await their final judgment. There was nothing else they could do. Unknowingly, such emotions had spread throughout the entire Omphalos. Their gazes were dull and lifeless. The only exception was the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Those poisoners whom Akeley had confidently roped into the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. It was precisely because of this glimmer of hope that they joined the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy without any hesitation and handed over the fruits of their labor in various fields to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. To these people, the crystallization of their many years of specialized research was more important than their own lives. Although Akeley had confidently guaranteed that nothing would happen to them, they were not 100% convinced. Therefore, they chose to hand over the fruits of their labor to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy for safekeeping. To them, they could die, but they absolutely could not allow the fruits of their labor to disappear along with their lives. If it were any other time, they definitely wouldn't hand over those fruits to the Han family or to Akeley. But now the shadow of death loomed over them. With every passing day, they felt that they were one step closer to death. Under this unbearable pressure, they finally gave in to death. Akeley, of course, was overjoyed. With so many fruits of their labor, even if those poisoners were to perish, the Han family would be able to build on their foundation and make the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy the one and only pharmacy on Elysium. Therefore, Akeley happily accepted their fruits of labor and assigned his men to protect them. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Gradually, the people in the Omphalos noticed that the god hunters outside the Omphalos were appearing more and more frequently. They suddenly realized that something was amiss. They were terrified and hopelessly waiting for their fates to be judged. Indeed, the army of the God Hunter Alliance had finally arrived at the Omphalos. As the leader of the operation, Daka had been feeding the hegemons the riches of the Omphalos. The hegemons didn't suspect anything and gathered outside the Omphalos with the intention of making a fortune before leaving. Under Daka's arrangements, the god hunters were prepared to attack Omphalos in one fell swoop and plunder all its riches. On the same day, Little Skull Han Hao received a message from Polo and learned where Logue and Tyre were hiding. Han Hao wasn't in a hurry to settle the score with Tyre and Logue because the Omphalos was currently in a much more dangerous situation. He knew that there were still members of the House of Han in the Omphalos, and he also knew that there were still many toxicologists in the Omphalos. He also knew that those toxicologists had joined the House of Han based on Akeley's information. My lord, we shouldn't go to Omphalos at this time. All the hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance are already in Tanai. If we enter Omphalos now, we will have to face all the hegemons. Given our strength, I'm afraid that we won't be able to withstand the attacks of those hegemons, Polo respectfully advised with his body hunched. If it weren't for the fact that Han Hao's decision didn't have the slightest chance of victory, Polo wouldn't have dared to question Han Hao's decision. However, it was clear that Han Hao's decision had no chance of victory. Going against the entire God Hunter alliance with their strength was akin to throwing an egg against a rock. It'll be fine. Han Hao didn't explain. After thinking for a moment he said, "Not all of us are going. Just you and your group will be following me. We aren't going to Omphalos to fight the God Hunter alliance, but to rescue those who have joined the Han family." Polo's face turned even more bitter when he heard that Han Hao wasn't going to go all out. Although he was cursing Han Hao's decision in his heart, he didn't dare to say anything. He just nodded and said, "All right then, I'll do as you say, my lord." Polo didn't say anything else. He gathered his elites and got ready to cooperate with Han Hao. ***** On the other side, Tyre and Logue were rubbing their fists in excitement. Logue didn't expect that Tyre's plan would actually work. He didn't know that Tyre and Daka, the current leader of the God Hunter Alliance, were brothers. When he learned that the God Hunter Alliance was gathering at Omphalos as Daka had said, he immediately realized that this was an important battle that could turn the tables on the fringe. "Logue, have your men get ready. Once all the hegemons enter Omphalos, I will trigger Tanai's trap. When that happens, all the hegemons won't be able to escape death. The two of us will lead our men outside and get rid of the small fries. After that, we will go into Omphalos to clean up the mess." Tyre smiled faintly and shot a glance at Logue, who was suppressing the excitement in his heart. He thought to himself, "Once those hegemons are dead, my elder brother and I will get rid of you. By then the entire fringe will be mine. Don't worry, I have everything prepared." "Haha, Tyre, you really have a way. I really don't know when you buried the energy crystals underground. After this battle, the God Hunter Alliance will no longer be a threat to us. Your position in the fringe will be unrivaled," Logue said with a smile. Tyre didn't show the slightest bit of arrogance on his face. He even said humbly, "From now on, you and I will take care of the fringe together. We'll use Omphalos as the boundary. Haha, without your help, I won't be able to accomplish many things. I'll be counting on you in the future." "You're too kind," Logue replied even more humbly. In his heart he was sneering. He thought, once the God Hunter Alliance is destroyed and the situation in the fringe stabilizes, you'll probably attack me right away, won't you? With that thought in mind, Logue couldn't help but think about how he should preserve his strength and how he should deal with Tyre if he were to turn on him. Judging from the current situation, Tyre was clearly stronger than him. He knew Tyre's temperament and had no choice but to prepare himself as soon as possible. And Tyre really did have other intentions. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to take care of Logue, he wouldn't have called Logue over to help him. To deal with the God Hunters, he and Daka would be the ones to plan and plan. It wouldn't be a problem even without Logue's participation. The God Hunter Alliance wasn't as gullible as Tyre thought they would be. No matter how much Daka emphasized the wealth and weak defenses of Omphalos, having suffered greatly at the hands of the Han family in Pandemonium, they were still very cautious. This was especially true for Acer, who was heavily injured by the Han family. When he told the other hegemons about his experiences, they became even more cautious. They didn't enter Omphalos together as Daka had expected. Instead, they sent some of their subordinates to scout the area first. They would only enter after ascertaining the situation in Omphalos and making sure that there weren't any powerful enemies. There was nothing Daka could do about that. He could only use the magical mirror in his sleeve to communicate with Tyre and ask him to put in some effort. Tyre had long thought of this possibility and immediately sent a message to Tyre to plunder the Sovereign King's shops. In order to fool the God Hunters, Tyre spared no expense in making proper arrangements. He really did place enough black crystal coins in those Sovereign King's shops that would make anyone's eyes red with envy. All these years, Tyre had earned enough black crystal coins in Omphalos. In order to truly take over the fringe, Tyre had done his best. The reason for doing so was to prevent the hegemons from entering the Omphalos from discovering that there was nothing in the Omphalos. If the hegemons discovered that there was nothing in the Omphalos, Han Shua wouldn't be able to kill them all. After receiving Tyre's message, Daka confidently ordered his subordinates to follow him. Knowing Tanai's situation, Daka took the lead and ordered the hegemons to be less worried. However, they still didn't dare to trust Daka completely. So they sent their subordinates into Omphalos to scout the situation. If the rumors were true that Tanai was hiding a huge amount of wealth, they would be the first to enter and plunder it. Daka smirked inwardly as he led his men and the hegemon's subordinates into the Omphalos. Seeing that the god hunters had really entered Omphalos, Tanai's gods who had nowhere else to go fled. Daka of course didn't care if they lived or died. At his signal, the god hunter subordinates of the hegemons attacked and killed anyone they saw. Those who had nowhere else to go weren't particularly powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed in Tanai's Omphalos. There was no way they could survive a massacre by the god hunters. Those who knew that the only sovereign shop, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, hadn't closed down yet were fleeing for their lives. From their point of view, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was the only place that was slightly safer. Their actions quickly attracted the attention of the God Hunter Alliance. Even without Daka's orders, a portion of the God Hunters laughed and followed them, gradually approaching the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Having slaughtered Tanai's people like slaughtering chickens, the God Hunters no longer believed that Tanai had any powerful enemies. They were extremely arrogant as they advanced. Their ear-piercing screeches echoed in the streets as they got closer and closer to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Chapter 984. Seeing that their lives were in danger and that the God Hunters were getting closer and closer, those Celestial Pearl pharmacists panicked. They shouted for Akeley everywhere, hoping that he would fulfill his promise. Don't worry, they won't die. Akeley popped out of nowhere with a leisurely look on his face. It was as though he didn't know how dangerous the situation was. Standing beside Akeley was Little Skull, Han Hao. His purple demon eye merely glanced at those panic-stricken poison pharmacists. Those poison pharmacists shivered and kept quiet out of fear, not daring to move an inch. Han Hao's notoriety had long been known throughout the fringe. These pharmacists from major pharmacies were especially fearful of Han Hao. Han Hao was already infamous in the past. Now Han Hao, who possessed a quintessence but had yet to conceal its energy, was constantly emanating a terrifying aura. Even a late-stage high god like Polo would feel nervous before the current Han Hao, let alone these lowly pharmacists. When Han Hao swept his gaze across them, all of them turned silent. While they were afraid of Han Hao, they were secretly delighted. At this moment, the presence of a ferocious god like Han Hao seemed to have greatly increased their chances of survival. Bring them in. Han Hao nodded and instructed Akeley after seeing that those people had quieted down. Akeley might not have any misgivings in front of Han Shua, but in front of Little Skull, Han Hao, who was as cold and unfeeling as an iceberg, even Akeley felt rather awkward. Under Han Hao's command, Akeley raised his voice and said, "Follow me. Let's go in." Back when Earth Elite Zombie and the others were in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, they had conveniently opened up a large underground space to serve as the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's secret warehouse and chambers. There was even a passageway that led directly from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to the outside of the Omphalos. Little Skull had used that passageway to sneak into the fringe. The nervous poison makers hastily and cautiously bypassed Han Hao and headed toward Akeley. Behind Akeley was Polo, who was brought here by Han Hao. He stepped aside and allowed the pharmacists to enter. Before all the pharmacists could enter the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, a series of ear-piercing shrieks could be heard coming from outside. Shadows were converging from all directions. Han Hao's face seemed to always be indifferent. Seeing that there were still a few poison pharmacists who hadn't entered yet, he didn't wait any longer. He nodded to Polo and signaled for Polo and Akeley to take care of those incompetent poison pharmacists. Haha, brothers, this is the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has branches in many cities on Elysium. I'm sure you have all heard of the miraculous effects of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, right? Hee, compared to those black crystal coins, the treasures of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy are priceless. We are really lucky. Balro, The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy belongs to the Han family in the Pandemonium. Should we give up on this place? The House of Han is no ordinary place. Even the hegemons of the Pandemonium suffered a great loss there, said another uneasy voice. This person seemed to know a thing or two about what happened in the Pandemonium, and was clearly not confident in his words. After the battle in the Pandemonium, only a small number of god hunters actually entered Tanai. Most of the hegemon's subordinates were outside the Pandemonium. Therefore, apart from the hegemons themselves, not many knew about the battle in the Pandemonium. What's there to be afraid of? Even if the hegemons suffered a little loss in the Pandemonium, that's nothing. Let's not talk about whether the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has experts guarding it. Even if they do, we have so many people on our side. The person called Baylor coldly snorted. As soon as he finished speaking, a bang was heard as he broke through the door and entered. Whoosh! A gigantic bone flower of death bloomed in front of the door. Like a monster from the abyss, the bone flower of death waved its bone spikes and grabbed Balro, who was the first to enter. In just an instant, Balro was torn to shreds. Not a single one of the god hunters who entered the Pandemonium with him could escape from the bone flower of death. The blossoming bone flower of death continued to expand and emanate a bizarre energy from the center of the flower. Under the influence of that energy, all the god hunters felt powerless. It was as though their divine souls were being suppressed. The immobilized god hunters were pierced through by the bone spikes and shredded into pieces by the bone flowers. Their scarlet blood drenched the bone flowers, making them look even more demonic and radiant. They gave off an extremely sinister feeling. Get lost! Shouted Han Hao coldly. He slowly walked out of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with the bone spikes in his hand. The bone flower of death spun even faster as soon as he appeared. The bone spikes that should have been as hard as steel were now as flexible as ropes. They could even extend in all directions at will. A few of the stunned god hunters were pulled into the flower before they could even escape. Their divine bodies were mangled by the bone spurs, and even their divine souls were pulled into the center of the flower bud by a mysterious force. They died on the spot. It's him. It's that guy, cried one of the god hunters as he hastily retreated. Han Hao's image was deeply ingrained in their hearts. Many of the god hunters knew who he was. Among them were some of Dagmar's subordinates. They were originally from the Death Dominion and naturally recognized Han Hao, who had been throwing his weight around in the Death Dominion for many years. Han Hao, as a fellow god hunter, why are you helping an outsider? Shouted one of the former god hunters in the Death Dominion. He did not immediately retreat. Instead, he glared at Han Hao and shouted angrily. This was a god hunter with an extremely muscular body that gave off a sinister aura. Back in the Death Dominion, he had worked together with Han Hao under Dagmar's orders. Back then he had even helped Han Hao. That was why he reprimanded Han Hao when he saw Han Hao going on a killing spree. Han Hao stared blankly for a moment as though he did not expect to run into such an acquaintance in Tanai. The light in Violet Demon's eyes flickered for a moment. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, Dagmar and the others are not qualified to rule over the god hunters. The current hegemons are all mediocre. Only I will be the true leader of the god hunters in the future. This incomparably arrogant sentence was spoken as if it was the truth of the universe, the ultimate profound meaning of the laws. It was as though he should have been the hegemon from the start and should have taken over the position long ago. How arrogant! Lord Dagmar will not let you get away with this, shouted the god hunter furiously. Dagmar is dead. I killed him with my own hands. Han Hao coldly glanced at the god hunter and said, Leave. I won't kill you. Once all the hegemons are done for, you will understand the situation and submit to me. As soon as those words left his mouth, an enormous bone throne suddenly appeared and hovered behind Han Hao. Han Hao sat on the enormous bone throne and looked down at the god hunters beneath him like an emperor looking down on the world. That domineering aura was deeply imprinted in their souls. The moment the throne of bones appeared, the god hunter immediately knew that Han Hao wasn't lying. As the symbol of Dagmar's identity, The fact that it appeared on Han Hao's body meant that Dagmar's life was in danger. They felt a chill in their hearts. Dagmar's valiant and invincible strength had made them lose all will to resist. Now that Han Hao had killed Dagmar, they simply couldn't believe it. Han Hao didn't say much to the God Hunter. Instead, with a jolt of his quintessence, the enormous bone flower moved once more. Its soft, rope-like bone spikes wrapped around the dumbfounded old friend and flung him outside. "Scram!" shouted Han Hao coldly. This time no one dared to linger. They hurriedly fled back the way they came. Only the God Hunter who had once worked with Han Hao looked at Han Hao with an odd expression. After a long while he nodded hatefully and said, "If you can really control the entire God Hunter alliance, I will prostrate myself at your feet." Han Hao wore an indifferent face. He nodded and said, "Go. Leave the Omphalos as far as you can." The God Hunter stared blankly for a moment but did not say anything. He turned around and left Han Hao's side. "My lord, we should leave as soon as possible. It won't be easy for us to escape once those hegemons gather here." At this moment, Polo walked out from inside and respectfully bowed to Han Hao before persuading him, "Don't worry about it. You guys just keep an eye on those poison makers. I'm not leaving yet." Han Hao didn't even turn his head. He could sense that Han Shua was on his way and would reach the Omphalos in no time. Han Hao, who possessed the quintessence, and Han Shua, who had greatly improved his strength, had become closer and closer to each other. The two could communicate with each other through their souls without the use of magical mirrors. "Very well. Be careful, my lord." Polo did not insist. He bowed again before he quietly left. It was at this moment that loud cheers could be heard coming from every corner of the Omphalos. It was obvious that those cheers were from the God Hunters. Han Hao wore a puzzled look. Using the demon generals he released from his bone spear, he discovered that the God Hunters had indeed found a huge amount of black crystal coins in the sovereign shops. It was the appearance of these black crystal coins that caused the God Hunters to be so excited and cheered loudly. Outside the Omphalos, the hegemons who had been hesitant to enter the Omphalos were overjoyed when they heard the cheers coming from all around Tanai. The hegemons looked at each other and saw the greed in each other's eyes. They no longer doubted Daka's words. They immediately ordered their subordinates to enter the Omphalos and led the way themselves. It was at this moment that Han Shua, Han Jin, and Andrina approached the Omphalos. Before they reached the Omphalos, Han Jin's face suddenly changed. He shouted, "Not good!" Chapter 985. Before they reached the Omphalos, Han Jin suddenly shouted. Han Shua jumped and asked with a frown, "What's wrong?" Han Jin looked rather flustered. He anxiously replied, "There are a lot of energy crystals hidden in the Omphalos. I didn't discover them the last time I was here. Those energy crystals are used in energy crystal cannons. They are extremely explosive." "What does that mean?" Han Shua put on a solemn face and began to take the matter seriously. "It means that if the energy crystals explode, the entire Omphalos will be razed to the ground in an instant. Heavens, if so many energy crystals were to explode at the same time, I don't know who would be able to escape alive." Han Jin put on an anxious face and cried out, "Is Big Brother still in the Omphalos? Oh no, he must leave the Omphalos immediately. Otherwise, even Big Brother will be in danger. That kind of explosive energy can even affect overgod experts?" Han Shua's pupils constricted as he suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be a fatal blow aimed at the God Hunter hegemon? "I think even an overgod wouldn't be able to escape death from such a terrifying explosion," said Han Jin anxiously. Han Shua's face turned pale when he heard those words. He immediately contacted the little skull, Han Hao, and informed Han Hao about Tanai's abnormality in the Omphalos, telling him to leave the Omphalos through the underground tunnel at all costs. "Han Jin, is there any way to stop the energy crystals from exploding?" Han Shua's face was dark and his tone was equally anxious. The Omphalos did not agree with the pandemonium. It was the heart of the fringe. Not only were there all kinds of shops, but there were also many gods residing there. To Han Shua, the existence of the Omphalos was very necessary. He did not wish for the Omphalos to be destroyed. Not only are there energy crystals in the underground tunnel, but there are also many black crystal coins in Tanai's shops. Black crystal coins are a special kind of energy crystal of even higher purity. If the omphalos were to explode, those black crystal coins would amplify the explosion. I'm afraid that all living beings in the omphalos will be annihilated overnight. Andrina pondered for a moment and said softly. After taking a short pause, Andrina's eyes burst with killing intent. She sneered and said, Brian, don't you think it's a good idea to destroy those god hunters? In an instant they all died. What a wonderful thing. Andrina hated the god hunters. To her, the omphalos was insignificant. It would be wonderful if she could get rid of all the god hunters at the cost of the omphalos. Naturally, Han Shua would not do that. First of all, the omphalos was very important. Second, the hegemons who cultivated in the energy of water, fire, and life were his targets. He needed Tuckamore and the others to help Han Shui, Han Hua, and Han Mu advance their cultivation. Furthermore, some of those god hunters could become Han Hao's subordinates in the future. If all the god hunter experts were to die overnight, even if Han Hao took over the god hunter alliance, it would be pointless. There is a way. Han Jin stole a glance at Andrina and whispered, if Andrina is willing to help me, we should be able to stop the energy crystals from exploding. Andrina was a special life form that had amazing control over energy crystals. With her power and Han Jin's help, it was indeed possible to stop the energy crystals from exploding. Little gold. Andrina glared at Han Jin and hatefully said, you won't help me. Han Jin put on an embarrassed smile and rubbed his hands as though he was a little afraid of Andrina. After hesitating for a moment, Han Jin's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, there are a lot of energy crystals underground. If you can control the situation, you can use those energy crystals to improve your strength. Andrina's eyes suddenly blossomed with radiance. She giggled and looked at Han Shua in a proud manner. She said, Brian, if you promise to give me all the energy crystals underground, I will help you. Take it, take it. There was no time for hesitation. Compared to the energy crystals, Han Shua was more concerned about other benefits. Especially when the little skull was still in Tanai. Although he was a little sad that so many energy crystals had become Andrina's snacks, there was nothing he could do about it. Alright, let's go, little gold. We will cut off all the energy fluctuations from the outside, said Andrina cheerfully. She pulled Han Jin and excitedly walked towards the omphalos. Outside the omphalos, Tyre and Logue had sinister smiles plastered on their faces. All of their subordinates were fully equipped and ready to go. Logue, let's go. Haha, don't worry. As long as I use my divine soul, the omphalos will be razed to the ground. We are still some distance away from the omphalos. In order to maximize our harvest, we should make a move first. Tyre couldn't help but feel proud of himself. He couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart when he thought about how he was the one who turned the Fringe's losing battle around overnight. No matter how strong one's mental fortitude was, they would lose their composure in the face of the greatest accomplishment of their lives. Tyre was no exception. Logue was all smiles and seemed even happier than Tyre. He said, everything is ready. Let's go. The omphalos will be ours very soon. The two looked at each other and laughed heartily. They finally dispelled the concealment boundary and led their subordinates out into the omphalos. At this moment, the omphalos was in an abyss of suffering. Other than Daka, who had arrived earlier, more god hunter hegemons had arrived. Their subordinates were scattered all around Tanai, killing and plundering anyone and everything they saw. The sovereign king shops of the few sovereigns in the valley became their main targets. The few commanders each took a side and rushed towards the sovereign king shops that they had already scouted out, carrying out the last plunder before they left. Most of the gods who had yet to leave Tanai were killed. They were powerless against the savage god hunters, and were either slaughtered in their own shops or in secret chambers. Daka was secretly delighted to see that all the hegemons had fallen for the trap. The other hegemons were crazily plundering the sovereign shops and didn't pay attention to Daka's actions. All of you, split up and leave the omphalos from different entrances. Remember, hurry. Daka ordered after gathering his subordinates. Why? My lord, shouldn't we be like them and take everything for ourselves? If we're too late, it will all belong to someone else. One of Daka's subordinates asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Daka coldly snorted and said, "You'll have to be alive to bring it out." Daka scanned his subordinates' faces with a gloomy expression and shouted, "Have all of your men leave the omphalos immediately. Don't ask so many questions." Daka had built up his authority in front of his subordinates for a long time. None of them dared to say anything when they saw him getting angry. They quickly obeyed his orders and quietly retreated from the city gates. Daka's actions didn't alarm anyone else. The god hunters were so immersed in the joy of plundering that they forgot everything else and carried on with their work. At this moment, their vigilance was at its lowest, and they had no idea what was happening around them. Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After Little Skull Han Hao received Han Shua's message, he immediately dove into the underground tunnel. Trusting Han Shua, Little Skull knew that the omphalos could explode at any moment. It didn't take long for Han Hao to catch up to Polo, Akeley, and the others. Seeing that they didn't seem to be in a hurry, Han Hao urged, "Hurry up as fast as you can." Seeing that Han Hao had suddenly caught up to them and had lost his usual composure, Polo, Akeley, and the others realized that something was amiss. They didn't ask too many questions and hurriedly dragged the poisoners away. Suddenly, Han Hao thought of something and hurriedly transmitted to Han Shua, "It must be Tyre and Logue's doing." Apart from the few sovereigns, no one else had the power or authority to bury so many energy crystals underground without making a sound. "Father, I've already located them. They're at..." "Don't say any more. I know where they are." Han Shua interrupted Little Skull's transmission. On the other side, Han Shua's consciousness had already sensed a new group of people approaching. With Han Shua's powerful consciousness, he could instantly recognize Tyre and Logue's auras, even though they were thousands of miles apart. Currently, Han Jin and Andrina were heading towards the omphalos. As these two were extremely special lifeforms, even if the omphalos were to explode, Han Jin and Andrina would still be safe and sound. Their lifeforms and body structures were mutually attracted to the energy crystals. From Han Shua's point of view, even if the omphalos were to explode, the two would only benefit from it. Therefore, Han Shua was relieved of the burden in his heart and wasn't particularly worried. In a flash, Han Shua rapidly approached Tyre and Logue while continuing to communicate with Han Hao. "Goldie and Andrina are heading towards the omphalos. They will stop the explosion at Tanai. However, you two still have to leave as fast as you can. I don't know when Tyre and Logue will trigger the explosion at Tanai. Father, Tyre and Logue are planning to deal with all the hegemons. Once Andrina and Goldie have taken control of the omphalos, inform me immediately. I will also take some men to block all the exits and settle the scores with those who destroyed the pandemonium." Transmitted Little Skull. "Got it. I'll head over to Tyre and Logue first and take care of them," replied Han Shu. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at Tyre and Logue's location. Han Shua did not show himself immediately. He was afraid that his appearance would cause Tyre and Logue to panic and trigger the explosion of the energy crystals in the omphalos. Han Shua waited for a while. When he sensed that Little Skull had left the omphalos and Andrina and Han Jin had arrived, he suddenly appeared in the middle of Tyre and Logue's party. Chapter 986. Han Shua's sudden appearance in the middle of Tyre and Logue's troops startled the two sovereigns who were advancing at high speed. As the setting sun shone, a chilling aura spread from the omphalos all the way here. The subordinates of the two sovereigns suddenly realized that there was an extra person on top of their group. They were stunned for a moment before they shouted in alarm, "You, who are you?" Not all of Tyre and Logue's subordinates recognized Han Shua. Most of these so-called elites were left behind by the two sovereigns in the Shrine of Destruction and Audiobook. They spent most of their time quietly cultivating and guarding the shrine and Audiobook. They rarely appeared in the fringe. "Tyre, Logue, come and see me." Han Shua suddenly smiled and shouted as he looked down from above. Tyre and Logue, who were at the front and the back, were rather puzzled when they heard Han Shua's thunderous voice. They had no idea why Han Shua would appear at such a crucial moment. This had obviously disrupted their plans, causing their expressions to change slightly. Especially Tell, there was a faint feeling in his heart that something was wrong. He thought about it carefully and recalled the details of every step of the operation in his mind. After Tell was sure that every step he took was accurate, he let out a sigh of relief. A warm smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he walked past his men to the back. A series of thoughts flashed through Tyre's mind as he quickly thought of a way to deal with Han Shuo. When Tyre appeared in front of Han Shuo, he discovered that Logue, who was at the back of the group, had already arrived before him. At this moment, Logue was laughing and chatting with Han Shuo about something. Tyre was relieved. He felt that Han Shuo should know nothing about his actions. "Brian, I heard that you suffered a great defeat in the pandemonium. Sai, the two of us couldn't even protect ourselves and couldn't help you in time. We are truly sorry," said Tyre after he arrived. He pretended to be sad and said, "We have underestimated the power of the God Hunter Alliance. We did not expect that the entire fringe would be pushed back so quickly. We haven't received any good news yet. Brian, it seems that we won't be able to hold the fringe for much longer." Han Shuo was rather surprised. He thought that the news of his victory in the pandemonium hadn't been kept a secret. Tyre and Daka were brothers and had a special way of communicating with each other. Why would he think that the pandemonium had suffered a great defeat? After staring blankly for a moment, Han Shuo's lips curled into a smirk. He realized that Daka must have deliberately concealed the truth so that Tyre could help him eliminate the hegemons. In order to buy more time for Goldie and Andrina, Han Shuo didn't rush to attack. Instead, he sighed and said, "Pandemonium was reduced to ruins overnight. Nearly 1,000 of my Tanai guards were killed. There was nothing I could do against the hegemons. All I could do was watch as they were slaughtered. All I could do was protect myself." Han Shuo's anger suddenly flared up. He glared at Tyre and shouted, "Why did Belinton and Cause come to the pandemonium? Why did Judas and Tuckamore come too? Why didn't the two of you stop them?" After a moment of hesitation, Han Hao suddenly roared, "Tyre, your subordinates didn't suffer any casualties. Belinton and Cause didn't lose any of their men either. You didn't fight them at all. Why didn't you come to the pandemonium to save us? Before the battle you said that we should help each other. What did you do?" Han Hao's voice became more and more agitated and indignant, as if he was about to start a fight at any moment. On Tyre and Rog's side, they weren't the only core subordinates. On the periphery, there were also the leaders of various factions. They had temporarily joined Tyre and Logue's side with their subordinates before the battle. These people weren't completely loyal to Tyre and Logue. Han Shuo's words were mainly for them to hear. As expected, after Han Shuo's righteous rebuke, the leaders of various factions who were temporarily under Tyre and Logue turned their suspicious gazes to Tyre and Logue. "We didn't fight Belinton and Cause's men." One of the leaders of a major faction called Garp, who had been with Tyre all along, suddenly said after Han Shuo's speech. "Also, during the battle at Audiobook, those who died were all outsiders like us." Another leader of a major faction called Slank hesitated for a moment when he saw a powerful figure like Han Shuo leading the charge against the two of them. He suddenly straightened his back and glared at Logue before saying what he had been suppressing for a long time. "Lord Logue, you've been sacrificing our subordinates as cannon fodder all along. Out of my 193 brothers, only 75 are still alive. Nearly 2/3 of them are dead. Anthe Chilu, and the others were almost completely wiped out. All of them were wiped out. What about you? Most of your trusted subordinates are safe. You used our lives to protect your own interests. Logue, what did you say when you invited us to follow you? You said that you would treat us equally, and that you would do your best to protect our lives. But what did you do? What did you do?" Slank's speech was even more impassioned than Han Shuo's, more spirited and more righteous. After all, Han Hao was only pretending to be angry while Slank was venting his anger. Slank's words were filled with his boundless resentment towards his dead brothers. "Slank, your men suffered heavy casualties because they weren't strong enough," Slank said with a smile. Logue's smiling face gradually turned cold. "Every one of my men is an elite. Their overall strength far surpasses yours," so it's normal for them to suffer so few casualties. Humph, Slank, are you planning to betray us now? When he said the word us, Logue shot a glance at Tyre, hinting that they should get rid of Han Shuo as soon as possible. At the very least, they should chase Han Shuo out of the area lest Han Shuo's presence spoil their plans. Before Han Shuo's arrival, the leaders who were dissatisfied with Tyre and Logue didn't dare to say anything. Without an overgod to back them up, they wouldn't even dare to resist. Han Shuo's arrival stirred up their hatred for Tyre and Logue, causing their morale to waver. Tyre was starting to get anxious. He had already contacted Daka and Omphalos and knew that Daka's men would soon leave Omphalos. The god hunter hegemons would also be entering Omphalos one after another. At this moment, he had to keep the leaders of the various forces obedient so that they could deal with the upcoming situation. Although most of the god hunter hegemons were in Tanai, there were still quite a few who remained outside Omphalos. The number of god hunters added up was no less than the number of his and Logue's subordinates. Once a chaotic battle broke out, it wouldn't be easy to stabilize the situation without the cooperation of the other major factions. Things were still manageable before, but now that Han Shuo had joined the fray, the situation became even more complicated. In order to resolve the matter as soon as possible, Tyre hesitated for a moment before he suddenly shouted, "Why are you still trying to sow discord at a time like this? Omphalos' survival is at stake. What are you up to?" Han Shuo raised his head to the sky and laughed. His laughter was filled with endless resentment and sorrow. He pointed at Tyre and said, "Tyre, oh Tyre. You dare to do something but don't dare to admit it. Do you think you're worthy of being the first sovereign of the Fringe? You see your subordinates as cannon fodder, and use them as shields in every battle. Haha, you're willing to sacrifice your allies for your own sake. You know that Pandemonium is facing a crisis of life and death, but you turn a blind eye to it. Given your way of doing things, it would be strange if the Fringe didn't perish." After hearing Han Shuo's words, the leaders of the major factions looked worried and hesitated. It seemed as though they didn't want to continue fighting with Tyre and Logue. Han Shuo's words had hit the nail on the head. Tyre and Logue's temperament was clear. Two leaders who didn't care about their subordinates' lives would only lead them into the abyss of death. "Brian, Pandemonium is finished. We know that you are very sad. But if you continue to try to sow discord between us with your alarmist words, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy." Tyre took a deep breath. Tell took a deep breath, and his voice suddenly softened. However, anyone could see that this was Tel's last warning before he made his move. "Not showing mercy?" Han Shuo burst into laughter before he suddenly shouted, "When have you ever shown mercy? Nearly 1,000 of our brothers died in the valley, and you are the main culprits. Without Belinton, cause Tuckamore and Judas, Pandemonium might still be able to hold on. It's you. It's your incompetence. You caused the deaths of our brothers. You've gone mad." Tyre shouted coldly. Without hesitation, he suddenly soared into the sky. His energy of destruction condensed into a spear and shot at Han Shuo. The moment the spear appeared, a murderous aura enveloped the entire sky. The spear tip seemed to be able to destroy everything in its path. Tiny cracks appeared on both sides of the spear tip, and within those cracks, there were strange and mysterious colors. As soon as Tyre moved, Logue floated out like a specter. His attack was different from Tyre's. The energy of death condensed into a giant python. The python's scales were vivid and lifelike. It opened its mouth wide as though it wanted to swallow Han Shuo whole. The crowd below stared at the three in the sky. Tyre's and Logue's subordinates were shocked. With the two most powerful sovereigns in the Fringe attacking, Han Shuo would surely die. With that thought, they secretly cast malicious gazes at Slank and Garp, thinking that when Han Shuo is done for, the two of them who dared to stand out would suffer the same fate. Slank, Garp, and the leaders of the other factions could clearly feel the chilling aura coming from Tyre's and Logue's subordinates. They knew that once Han Shuo was killed, given Tyre and Garp's style, they wouldn't let them off. All of a sudden, Slank, Garp, and the others who didn't have much to do with Han Shuo all hoped that Han Shuo wouldn't be hurt by Tyre and Logue. They hoped that Han Shuo could at least tangle with the two for a while longer so that they could escape from Tyre and Logue's control. Once Han Shuo's performance gave them time to leave, Slank and Garp would definitely leave with their subordinates without hesitation. They would no longer be cannon fodder for Tyre and Logue. With that thought in mind, the two of them were secretly worried for Han Shuo. They hoped that this newly risen young expert could buy them some time. As long as they could escape from this place, they were even willing to serve Han Shuo. They were willing to work for this young man who dared to take revenge on the two most powerful sovereigns for his subordinates. To these people, a leader who cared about the lives of his subordinates was far better than a leader who treated them as cannon fodder. Ha ha ha, you're angry out of humiliation. Han Shuo didn't seem to know that he was facing the two most powerful sovereigns of the fringe. He laughed arrogantly in the void. His laughter was like the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. Before his laughter died away, Han Shuo suddenly made his move. His body swayed and 13 illusory figures appeared in the air. 6 of them instantly overlapped with each other. The 6 elements of death, destruction, darkness, water, lightning, and wind merged into one. A new domain of divinity suddenly shrouded the entire area, as though it had created a space out of thin air. All of a sudden, Tyre and Logue's attacks were forcefully shattered. Be it the destruction spear or Logue's python of death energy, they were all shattered in an instant. Another Han Shuo formed by 6 overlapping illusory figures looked down from above like a god. His eyes were cold and merciless. He pressed his hand down and an earth-shattering force came crashing down on Tyre and Logue like a mountain. Tyre and Logue were blasted into the ground by the void attack. Half of their bodies were buried deep underground. The whole place fell into dead silence. The subordinates of Tyre and Logue, as well as the leaders of the various forces, were all dumbstruck. They stared blankly at the illusory figure hovering in the void. Other than shock and disbelief, they had no other emotions in their hearts. Tyre and Logue, who had been struck dumb, were still half buried in the ground. Their expressions were extremely interesting. Confusion, puzzlement, shock, fear, gnashing their teeth and other emotions were piled up on their faces, making them look like they were laughing and crying. They were as interesting as fools. What 5 sovereigns? I think there's only one sovereign in the fringe. Slank muttered to himself as he suddenly snapped out of his daze. Those were Slank's thoughts. His voice wasn't loud, but in the dead silence, his voice echoed in everyone's ears. There's only one sovereign in the fringe. There's only one sovereign for some reason. Those words kept echoing in everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone seemed to have realized the situation they were in. Their absent-mindedness gradually returned to their senses. When they raised their heads to look at the sky, they felt that Han Shuo was the most powerful being in the fringe. Other than him, Tyre, Logue, Wasis, and Asura would forever be relegated to supporting roles. Impossible. How is this possible? Tyre, the number 1 sovereign with a strong will, seemed to have lost his composure. He raised his head to look at the enormous illusory figure that was looking down at him like a god. He could feel the mysterious and unfathomable energy. All of his lofty aspirations seemed to have been extinguished in an instant. Tyre, we still have one more move, use it now. Logue, who was equally terrified, hastily shouted when he saw that Tyre was displaying an emotion that did not match his usual self. Tyre stared blankly for a moment before he suddenly turned crazy. He laughed and said, "That's right, I still have one last move. There will be people who will help me. There will be people who will help me." Having said that, Tyre did not care if all of Daka's men had retreated from Tanai. He immediately sent his divine signal to the device he had prepared beforehand in an attempt to detonate the 10,000 tons of energy crystals at the bottom of the omphalos. In the void above his head, Han Shuo sneered as he looked at the panicking Tyre. He thought to himself, everything is under my control. Let's see what you can do. As expected, Tyre, who was sending his divine signal to the omphalos with all his might, suddenly realized that there was no reaction from the omphalos. This was no small matter. Tyre immediately jumped out of the ground and looked in the direction of the omphalos. He lost his composure and yelled, "Why? Why?" Logue's expression changed drastically when he heard Tyre's words. He raised his head and looked at Han Shuo. Han Shua had a mocking smile on his face as if everything was under his control. Logue only needed one look to guess that Han Shua must have done something. Otherwise, there would be no reaction from the Omphalos. Tyre, I think it must be Brian's doing. I'm afraid the explosion in the Omphalos won't happen again. Logue said to Tyre, who had lost his composure. It can't be, it can't be. Tyre yelled. No one knew if his craziness had triggered something. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from the Omphalos. In an instant, the entire ground began to tremble. A huge roar sounded as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart. Even though they were far away, everyone here could still feel the terrifying movement. Han Shua, who was smiling, froze. This time it was his turn to be dumbfounded. He looked at the Omphalos from afar and saw that it was indeed covered in smoke. An area was covered in thick dust, and he couldn't see the situation clearly. Han Shua panicked and hurriedly used his divine sense to sense the auras of Han Jin, Andrina, and Han Hao. These three were the ones he needed to worry about the most. He didn't want anything to happen to them. His expression relaxed and he thought to himself, fortunately, the three of them are fine. After carefully sensing again, Han Shua found that the explosion had only destroyed 1/5 of the area, and that area was originally under Tyre's control. It seemed that Tyre had set up some secret measures there. Even Han Jin and Andrina didn't notice anything unusual. This Tyre must have some tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, the Omphalos wouldn't have exploded. Chapter 987. Tyre and Logue, who were deathly pale just a moment ago, suddenly became excited. Logue laughed and said, "All the hegemons are in Tanai. We killed them all in one fell swoop. Slank Garp, the situation in the fringe has changed. We are only enduring this humiliation in order to wipe out the god hunters in one fell swoop. Do you understand our intentions now? 2/3 of my men are dead. What's the point of saying that?" Slank was shocked for a long while. But when he recalled that so many of his men had died and that Logue had indeed sacrificed them as cannon fodder, he no longer believed Logue's words. "Brian, the god hunter hegemons are done for and you have been avenged. We shouldn't be killing each other anymore. What we need to do now is to wipe out the god hunter survivors. What do you say?" Tyre seemed to have calmed down all of a sudden. He thought for a moment and immediately suggested to Han Shua with a smile, as expected of an overgod who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Seeing that Han Shua's strength had exceeded their expectations, Tyre immediately changed his attitude and treated Han Shua as an ally. Han Shua, of course, knew what Tyre was thinking. He took a glance at Omphalos, the corners of his mouth curved into a cold smile, and said, "My Celestial Pearl Pharmacy is still open and I still have many of my men working there. You didn't inform me beforehand and didn't let me evacuate my men. Now that Omphalos has exploded, all of my men are dead. Tell me, do you think I'll still be on your side after losing so many of my men? For the sake of victory in the fringe, sacrifices are unavoidable. Brian, you should be more open-minded." Tyre hurriedly said, "Why is it always others who are sacrificed? Why are your men safe and sound? Why aren't they the ones sacrificed?" The three whys came out of Han Shua's mouth, each louder and louder than the last. Those were the thoughts of the leaders of the factions that were under Han Shua and Logue's command. After Han Shua's roar, they all started to condemn Tyre and Logue. "That's right. Why are you all fine? Why must we be sacrificed? Tyre, you don't care about other people's lives at all." Garp suddenly shouted, Lord Logue is even more powerful. At critical moments he can even sacrifice his loyal subordinates. Back in the bone-burying cave, when Lord Logue faced Ka's fatal blow, he grabbed a subordinate who had been with him for 300 years to block the blow, then took the opportunity to escape. They don't even care about their own people, let alone outsiders like us. Slank mocked after witnessing Rog's actions during the battle in the catacombs. After witnessing Han Shua's power, Garp and Slank grew bolder. They believed that Tyre and Logue wouldn't be able to hurt them in the face of Han Shua's terrifying power, so they vented all their pent-up frustrations. Garp and Slank weren't the only ones who were dissatisfied with Tyre and Logue. After Garp and Slank, more and more people started to condemn Tyre and Logue, accusing them of being disloyal. Even Logue's subordinates' eyes flickered after hearing Slank's words. It wasn't their first day following Logue, so they naturally knew how Logue did things. Thinking about it, wasn't what Slank said reasonable? In the past, the Fringe didn't have a king like Han Shuo, who would wholeheartedly seek revenge for his subordinates. Without a leader like Han Shuo who treated his subordinates as his family, things were still fine. But now, Tyre and Logue suddenly seemed so pathetic. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to rebel? Logue's expression changed. He suddenly realized that the eyes of his subordinates who used to be loyal to him were flickering. Logue felt that the situation wasn't looking good, but he was also afraid of Han Shuo, so he couldn't help but shout coldly. Logue had accumulated his authority for a long time. Seeing him lose his temper, the subordinates immediately lowered their heads. Slank and Garp weren't Logue's subordinates. With Han Shuo backing them up, they didn't care about Logue at all and continued to berate him loudly. You're courting death. Logue's expression changed. He suddenly charged at Slank. Sinister death energy gathered around Garp and a bone cage wrapped around Slank. Han Shuo, who was coldly observing the situation below, already knew that Logue wouldn't be able to hold back. He sneered and released the combined energy of 6 elements, which covered Logue and Garp from above. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the bone cage wrapped around Slank suddenly exploded. The white bones scattered in all directions. A huge force descended from the sky and slammed into Logue. Logue couldn't dodge in time before this unstoppable force. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was flung far away. With a thought, the mystical power of a new domain of divinity engulfed Rogue like a huge net, suddenly trapping him. His eyes flashed as Han Shuo noticed Tyre, who was retreating. He smirked. Tyre, I won't touch you for now. I'd like to see what you and Daka can do together. As soon as these words came out, Tyre's face was full of horror. He immediately shouted, what did you say? Isn't Daka your brother? Didn't you and Daka plan this? Haha, you wanted to work with Daka to get rid of the rest of the people in your way. Wasn't that your plan all along? 2 experts who've reached the Overgod realm in the energy of destruction will definitely be terrifying when they work together. Didn't you want to use that power to turn the situation around? Han Shuo looked at Tyre coldly with a mocking smile. What? Tyre is colluding with Daka. Garp turned pale with fright. He stared incredulously at Tyre, who seemed to have been exposed. He said hatefully, no wonder, no wonder. So it turns out that you, Tyre, are the ones who betrayed the Fringe. It wasn't just Slank and Garp. All the experts in the Fringe were enraged. No matter how they thought about it, they never expected Tyre to be brothers with Daka, the current leader of the God Hunters. What did that mean? It meant that Tyre had been a traitor all along. It meant that at least half of the reason why the Fringe was so weak was because of Tyre. Even the heavily injured and temporarily imprisoned Logue was in disbelief. He looked at Tyre and smiled bitterly. I see. Tyre, you're planning to work with your brother Daka to get rid of me, aren't you? Haha, that way you'll be the undisputed #1 in the Fringe. No one will be able to threaten your position, right? Tyre, who was being pointed at by everyone, had an ugly expression on his face. He didn't say a word. You don't need to quibble. Daka will be here soon. Haha, the situation will be clear then. I'd like to see if you and Daka can really defeat me together. Han Shuo smirked as he turned to look into the distance. A figure streaked across the sky. Who else could it be but Daka? Tyre, what the hell are you doing? Why is only 1/5 of the Omphalos destroyed? And it's your side too. Daka yelled before he even arrived. Not all of the hegemons in the Omphalos were killed in the explosion. To Daka, it would be difficult to control the situation from here on out. His years of hard work had been destroyed in an instant. Daka didn't need Han Shuo to say anything else to prove that Tyre and Daka were brothers. Huh. Daka suddenly exclaimed in shock, Brian, why are you here? Daka immediately noticed Han Shuo. He had already witnessed Han Shuo's power back in Pandemonium. Now that he saw Han Shuo, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Deep down, Daka was still a little afraid of Han Shuo. After all, the power Han Shuo displayed back in Pandemonium was just too overwhelming. Daka, I gave you guys a chance but you didn't cherish it. Han Shuo put on a faint smile. Since you guys haven't left the fringe, then don't leave. Han Shuo's expression turned cold as he glared at Tyre. What else do you have to say now that things have come to this? Brothers, as long as we kill Brian, the fringe will be ours in the future. Tyre suddenly burst into laughter. He looked at his trusted aides who had followed him all these years but now seemed a little hesitant. That's right, Daka and I are indeed brothers. I did make use of others. But aren't all of you safe and sound? Everything I do is for our own good. In the future, you will see that I am the master of the fringe and the God Hunter Alliance will never be a threat to us. Isn't that what we've been working towards? Tyre's words sounded extremely sincere. He was trying to use them to win back his subordinates' hearts. The eyes of those who had followed Tyre for many years flickered. They didn't immediately agree to continue the war with him, nor did they express any objections. All of them remained silent. Han Shuo only needed a single glance to know why they were silent. He smirked in his heart and suddenly said, "The winner takes all. It all depends on this battle. Haha, Daka, Tyre, as long as you kill me there won't be any problems. Your subordinates will still submit to you." Tyre was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he realized that this was indeed what his subordinates were thinking. If he and Daka were to be killed in the upcoming battle, his promise would be for naught. Big brother, let's kill Brian. If we work together, no one below the Overgod will be a match for us. Tyre said arrogantly, straightening his back. Daka, who was still hesitant at first, suddenly burst into laughter and said, "That's right. If we work together, no Overgod without a quintessence would be a match for us." With that said, Daka and Tyre exchanged glances and suddenly surrounded Han Shuo from both sides. Daka and Tyre's destruction dominions strangely fused together. As they both cultivated in the energy of destruction and had the same bloodline, they were able to fuse their dominions just like Han Shuo. After the two dominions of destruction fused together, the two's destruction dominions skyrocketed and their auras skyrocketed. Any other Overgod without a quintessence would find it hard to defend against the combined power of Tyre and Daka. However, for Han Shuo, who was able to fuse 6 different types of energy at the same time, his domain of divinity was 10 times more difficult than Daka and Tyre's. Of course, it was also 10 times more powerful. They were only fusing 2 types of energy, so how could they possibly be a match for Han Shuo? Sensing Daka and Tyre's destruction energy skyrocketing, Han Shuo's smirk never disappeared. When their destruction energy reached its peak, he roared, "Daka, Tyre, you two dare claim to be invincible among the Overgods?" Destructive energy erupted from Han Shuo and spread out in all directions like a huge ripple. This terrifying energy had an incredibly powerful repulsive force that pushed Daka and Tyre's domain of divinity to the periphery and tore it apart. "I'm not even afraid of the Overgods of death and light, so why would I be afraid of 2 small fries like you?" Another earth-shattering laughter rang out as an even more powerful energy shot out from the void illusion, splitting into 2 blinding beams of light that shot towards Daka and Tyre. With 2 blood-curdling screams, Tyre was completely enveloped by a bright light, and was instantly brought into the strange space where Rog was imprisoned. Daka was terrified. The moment he heard Han Shuo's words, he fled without a care for anything else. He was hit by the shockwave of the powerful light and was drenched in blood. Daka didn't dare to look back at Han Shuo, nor did he care about his brother's fate. He endured the pain and ran for his life. "I'm not even afraid of the Overgods of death and light anymore." Daka suddenly realized something when he heard Han Shuo's words. When they left Pandemonium, they knew that the Overgod of death, Nestet, would definitely return to Pandemonium. The way they saw it, Han Shuo and his son would definitely be killed by Nestet. Yet Han Shuo was still alive and had even said such a thing. What did that mean? Daka felt a chill run down his spine when he thought about it. So, he decisively chose not to take Han Shuo's attack head-on like Tyre did. Big brother. The heavily injured Tyre and Logue were imprisoned together in that strange space. Apart from being unable to walk out or attack, Tyre's vision and voice weren't affected at all. Tyre shouted when he saw Daka fleeing without a care in the world. Daka clearly heard the sorrowful cry of Big Brother, but he didn't stop and continued running. Han Shuo looked at Daka's back coldly and smirked. How smart of you! But do you really think you can escape? Han Shuo didn't move because his consciousness had already sensed the aura of Little Skull Han Hao. Daka, who was running for his life, suddenly noticed someone standing in front of him. Looking closely, he realized that it was Han Hao, the little skull who possessed the quintessence shard. Daka made up his mind and roared, "You want to stop me? Your father hurt me, so I'll use you to pay him back." He gathered all the energy in his body and formed a gigantic orb of destruction that smashed towards Han Hao like a gray sun. Little Skull Han Hao stood proudly in front of Daka with his bone spear in hand. His eyes flashed with disdain as he said, "You deserve to die." As he said that, he raised his bone spear and a crystalline light shone from its tip. Evil, death, violence, and despair suddenly erupted from the center of the bone spear. In the face of such power, Daka's orb of destruction seemed so insignificant and fragile. Rumble! Rumble! Another earth-shattering explosion resounded as Daka's charge was stopped. Before he could react, the bone spear appeared in front of his eyes. Splat! The bone spear pierced through his eyes and nailed him in midair. In an instant, Daka's flesh and soul were absorbed by the bone spear. His despair, rage, and other negative emotions were affected by the new quintessence in Han Hao's body, and turned into wisps of smoke that were swallowed by Han Hao, causing the light in Han Hao's eyes to grow brighter and brighter. Daka couldn't understand how Han Shuo and his son could reach such heights in just a few short days. "How dare you destroy my home? You deserve to die." Pulling out the bone spear, Daka's iron-like divine body dissipated like dust. In the blink of an eye, Daka completely disappeared. Having lost all of his soul, he died a horrible death. After killing Daka, Han Hao didn't immediately head to Han Shuo's side. Instead, he sent a telepathic message, "Father, I've killed Daka. I'm heading to the Omphalos now. Tanai still has a few hegemons there. I'm going to make sure none of them walk out of the fringe alive." "Go, I'll be there in a moment," replied Han Shuo. Soon after, he looked at the temporarily imprisoned Logan Tyre with a beaming smile and said, "Tyre, your brother escaped before you, so you will die a little faster. Haha, if you can communicate telepathically, you should know that he's done for." Tyre, who was still hating Daka for not showing his brotherhood, was dumbfounded when he heard Han Shuo's words. Using the magical mirror to communicate with him, Tyre suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, damn it. Let's die together." Suddenly, a powerful wave of destruction emanated from Tyre's body. A ball of light engulfed Tyre and Logue. The space that imprisoned Tyre and Logue trembled violently. Even Logue, who didn't want to die, couldn't avoid the shockwave. Tyre's divine body exploded along with his. Seeing Tyre commit suicide, Han Shuo immediately took action. He hurriedly removed the energy that imprisoned the two and tossed the cauldron of myriad demon out. Even if he couldn't collect the energy within their bodies, he wanted to at least obtain 2 pure divine souls. The divine consciousness of an overgod crystal was more precious than anything else. With Tyre's and Logue's divine souls, he could help the Han family members who cultivated in the energy of death and destruction to further understand the power of an overgod. With enough divine essences to increase the divine energy in their bodies, the Han family would have 2 more experts with overgod crystals. Fortunately, Han Shuo acted in time, and the cauldron of myriad demon was truly powerful. Before the souls of Tyre and Tyre could collide with the light, the cauldron of myriad demon absorbed them and preserved their divine souls. When Tyre heard that Daka had been killed, he cursed himself and committed suicide. This made Han Shuo feel a little strange. He didn't know if it was because the two were brothers or if Tyre had no regrets after seeing Daka die first. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to escape from Han Shuo, he chose to commit suicide. Chapter 988. The 5 sovereigns had always been the protectors of the fringe. It was because of these 5 overgod experts that the fringe was able to maintain its transcendent status and not be threatened by the city lords of the dominions of space and destiny. The God Hunter Alliance did not dare to act rashly. Time flew by. 2 of the 5 sovereigns, Salas and Wasis, had steeled their hearts to stand with Han Shuo for various reasons. Asora, who was once on good terms with Han Shuo, had died by his hand. And now Tyre and Logue, the 2 sovereigns who were ranked ahead of him, had died by Han Shuo's hands. In just 10 years, 3 of the 5 sovereigns had died and 2 had surrendered. From today onward, no one in the fringe would be able to threaten the Han family and Han Shuo's position in the fringe. The enormous void illusion formed by the fusion of the 6 energies returned to the cauldron of myriad demon. Han Shuo looked down disdainfully at the ferocious gods of the fringe and said indifferently, "Tyre and Logue are dead. You may leave now." Slank, Garp, and the other leaders of the fringe looked at each other in astonishment when they heard Han Shuo's words. They stared blankly at Han Shuo, as though they did not understand what Han Shuo meant. After a long while, Slank bowed and respectfully said, "The God Hunter Alliance is still wreaking havoc in the Omphalos. We should be under your command for the time being, and help you in your crusade against the God Hunter Alliance. Why did you ask us to leave?" Not only Slank, Garp, and the other scattered factions, but even Tyre and Logue's former subordinates were also puzzled. Based on their understanding of the sovereigns in the fringe, Han Shuo should have taken advantage of this opportunity to take them all under his command, thus gaining control of the most powerful forces in the fringe. Tyre, Logue, and the others had always done so. They couldn't understand why Han Shuo didn't do so. The corners of his mouth curved into a cold smirk as he looked down at the crowd below. "The few from my pandemonium are more than enough to deal with the God Hunter Alliance. You don't need to waste your energy. The existence of the God Hunter Alliance is necessary. When they try to escape the fringe, you don't have to do your utmost to stop them. Just let them leave. After all, there are experts from other dominions waiting for them outside the fringe." What can we do? Slank looked rather ashamed after hearing Han Shuo's words. He suddenly realized that they were as weak as ants in front of a peerless existence like Han Shuo. The crisis of the God Hunter Alliance that engulfed the entire fringe didn't seem to concern Han Shuo at all. "What can all of you do?" Han Shuo smiled. After a short pause, he shook his head and said, "All you have to do is to live well in the fringe. The Omphalos will settle down. As for those Omphalos shop owners who are hiding in the fringe, you just need to spread the word and let them return to the Omphalos after the storm is over." Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo abruptly flew away and disappeared from their sight in an instant. From today onwards, there will no longer be any 5 sovereigns in the fringe. Slank stared blankly for a moment before he forced a smile and said, "Lord Brian's achievements have far surpassed those of the 5 sovereigns. As long as he's in the fringe will always be his." That's good too. With one person ruling the fringe, at least there won't be endless wars. Garp thought for a moment before he suddenly laughed and said, "No matter what, Lord Brian treats his people very well. If one day we can become the guards of the Han family, that wouldn't be too bad." "That's only possible if he takes a liking to us." Slank sighed and said, "Before the war, many people wanted to join the Han family, but they didn't take a liking to any of them. At first, I thought that the House of Han didn't know how to appreciate favors. But now I realize that they don't care about us at all. If it weren't for pandemonium, the fringe would have long since become the headquarters of the God Hunter Alliance. We must work hard and hope that Lord Brian will take a liking to us and become a member of the Han family." Garp nodded heavily. Han Shuo's performance in dealing with Tyre and Logue alone had won them over. They couldn't help but regard Han Shuo as the strongest person in the fringe. While Garp and the others were talking, Han Shuo appeared in the Omphalos. A loud explosion rocked the Omphalos. The area under Tyre's jurisdiction was obliterated. Many shops were turned into rubble in an instant and the ground caved in. All the god hunters in the area and those who did not evacuate were killed. Only Tuckamore and Acer managed to survive, but they were severely injured and almost lost the ability to move. Tuckamore and Acer happened to be there when the explosion happened. The explosion came without warning and they couldn't dodge in time. They were instantly engulfed by the force of the explosion. Fortunately, the explosion only happened in one area of the Omphalos. If all 5 sovereigns in the omphalos were to explode, the combined force of the explosion would affect each other tenfold. If that really happened, Tuckamore and Acer would have no chance of survival. They would probably be killed in an instant. When Han Shua arrived at the omphalos, he saw that all the hegemons were evacuating from Tanai in a panic. The explosion from Tyre's area was too terrifying. They didn't know if the area under their feet would explode the next moment. They were all panic-stricken. Tuckamore, Acer, Regis, Isaiah, Miller, Belinton, and Kaz were left with only 7 hegemons. Tuckamore and Acer were heavily injured, while Isaiah, Regis, and Miller hadn't fully recovered from their injuries in Pandemonium. Only Belinton and Kaz were still at their peak. Han Hao, wielding his bone spear, took the lead and stood in front of the 7 hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance, coldly facing off against them. Sinister negative energy leaked from his body. Unlike Nestet and the Goddess of Destiny, Han Hao's quintessence could no longer be concealed. The unstoppable energy emanating from him intimidated all 7 hegemons. Han Shua's arrival had thoroughly terrified the 7 hegemons. The young hegemon had already given them a tremendous amount of pressure. Now that the old hegemon had arrived, the last bit of confidence they had left in their hearts had vanished. "Father, there are 7 of them, no one missing," Little Skeleton said softly when he saw Han Shua coming over. Han Shua nodded smilingly. He turned his gaze to the 7 people in front of him and said, "Everyone, we meet again. Haha, the explosion at Omphalos was part of Daka and Tyre's plan. They buried 10,000 tons of energy crystals at the bottom of Omphalos, intending to kill all of you in one fell swoop. It's a good thing I came prepared and let you live until now." The 7 hegemons didn't have much confidence in facing Han Shua now. Their subordinates were scattered all over the place, and if they were to run away now, they wouldn't be able to survive in their own divine dominions. Especially when half of them were injured, they really didn't know what to do against Han Shua. "What do you want?" Isaiah hung his head dejectedly. The lofty aspirations he had when he came to the fringe had been erased. All he wanted now was to get as far away from this place as possible with his subordinates. He hoped that he would never see Han Shua again. "What do I want?" Han Shua stroked his chin and put on a sinister smirk. With one thought, his 6 avatars combined into one, and unleashed a power that could look down on all living things. It formed an enormous glass canopy that enveloped the remaining 7. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You even dared to stay in the fringe and commit atrocities. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude." Han Shua laughed heartily and started shrinking the glass canopy like an eggshell, squeezing the 7 hegemons in the center. Of the 7 hegemons, only Belinton and Kaz could use their full strength. Tuckamore and Acer were heavily injured and didn't have the strength to fight back. Isaiah and the other 2 were still injured, having been beaten up by Han Shua in Pandemonium. Now that they were facing Han Shua again, they had less than 70% of their strength left. How could they possibly be a match for Han Shua with their current strength? Not to mention, Han Shua had a little skull with a quintessence by his side. Given Han Shua and his son's current strength, unless they ran into an overgod with a quintessence, they wouldn't be a match for them on Elysium. You dare kill us?" Kaz, a hegemon who cultivated in the Edict of Life, seemed to know some secrets. He shrieked, "We hegemons have existed since time immemorial. Even the 12 quintessence overgods have tacitly acknowledged our existence and refrained from attacking us. You dare." When the Goddess of Destiny arrived at Pandemonium, she had vaguely revealed some information about the God Hunter Alliance. It seemed that the existence of the God Hunters was indeed necessary, which was why the 12 overgods didn't attack them. Even when the Goddess of Destiny's partner was killed by the God Hunters, she didn't exterminate all God Hunters. That was enough to prove that the God Hunters had a special meaning. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Han Shua put on a carefree smile and clenched his hand. Kaz's bones cracked and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face contorted in pain. You seem to know something, don't you?" Han Shua nodded and laughed. Very good, very good. Since I can't learn anything from the Goddess of Destiny, it seems that I can learn something from you." Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo summoned the cauldron of myriad demon and enveloped Ka's within it. While refining Ka's divine soul with the cauldron, Han Shuo gathered the energy of his 6 elemental fusion and avatars to surround and kill the remaining 6 hegemons. He muttered, "The existence of god hunters is necessary. I won't exterminate all god hunters. I only want you hegemons to die and use your divine souls to fuel the power of my Han family." As he spoke, Han Shuo gathered all of his energy into a single point and released it. With the crisp sound of eggshells cracking, the bodies of the hegemons exploded and their divine souls flew into the cauldron of myriad demon that was refining Ka's soul. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.